no detail is being overlooked on this statue because the women depicted and all of the pioneering women who came before and after them have been overlooked for far too long, says Bergman.
My hope is that people will take away the fact of the neglect of women's achievements, the fact that there were women's achievements, and I hope that people of all ages will become far more curious about what has happened.
When it's unveiled this spring, the Women's Rights Pioneers Monument featuring Sojourner Truth, Susan B. Anthony, and Elizabeth Cady Stanton discussing women's suffrage in the 1860s, it will break the so-called bronze ceiling as the first and only statue of historical women in Central Park. There are 23 monuments honoring men.
The sad thing that so many people for so many years didn't even notice real women were missing. What does that say about the discrimination that women face, or the lack of role models for young girls and young boys, and just a fair representation of history?
Pam Elam is the president of Monumental Women, an all-volunteer group that formed 7 years ago to fight for a women's rights statue and promote an educational campaign. The group raised $1.5 million to pay for the sculpture.
We're moving history forward.
Bergman, who also created the Boston Women's Memorial, was chosen as the project sculptor in July 2018. Since then, she and her team of assistants have been working to mold it into a 14-foot-tall reality.
This is the fastest I've done a monument at this scale.
While the design originally included just Anthony and Stanton, Truth was later added to give it a layer of diversity.
This scene is supposed to convey working together in complementary ways, including discussions, arguments, reinforcement, inspiration, and that women, children, minorities, people who are ignored can achieve change by working together.
A 3D printer helped bring the sculpture from a model to full scale, and in the coming weeks, molds will be cast from the clay, which will then be used to create the final bronze version.
It's majestic, and when people look at it, how can they not feel a connection, a respect, and the ability to go forward and do these women honor by continuing the fight for equality.
The monument will officially be unveiled on August 26, which will be the 100th anniversary of the ratification of the 19th Amendment, giving women the right to vote. In Ridgefield, Connecticut, I'm Stacey Delacat, Fox 5 News.
All right. I think about what it would have meant to me as a child to see this monument, to know these histories. I think about the size of it, the scale of it, where it will be, and who it will affect. And I am incredibly moved to have been chosen to add this to New York City.
Sculptor Meredith Bergman recognizes the honor of creating the first statue of women in New York's Central Park. Bergman's monument to 3 leaders in the fight for women's rights, Susan B. Anthony, Elizabeth Cady Stanton, and Sojourner Truth, will take its place among the 23 statues of men and 2 fictional women, Mother Goose and Alice in Wonderland, currently in the park.
This monument is a contemporary evocation of the 19th century monument that should have been built for these women and wasn't. And that's part of why it's being allowed to be erected in Central Park, which is full of 19th century monuments to great men, but none to great women.
It's taken 6 years for the statue to become a reality. The effort was spearheaded by the nonprofit Monumental Women, which has raised $1.5 million to fund the statue. The idea initially met opposition from park officials, who balked at putting any more statues in the 166-year-old park.
So we said, could you show me where that's written? Is it a law or a regulation or some sort of codification of there shall be no other statues? And of course they couldn't, because they made it up as they went along.
Final approval was granted in October after several redesigns and the addition of Sojourner Truth, an escaped slave and women's rights activist. The monumental task of creating the 9-foot-tall statue has put Bergman on a tight timeline.
Working backward from August 2020, when they are to be unveiled, we need a number of weeks for installation, 4 to 6 months for bronze casting, which means 6 months for bronze casting, and then a month for mold making, I have to finish these by the end of this month.
The monument will be dedicated on August 26, 2020, marking the 100th anniversary of American women winning the right to vote. Joseph Frederick, Associated Press, New York.
Susan B. Anthony will be 9 feet tall, so this head will be 14 feet up in the air. Sojourner Truth needs a little more aging in her face. I am the sculptor of the Women's Rights Pioneers Monument for Central Park. Today I'm working on hands, and I'm building out the fingers to show the pressure of the pen. These kinds of details really make the sculpture vivid. This began over 6 years ago with a group called Monumental Women that formed to change the lack of representation of women in public statuary and monuments. And they petitioned the city to give them a site in Central Park for statues of women's rights pioneers. The women depicted in the monument are Sojourner Truth, Susan B. Anthony, and Elizabeth Cady Stanton. These 3 women were very important to the stature, the rights, the citizenship that we as women enjoy today. Susan B. Anthony's traveling bag. She would arrive at Stanton's house with her bag crammed with injustices. A lot of statuary just shows a figure standing, and that has never interested me. I want to tell a story, I want to show a moment. So they're sitting at a table, maybe hammering out a speech, maybe working on a piece of legislation, maybe having an argument. I want it to be up to the viewer to decide. So you're never going to see her like this. You're going to see her from below, tilted down, more like that. I want the piece to be in depth, so that as you pass it day after day, or as you visit it once a year, there's more to see, there's more to discover. So there is detail hidden everywhere in the sculpture, and a lot of it has meaning. Sojourner Truth often had herself photographed with her knitting in her lap, because knitting was a patriotic occupation during the Civil War. It was actually necessary to provide clothing, but it was also a skill, I have read, that was not taught to slaves, and she wanted to work among the newly freed slaves and the escaped slaves and show them herself as an example of what they could become, skilled, involved, with rights, and hopefully eventually citizenship. The statues will be unveiled on Wednesday, August 26th, 2020, which is the 100th anniversary of the ratification of the 19th Amendment, when it actually became law that women could vote. And it'll be right in the park on the site, on the Central Park Mall, where the statue will go. I can't even begin to say what it means to me, but I've lived in New York City for over 40 years. I love the city. I spent a great deal of time in Central Park with my son as a baby, as a child. It's been a refuge and an inspiration to see the statuary there. And I've been a professional sculptor for 40 years, so it's quite a wonderful thing to be doing this project.
As we all know, through the gift of women's history, we discover an historical treasure chest overflowing with the stories of women who serve to inspire and energize us. We learn of their strategies and tactics in the battle for equality. We learn of their courage and their imperfections. We look at the totality of their lives. We build on their work. We honor their memories. We vow to complete their journeys. A knowledge of women's history helps us understand the context of the struggle for equality, as well as the continuum of the fight for justice. Learning from a history which fully and fairly includes the vast and varied contributions of women and people of color offers a departure point in our search for social change. We rethink the past to reshape the future. History is all around us, and we are all historians searching for the truth. In whatever ways we can honor the valiant women who came before us and bring their stories to light, let's do it. It doesn't have to be a statue or a historic house, although that would be great. How about a street sign, a garden, a women's history trail, a plaque at the site where she made history, or any number of other tributes to her courage and spirit? Monumental Women also hosts a variety of programs and workshops for those interested in learning more about women's history. "42 million people visit Central Park each year, and soon they will finally see some real monumental women. It is fitting that the first statue of real women depicts 3 New York women who dedicated their lives to fighting for women's rights. This monument conveys the power of women working together to bring about revolutionary change in our society. It invites people to reflect not just on these great women and their work for equality and justice, but on all the monumental women who came before us. It's an instant history lesson. It challenges us to continue the fight for full equality for women in our lifetimes. Our Women's Rights Pioneers Monument will make a lasting statement to all future visitors in Central Park, a message written in stone and shaped in bronze that we all can and must move history forward.
Good morning. Welcome to our guests here in Central Park, and to all of you from all over the world who've tuned in to the live stream of this event online. I hope you're sharing this moment with all of your friends. My name is Brenda Berkman. I'm a retired FDNY fire captain and a proud member of the board of Monumental Women, the all-volunteer nonprofit organization responsible for bringing this monument to Central Park. What a great day. At long last, we are celebrating the unveiling of Sojourner Truth, Elizabeth Cady Stanton, and Susan B. Anthony. You're going to hear much more about the significance of this monument later, but first let me give you a quick preview. There will be music, speeches, videos, words to educate and inspire. Later in the program, we're thrilled to be joined by the Today Show, so I'm going to ask your patience as we make that happen. After the program in the park concludes, those of you watching online will see even more. We hope all of you will be motivated to support the continuing work of Monumental Women. I'm going to ask you to take this moment to acknowledge that this event is being held on the traditional lands of the Lenape people. And we pay our respect to elders both past and present. In saying this, we challenge ourselves and all people to learn more about the history of First Peoples and to breathe life into our obligations to their communities. Thank you. And now, I'm very proud to introduce my dear friend, FDNY firefighter Regina Wilson, an inspiring leader and the first woman president of the FDNY Vulcan Society. Regina will sing America the Beautiful with lyrics by Catherine Lee Bates.
Oh, beautiful for spacious skies, for amber waves of grain, for purple mountains' majesty above the fruited plains. America, America, God shed his grace on thee and crown thy good with sisterhood from sea to shining sea. Oh, beautiful for patriots' dream that sees beyond the years. Thy alabaster cities gleam that sees beyond the tears. America, America, God shed this grace on thee and crown thy good with sisterhood from sea to shining sea.
Regina, thank you. I'm Namita Luthra, and I'm on the board of Monumental Women. Pam Elam, our board president, has persisted through every obstacle to get us to this moment, whether you're here with us in the park or watching on live stream anywhere in the world. From her first speech on women's rights at age 13 in Kentucky to here today in New York, Pam's single-minded determination is how we got here. What propels her is an abiding respect for the lives of women and girls. It's evident in everything she does, and it's culminated in this monument and our ongoing mission. Please welcome Pam Elam.
Thank you so much. I am touched and grateful. And crown thy good with sisterhood. Sounds pretty good, doesn't it? And I thank the beautiful song from Regina. I thank Regina for that so much. I thank Namita for those very generous and kind words. And we are here to move history forward, and not even a pandemic can stop us. It's not often that you have a chance to be part of something truly historic. So let's make the most of it by redefining history to include all of us, by understanding that history is all around us and we are all historians trying to rethink the past in order to reshape the future. For what we all seek is nothing less than a full and fair historical record that reflects and respects the contributions of all women and people of color. And we won't stop until we win that. But today, we celebrate. Monumental Women is proud that our all-volunteer, not-for-profit group broke the bronze ceiling in New York City's Central Park. It has taken 7 years. We have raised over $1.5 million in private funding. We have fought through many obstacles. But today, our Women's Rights Pioneers Monument honoring Sojourner Truth, Susan B. Anthony, and Elizabeth Cady Stanton will be unveiled as the first statue of real women in Central Park's 167-year history. The 42 million people who visit Central Park each year already see statues of Alice in Wonderland, Mother Goose, and Juliet with Romeo, of course, as well as statues of witches, nymphs, and angels. But no statues of real women existed until now. Real women are no longer invisible here. The long wait is over. It is not, however, the first, nor will it be the last time women have waited for basic equality and justice, despite our never-ending activism to achieve that. As you know, August 26, 2020 is the centennial anniversary of the ratification and certification of the 19th Votes for Women Amendment to the United States Constitution. The banners held at the White House by the silent sentinels of the National Women's Party in 1917 said, "How long must women wait for liberty?" It is a question that women around the world still ask. It's a question that Truth, Anthony, and Stanton asked as well. They were New Yorkers and contemporaries fighting for equality and justice. They often spoke on the same stages and attended the same meetings. It is only fitting that they share the same pedestal. But creating the Women's Rights Pioneers Monument is only one of the goals of Monumental Women. In addition, we seek to increase awareness and appreciation of women's history through our education campaign, as well as our challenge to municipalities across the nation and the world. We issue that challenge today. We urge all cities to reimagine their public spaces to include tributes to the diverse women who helped create and inspire them. Little did we know that over the past 7 years we would have to constantly challenge our own municipality as well, but we persisted. We thank our wonderful sculptor, Meredith Bergman. We're grateful for every contribution, large or small, from our many friends. Heartfelt thanks go to the New York Life Insurance Company for its extremely generous challenge grant, to the Ford Foundation, the Jane Walker Campaign, and other businesses and foundations you will hear about later in this program. We sincerely appreciate the money donated from cookie sales by Girl Scout troops 3484, 3482, and 3746, as well as bake sale contributions from children at the Brooklyn Mary McDowell Friends School. We received donations from over 1,000 supporters, and we thank every one of them. But as important as financial contributions were the expressions of support and encouragement we received from all over the country and around the world. We sincerely thank you for your kind words and meaningful messages. It's not easy to donate a work of art to the city of New York. It was not easy to take the long and bumpy bureaucratic roller coaster ride which traveled through the Parks Department, the Central Park Conservancy, the Public Design Commission, the Landmarks Preservation Commission, and every single community board surrounding Central Park. Through this ride, we had the strong support of Manhattan's great borough president, Gail Brewer. We can't thank you enough, Gail. And we also thank Parks Commissioner Mitchell Silver. Step by step, meeting by meeting, argument by argument, we crossed the minefield, which is New York City government. With the help of our project management team from the highly respected firm of Beyer, Blander, Bell, and our wonderful pro bono attorneys, we made progress. With hard work from our board of directors, additional support from the public, and more attention from the media, Monumental Women succeeded in gaining all the approvals and winning the fight. As we are often reminded, it does take a village to achieve a cherished goal, or in this case, it takes a metropolis. In New York City's public spaces, there are 150 statues, and only 5 of them are women. Now, thanks to Monumental Women, there are 6. For those of you who might think that the work of Monumental Women is done, I can assure you that we are here to stay. We have many other projects and statues in mind, so stay tuned. There are two themes that I hope you'll take away with you after you view this beautiful work of art today: the power of women's history and the power of voting. Through the gift of women's history, we discover an historical treasure chest, overflowing with the stories of women who served to inspire and energize us. We learn of their strategies and tactics in the battle for equality. We learn of their courage and their imperfections. We look at the totality of their lives. We build on their work, we honor their memories, we vow to complete their journeys. A knowledge of women's history helps us understand the context of the struggle for equality, as well as the continuum of the fight for social change. We rethink the past to reshape the future. And we must not wait any longer. We demand and will continue to fight for full equality for women in our lifetimes. On Women's Equality Day, we think about the 100th anniversary of the 19th Amendment and how hard generations of women had to fight for it. Yet we know that was only the first step in getting and keeping the right to vote. Let us honor all those women whose names we know and those whose names we may never know. And let them know that we will forever fight to protect that right to vote for all of us. Let us assure them that in every election, especially this November, we will vote like democracy depended on it, because it does. We owe it to those who came before us to keep moving history forward. They would expect that of us. One statue in one park can light a fuse that sparks the imagination and ambition of a child who sees herself in that statue. That one statue can start a chain reaction leading to an explosion of knowledge and possibilities. Monumental Women is proud to light that fuse today. Thank you all. And it is my pleasure now to introduce Manhattan's great borough president and our wonderful friend, Gail Brewer.
Thank you, Pam Elam. That was extraordinary. I can't think of three more deserving women to put on a pedestal in Central Park than Sojourner Truth, Elizabeth Cady Stanton, and Susan B. Anthony. Without them, we would not have the right to vote. But we would not be here today without the hard work, and I mean hard work, of monumental women, sculptor Meredith Bergman, Council Member Helen Rosenthal, Parks Commissioner Mitchell Silver, Central Park Conservancy President Betsy Smith, and their whole Conservancy team. And we all, of course, owe a special debt of thanks to Pam Elam, the president of Monumental Women, and my friend since 1978. I also want to thank Colleen Jenkins, vice president of Monumental Women, as well as we know the great-great-granddaughter of Miss Stanton. I want to thank, yes, give her a round of applause. I also want to thank Penelope Cox, who's Director of Special Projects in the Office of Manhattan Borough President. And in the Mayor's Office, I want to express appreciation to Stacy Lynch and Allie Davis. I am so proud to have worked toward this accomplishment together. We're very honored in the audience today to have Lieutenant Governor Kathy Hochul, Congress member Carolyn Maloney, whom you heard before, but she's in person, and Commissioner Pauline Toole, who's head of the Municipal Archives, whom we love. I have been an elected official for an awfully long time, but getting this statue approved was a major challenge like none other. 7 years ago, hardly anyone was talking about statutes. And now, folks mostly talk about tearing them down. Whether we agree or not about the content of our monuments, they mark the historical disposition of the city's people, of its spirit, and the temper of the times. Much as in the era of suffragists we honor today, it was just about 7 years ago that a few good women stepped forward to create history, and in the form of this powerful sculpture, affirm the leading role of women in our history, and in the historical importance of New York to the character of our nation. When the struggle to create this sculpture began, the city of New York, as you heard earlier, had only 5 works of civic sculpture portraying real-life women: Joan of Arc, Eleanor Roosevelt, Gertrude Stein, Golda Meir, and Harriet Tubman, and none were in Central Park. So we banded together, and in the spirit of Elizabeth Cady Stanton, Susan B. Anthony, and Sojourner Truth, and the thousands of women who risked their lives for suffrage, we set out to break the bronze ceiling. It wasn't easy. Stanton, Anthony, and Truth must be smiling somewhere at the hoops the monumental women were made to jump through to create a statue honoring 3 of the most important figures in American history. The answer, no, came in many forms. The park is closed to new statues. Women don't want a statue, they want a garden. If we say yes to this statue, we'll have to say yes to any statue. And my personal favorite, you have to prove that each of these women had actually set foot in Central Park. Funding was a challenge, as it was for the suffragists. Only my office and that of City Council member Helen Rosenthal put in public money. But there were generous, as you heard earlier from Pam, individual donations and foundation support that have provided the rest. A huge highlight of the money chase was hearing that local Girl Scout troops were donating the proceeds of their cookie fundraising toward completion of the statue, and they did even more. Well, it took 70 years to get the vote, but only 7 to get the statue. And if you listen carefully, you can just hear Stanton's voice. Don't worry, ladies, we're getting there. In our own way, we too believed we were on the right side of history and sought to build a force to make change in the status quo. It's never easy. In the 100 years since suffrage passed, our franchise has in fact brought about what many in opposition feared. Our voices and their conviction have grown ever stronger through one struggle after another, and our grip on the levers of power ever more sure. It is sobering to recall that the women figured here not only never saw themselves honored by works of civic art, none lived to see the 19th Amendment ratified in 1920. But they knew that voting was only a right worth fighting if we exercise it. We're coming up on a monumental election. Not only our rights, but our lives are at stake. We must motivate everyone to be touched by our voices, by our love, and a belief in a constitutional republic that every vote must count. As we have seen, change begins in the streets. But to be effective, it must lead to the voting booth. This year, that franchise, won for us by these smart, courageous women, is once again our most important civil right. Now it is my distinguished pleasure to introduce Heather Nessel, the president of New York Life Foundation, a dedicated, and I mean dedicated, phenomenal, monumental woman board member, and my love, a true Upper West Sider.
Thank you, Gail. In the summer of 2016, I was home on maternity leave after having my second child, my daughter Paige, and I read about the Monumental Women effort. I couldn't believe it, and I vowed then and there to be a part of it. And my company, New York Life, agreed and issued a $500,000 challenge grant to make the statue a reality. That was in no small part due to our relationship with Susan B. Anthony, who was one of our first female policy owners. Her father, brother, and brother-in-law were agents of the company, and she used the cash value of her policy to actually get the first women admitted to the University of Rochester. A few months after that, I put Paige in my baby carrier, I grabbed my son Ben's hand, and I went to vote for the first female presidential candidate to be nominated by a major political party. After we voted, I asked somebody to take a picture, this picture, that hangs in my daughter's room. And it reminds her and my son Ben that they can strive to be anything they want to be, as long as they try hard and participate actively in our democracy. I mention this now because it is my great honor to introduce the woman that I voted for that day, the former senator from the great state of New York, Madam Secretary Hillary Rodham Clinton.
Oh, thank you. Wow, a very, very special thanks to all of you, particularly to Pam Elam. Thank you, Pam, and to the Board of Monumental Women for not only developing the idea of this statue, but persevering, fundraising, advocating, and then finally seeing that dream come true. And thank you for commissioning Meredith Bergman to sculpt it. Meredith, congratulations on your work and on breaking the bronze ceiling in Central Park with the Women's Rights Pioneers statue. And thank you, Heather. Thank you so much, Heather Nestle, and to New York Life Insurance Company for your strong support of this endeavor. And I love the idea that Susan B. Anthony's father and brother and her entire family was involved with New York Life Insurance Company way back when. And thanks to the thousands of donors, including the Girl Scouts. I was a Girl Scout and I loved hearing about your commitment to this, who chipped in with matching funds. And I want to thank all of the officials, appointed and elected, who are here, both in person and virtually, and in particular, Lieutenant Governor Kathy Hochul, Congresswoman Carolyn Maloney, who carries on the battle for the Equal Rights Amendment, and also is now leading the charge to save our post office, so thank you very, very much. To my longtime friend, Borough President Gail Brewer, if you want something done that's hard, ask Gail to do it, because she will totally persevere. And to City Council member Helen Rosenthal, all of you took to heart Susan B. Anthony's famous decree that failure is impossible. I'm also really pleased that we could gather today for this event because with all that's going on, that wasn't guaranteed, but it seems especially appropriate that today on Women's Equality Day, we are unveiling a new statue in Central Park for the first time in over 6 decades. The first statue of real, non-fictional women. The first statue of an African American. And significantly, a statue that depicts 3 great Americans working together. As you know, 100 years ago last week, Tennessee became the last state needed to ratify the 19th Amendment to the Constitution. That was the culmination of a decades-long struggle, and most of the women who took up that fight never lived to see the promised land. And many of those women were New Yorkers, like Sojourner Truth, who told the Ohio Women's Rights Convention in 1851, if the first woman God ever made was strong enough to turn the world upside down all alone, these women ought to together be able to turn it back and get it right side up again. Like Susan B. Anthony, whose arrest, which she was very proud of, for the crime of voting while female in 1872 was covered in the New York Times the next day under the heading, Minor Topics. And like Elizabeth Cady Stanton, who never forgot that she and her fellow suffragists were fighting not for themselves alone, but for the generations that would follow. These three women worked side by side, not only on suffrage, but also on abolition. All three wanted universal suffrage for all Americans and were not happy when men of color got the vote without women. They had passionate disagreements, and Sojourner Truth spoke out against the racism she experienced as a black woman, including too often at the hands of white suffragists. Because while the passage of the 19th Amendment was a critical, important, historic victory, it was also an incomplete one. It would take decades longer to guarantee the franchise for women of color, especially Black and Native American women, and a century later, the struggle to enforce the right to vote continues. We're still fighting so that every eligible American can cast their ballot and know their vote will be counted regardless of race, age, or geography. As Sojourner, Susan, Elizabeth understood, we are all freer when every one of us is free. Our democracy belongs to all of us. Now, heading into 2020, there were plans to celebrate the Centennial with public events, exhibitions, marches to the polls. And well, the pandemic changed all that. Events were canceled, exhibitions pulled down. Millions of Americans worried that these unprecedented circumstances might hurt the hopes we all have for the future of our country, including even the hope that they will be able to vote safely. But our current circumstances aren't as unprecedented as some might think. Remember, in the fall of 1918, during the suffragists' final push for the vote, there was another pandemic sweeping the nation. Hundreds of thousands died here in the United States, and hope of passing the amendment started to fade. But the suffragists persisted. Yes, they postponed events. They wore masks. They held socially distanced gatherings, but they also marched and protested. And many women, including women of color, risked their lives to serve as nurses on the front lines against the epidemic and during the World War that was also going on. And between the tireless organizing and the brave contributions of women to their country, the tide of public opinion began to turn. And less than a year later, women won the right to vote. So our charge now, as we stand in the great river of history, is to take the stories of the women in this statue and carry them forward into our schools, the media, onto social media, into our lives. I hope everyone will promote not only the statue, but the efforts that Monumental Women is undertaking to ensure that this is the first of many statues of pioneering. There is nothing more important, however, to honor the women portrayed in this statue than to vote. That is the best way to lead America forward, as a suffragist used to say, forward through the darkness, forward into light. Thank you for making sure we are reminded of that here in Central Park.
It's now time to unveil the Women's Rights Pioneers Monument. The back of the pedestal contains these words: donated by Monumental Women to the City of New York to honor women's history. Dedicated on August 26, 2020, the 100th anniversary of the ratification of the 19th Votes for Women Amendment to the United States Constitution. To assist me with the unveiling countdown are representatives of the Girl Scout troops that helped build this monument with their advocacy and donations of cookie money. They will stand at their seats when I call their names, and then together we will count down the unveiling. Pippa, Story, Jaya, Sophia, Catalin, are you ready? The Today Show is not ready, so we may be. So just as soon as they give me the word, we will count down 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. You're welcome to join us. Until that time, we waited 7 years, we can wait a few more minutes, right? And now, that was a sign. No, it was the no sign. 30 seconds. Well, you know, it gives me another opportunity to say that monumentalwomen.org is available to assist you in anything you want to do in terms of honoring women. It doesn't have to be a statue. It could be a street sign. It could be a plaque. It could be a garden, you know. The Parks Department seems to really love those. But it can be anything in order to show our respect to the women who've come before us. So I think that was 20 seconds, wasn't it? Stand by. The Girl Scouts are ready. We're all ready. We'll count 5, 4, 3, 2, 1 when we get the signal. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Would you please stand up? Thank you, Meredith. It's gorgeous. Everyone will have an opportunity to take as many photos as you want in just a moment. And now we will find out if the Today Show is finished and then move along with the program.
I was born a slave in Ulster County, New York. They called me Isabella Baumfree, but after I left that house of bondage, I gave myself a new name, Sojourner Truth.
I was born Elizabeth Cady in Johnstown, New York. When I married Henry Stanton, we first lived in Boston, but then moved to the outskirts of Seneca Falls in upstate New York.
I am Susan B. Anthony. I was born into a Quaker, anti-slavery family, and as a young woman became a teacher.
We little dreamed when we began this contest, optimistic with the hope and buoyancy of youth,
that half a century later we would be compelled to leave the finish of the battle to another generation of women.
But, my friends, there is an army of them now where we were but a handful.
With such women consecrating their lives, failure is impossible.
Me llamaban Isabella Baumfree, pero después de que dejé la casa de servidumbre, me di un nuevo nombre, Sojourner Truth.
Yo nací Elizabeth Cady en Johnstown, Nueva York. Cuando yo me casé con Henry Stanton, vivimos de primero en Boston, pero después nos mudamos a las afueras de Seneca Falls, al norte del estado de Nueva York.
Yo soy Susan B. Anthony. Yo nací en una familia cuáquera en contra de la esclavitud. Y como una mujer joven, me convertí en maestra.
No nos imaginamos tanto cuando empezamos esta pelea, aún siendo optimistas y llenas de esperanza y energía por ser jóvenes.
Que medio siglo después, nosotras tendríamos que ceder el final de la batalla a otra generación de mujeres.
Pero, mis amigas, hay un ejército de ellas ahora, donde antes nosotras éramos unas cuantas.
Con tales mujeres consagrando sus vidas, el fracaso es imposible.
Good morning. I'm Ariel Deutsch, a proud board member of Monumental Women. It is my great honor to introduce the artist, Meredith Bergman, whose incredible monument we celebrate today. Meredith's talents are only matched by her commitment to social justice and historical redress. Through her public art across the nation, she brings history to life and inspiration to us all. It is such a privilege to have her statue live here in our very own Central Park. From the bottom of our hearts, we thank you, Meredith.
Thank you, Ariel. It's lovely. Today, we present a labor of love to you, to New York, and to the world. A labor of love is done for the love of the work itself, done without any assurance that the work will be rewarded, and done with all the intensity that drives us, intensity that is never easily welcomed by those around us. I've labored to make these bronze figures embody what each of these three women most loved. Sojourner Truth loved speaking the truth. Her voice was her weapon and her art. It was said of her that she carried the people by storm, possessing a heart of love and a tongue of fire, combining power and sweetness in that great warm soul and that vigorous frame. Here, among this collection of statues, she will be, as Nell Irvin Painter called her, the electrifying black presence in the white crowd. Susan B. Anthony loved to organize, strategize, and win. Stanton compared her to a Doric column. So simply, so grandly she stands, supporting her one vast idea, the enfranchisement of women. Anthony once complained to her diary, "I love to make history, but hate to write it." Elizabeth Cady Stanton loved to write. Vivian Gornick wrote that for Stanton, only the love of thinking could harness the resentment over inequality. It gave her the energy to care for 5, 6, 7 children during the day and sit down at midnight at the kitchen table to write a 2-hour speech that demanded to know what it means to be a human being. These three women loved freedom and wanted it for themselves. They led a revolution against the definition of woman that denied them the liberty to fulfill themselves. They made common cause to fight for the abolition of slavery and the right to vote. Look at them and realize that at this moment somewhere, women are sitting together at a kitchen table working to change the world. This was a deeply gratifying project for me to pour my love into, and I got to work with many wonderful people. Pam Elam and the board members of Monumental Women, who were unfailingly supportive and encouraging. Professors Nell Irvin Painter, Margaret Washington, Darcy Grimaldo Grigsby, and Darcy's graduate students who gave me thoughtful and useful comments. My skilled and talented assistants, Patrick Piggott, Emily Bedard, and Kate Herslin. The artisans at Digital Atelier, Sculpture House Casting, John Stevens Shop, Granite Importers, Ottavino Stoneworks, and the UAP Talix Foundry. Susan Baggs, Richard Southwick, and Kat Monahan at Beyer Blinder Bell Architects. And my husband and project manager, Michael Bergman, and our son, Dan, who told me, I look at the monument and realize that we should all do what we love for the good of others. And now, Parks Commissioner Mitchell Silver, who lifted a 70-year moratorium on new statues to welcome this monument.
I am honored to welcome these women's rights pioneers to Central Park. Welcome home, Susan B. Anthony, Elizabeth Cady Stanton, and Sojourner Truth. With this work, we pay tribute to the monumental accomplishments of these brave and dynamic women who fought for equal rights. Their work still impacts us 100 years later. This sculpture is the first in Central Park in decades, and there's no better way to break our moratorium than this tribute. As the first monument in Central Park depicting real women, it highlights the importance of equity in our parks and beyond. Equity is at the forefront when we envision public spaces so they serve all New Yorkers. This work embodies our present values and affirms what can be accomplished with collaboration and resolve. 1 century after the 19th Amendment was ratified, it is clear we still have a lot of work to do to ensure that all voices are heard. These women fought for what they believed in and held on to hope despite challenges. Like them, in a time of crisis, we hold on to hope and unveil this statue in an election year when we can see the nation's first women vice president. Parks and public spaces and those we honor in them are fundamental to the practice of democracy. In the most democratic of parks, this statue of Susan B. Anthony, Elizabeth Cady Stanton, and Sojourner Truth reinforces the principles of democracy for generations to come. We're happy to have been part of this journey from the beginning, and thanks to monumental women, Borough President Gail Brewer, and the Central Park Conservancy, together this day is possible.
I'd like now just to take 1 minute to thank some of the many supporters that have helped us get to where we are today. And while I couldn't possibly list them all right now, please know that we appreciate every single contribution. To start, the Board of Monumental Women, led by our fearless leader, Pam Elam, Brenda Berkman, Judalyn Cassidy, Ellen Chesler, Ariel Deutsch, Gary Ferdman, Colleen Jenkins, Namita Luthra, Meredith Mascara, Miriam Midzine, and David Spalding. Our marvelous sculptor, Meredith Bergman, her husband, Michael, and son, Dan. Our project managers from Beyer Blinder Bell, Richard Southwick, Susan Baggs, and Kat Monahan. Our phenomenal pro bono lawyers, Rebecca Rodell and Hannah Merrick, and the Lawyers Alliance for New York. They had to do a lot of work. Parks Commissioner Mitchell Silver, Community Boards 5, 7, 8, 10, and 11. The Girl Scouts, where would we be without the Girl Scouts? Jen Jones and Cynthia Hornig from Women You Should Know. Our wonderful videographer, Emily Dombrov, the actors voicing Truth, Anthony, and Stanton for our Talking Statues narration, Jane Alexander, Viola Davis, America Ferrara, Rita Moreno, Zoe Saldana, and Meryl Streep. Not too shabby. Talking Statues scriptwriter Joanne Parent, the late great Diana Balmari, other key donors including American Express Foundation, the Ford Foundation, the Johnny Walker Company through Jane Walker, Acton Family Giving, Catherine Cosenza Butler, Brenda Berkman, J.P. Morgan Chase, Ann Delaney, Old Navy, the Puffin Foundation, Morgan Stanley, and the Wegge Foundation. And last but certainly not least, 2 women with whom we would not be here today. Penelope Cox, Director of Events in the Manhattan Borough President's Office, and the Manhattan Borough President herself, Gail Brewer. And it's now my pleasure to introduce my fellow board member, Judalyn Cassidy.
I warned you we were going to have to flex a little bit. So before Judalyn comes up, I just want to offer you a quick look back at the 7-year journey to put the monument in Central Park. So please direct your attention to the screen.
"42 million people visit Central Park each year, and soon they will finally see some real monumental women. It is fitting that the first statue of real women depicts 3 New York women who dedicated their lives to fighting for women's rights. This monument conveys the power of women working together to bring about revolutionary change in our society. It invites people to reflect not just on these great women and their work for equality and justice, but on all the monumental women who came before us. It's an instant history lesson. It challenges us to continue the fight for full equality for women in our lifetimes. Our Women's Rights Pioneers Monument will make a lasting statement to all future visitors in Central Park. A message written in stone and shaped in bronze that we all can and must move history forward.
Woohoo! Good morning, everyone. My name is Judalyn Cassidy, and I'm a proud board member of Monumental Women. The next segment you will hear in our program includes statements from descendants of monumental women Elizabeth Cady Stanton, Susan B. Anthony, and Sojourner Truth.
Hello, Elizabeth Cady Stanton is my great-great-grandmother. My name is Colleen Jenkins, and we're here to celebrate the 19th Amendment of the U.S. Constitution. What is the key sentence? Let me read you the key sentence. The right of citizens of the United States to vote shall not be denied or abridged by the United States or any state on account of sex. That's what we're celebrating the Centennial today. It's a great honor to be part of a national celebration.
Hello, my name is Marcy Magnetta, and I am a relative of Susan B. Anthony. This statue represents generations of women who have fought for equal rights and are still fighting today. Most importantly, we hope that younger women carry on our mission. Thank you so much for making this such a special day. And remember, get out there and vote. It's a human right.
What does this monument mean to me? It means hope. As a 7th generation granddaughter of Sojourner Truth, this monument isn't just here to remind us of our past. It's not just here to remind us of the works that these 3 amazing women accomplished, but it's here to remind our future, to continue to stand up for what's right. Continue to stand up for what you believe in. Continue to stand up for equality, for equal justice. Continue to stand up for what you know is true, what you know is good, and what you know is right. It's here to remind us to continue to stand. As this statue stands, so shall we.
Our sincere thank you to everyone and the participants of today's program. We are honored by your support and inspired by your words. For those of you watching online, don't leave. Even though the event in the park is ending, you at home can continue to watch all the great pre-recorded voices that includes history, well wishes, messages of hope from youth, and inspiration from supporters of all ages. The program can also be accessed later in the day on Monumental's website, YouTube channel, and Facebook page. Everyone is encouraged to support the continuing work of Monumental Women by visiting our website, monumentalwomen.org, and requires cash, donating. Tell your friends, families, colleagues about Monumental Women and come visit the Women's Right Pioneer Monument. So I want you to be safe, be well, be kind, and take care of each other. Let's all continue doing the hard work until full equality is achieved for everyone. Now, I want you to enjoy Women's Equality Day and exercise the rights that these women fought for and take it to the ballot. That's where it's going to matter, and vote. Thank you.
I'm the CEO of Girl Scouts of Greater New York, and I'm also a board member for Monumental Women.
Very nice. So tell me a bit about the involvement of Girl Scouts in today's event.
Sure. So Girl Scouts always have advocacy and civic engagement and activism right at the center of all of our work that we do. We teach girls to use their voice, to find things in their community that they want to change and to go out and change them. And many years ago, so 5-6 years ago, these little girls, who are now no longer little girls, did the research and were very disappointed to know that in their own backyard in New York City, there was no representation in Central Park of real women. And they decided to do something about it. And at the same time, Monumental Women was forming, and the two met, and girls decided they were going to raise their voices and raise money to help erect this statue. And to also make sure that girls all across New York City, and then in every city and every town across this country, needs to know, and girls need to see themselves represented in statues, in paintings, in municipal artwork, to know that our place in history is valid, and those girls' place in history is just as valid and more important now than ever, and for them to make sure that they use their voices and continue to do the work that they need to do and be leaders.
Yes, and I love the fact that the Girl Scouts were so hands-on in helping to make this happen. Like, it was very personal.
It was very personal. You know, we really blazed trails, and Girl Scouting. So, for instance, 72% of female senators were Girl Scouts. 50% of women who own businesses and are in the top business positions were Girl Scouts. So Girl Scouts is really teaching girls to become leaders, to use their voices, and to make a difference. And so to see them involved in this and leading the way they do is no surprise for me, because it's what I get to see and do happening every day. But it really is it's the core of what Girl Scouting is about. And it happens all over the place. This is so historical because it is such a first. But again, when you look at projects that have changed and moved the needle for women's movement and for girls throughout history, Girl Scouts has been involved all the time.
Yes, indeed. I was a former Girl Scout, actually. It seems like everybody was.
It's the power of what a cookie can do. And people think sometimes, oh, Girl Scouts, it's really cute, and they sell cookies or they do something. Like, well, you know, you have a young woman who's starting a business, and then who decides where she wants to budget that money to go and how she can make a difference in the world. And of course, it's business and entrepreneurship, and it's STEM, and it's advocacy, and it's really putting girls in the position to use their voice and feel empowered.
Yes, absolutely. And when I spoke to the girls earlier, they're, first of all, just blown away by how well-spoken and just so smart and sharp and really, really know their history that I don't think that I knew my history that well when I was their age.
Yeah, you know, and I think that generationally, I think we all have learned history and have it retold to us in different ways. And I think this generation, born into technology, Gen Z has a very different lens of how the world is brought to them. They can go and they can find it and they can fact check and they have access, and the world is so much smaller because it's in their fingertips. And that's empowering. And that's really empowering, I think, for the generation of young women, because there's a connection. There is that sisterhood and that sense of belonging community where they do speak up. But I got to tell you, our future is in the best hands. When you talk to those girls, you know, it's the future is not only female, it's a really good female.
Yes, they got this.
They got it.
Perfect. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Thanks so much.
Appreciate it. Do you think that you girls will be back here at Central Park with your signs protesting for more?
Definitely. It really has showed us, this whole process has showed us that we can do anything basically when we put our minds to it, and we have such an impact. Honestly, we've been here from day one, and just to see that it's really here in Central Park shows that we really can do anything.
And if you were to describe how important this is to, let's say, classmate, how would you describe it?
I would say that this is one of the most important moments, I think, in suffrage and feminist history, or herstory, because it is the first moment when a real statue of a woman, historical woman, is in Central Park. And Central Park is, I think, one of the most tourist-visited places in New York City. So I think it's really important that tourists and people that come can see a woman being represented. And it also displays how, like, our democracy and how our society has women and how we aren't equal yet. And we are still fighting for it, but I think it is an amazing step in the right direction.
Perfect. Thank you, girls. You guys are awesome. I really appreciate it. Thank you.
Have to make sure my mask is off. Good afternoon. Hello, Monumental Women. My name is Sharon Nelson. I am the CEO of Civically Re-Engaged Women, also known as CREW. Congratulations. The day is finally here on this wonderful Women's Equality Day, August 26th. Want to congratulate on behalf of all of the women advocates that are out here doing all of this work, to Monumental Women, to you, Pam Elam, to you, Colleen Jenkins, as well as your board members, colleagues, and collaborators. We thank you. We thank you for this amazing day where we're here to unveil the statue of Elizabeth Cady Stanton, Sojourner Truth, and Susan B. Anthony. This is so amazing and my heart is so filled. And on behalf of many of the women advocates, I just wanted to say thank you and let you know how important this day is for many reasons. Not only are there centuries worth of unsung women heroes that we're paying tribute to as a result of this auspicious occasion, but before the many more that are to come. We have the little girls and yet unborn little girls who will know this day where the statue in Central Park was unveiled, where they can see a powerful image of women who look like them, whether they be black, white, or other, but just the fact that women are bonding, and we're here to say that we helped build this country, and we are here to claim our rightful place in this more perfect union. So we thank you, Monumental Women, for this amazing occasion and this opportunity to be part of a sisterhood, to be part of a solidarity, to be part of a movement that matters. And we hope to see many, many more statues coming in 2021 and beyond. I thank you again, Pam Elam and Colleen Jenkins, for your amazing hard work, and continue onward, as they say.
100 years since women earned the right to vote.
Absolutely.
And we're going to be celebrating it in a big way. What was your concept? What's your idea?
Well, you know, nationally, this is a very, very big deal because it's the centennial celebration of the 19th Amendment, which is what the amendment in the Constitution that gave all the women the right to vote. And women have struggled for 72 years to get this right. And it really was remarkable because it's never easy. And I want to highlight and we want to just celebrate the nameless and the faceless because there are millions, gazillions of women who are in the movement that never get any of the credit. You know, of course, we know our iconic women, but it's really, really important that this is a celebration for all of us and that all of us can see ourselves somewhere in here.
To celebrate that right that people sometimes often take for granted is the reason that I wanted to help you and I wanted to be there. And you've got a great day planned. What's going to be happening for us in July?
So we have a couple of things. First of all, let me give a shout out to our legacy co-chairs. We're going to be welcoming the 3-time great-grandson of Frederick Douglass, the 3-time great-grandniece of Harriet Tubman, the great-granddaughter 3 times over of John Brown, as in John Brown at Harper's Ferry. And we have Manuela Roosevelt, who is the wife of David Roosevelt, who is the grandson of FDR and Eleanor Roosevelt. So
it's really amazing, really. I mean,
it just gives you chills when you think about it.
Hey guys, it's great to see you, to reconnect in the cybersphere. I want to introduce you first of all because everybody needs to know who we're talking to. And I don't know if the world is seeing you in the same order that I am, but I've got Vivian Lee to begin, left to right, then me, I'm Roma Torrey, Kristen Shaughnessy, and then on the bottom 2, Amanda Farinacci, followed by Janine Ramirez. You guys are just wonderful women. We're talking about a sisterhood, and you are definitely tops in my sisterhood, and it's always great to join you. When we talk about the theme of sisterhood, let's get to first, we are women, we are sisters deep down, but we're also working individuals. And I want to get a sense from any of you to share what a great day is at the office. As a woman, what has been a wonderful moment for you? What makes a good working situation? By the way, I can start for a second. For me, working in the newsroom has been such a joy whenever we're in a live event and we've got all of our systems running at the same time, and there's this sense of teamwork, and everybody's doing what they're trained to do, and they're all achieving their strengths. You know, for me as an anchor, it's the opportunity to coordinate so many disparate elements. And when it all comes together, well, there's really no writing at that point if there's a live event, but taking the visuals and taking all of the graphics and whatever is on social media and being able to put it all together into a coherent report that informs our audience the best way we can. To me, it's like a symphony. And that's what makes a great workday. Whether we're talking about women or men, that to me is the ideal work situation.
Well, for me, you know, I anchor, but I also am a reporter, so I'm out in the street a lot. And as a journalist, you're a storyteller. And a great day for me is really giving a voice to those people who don't have one, right? So television is a powerful medium, and those who see themselves on television or get their story or their message across on television, it empowers them. And so a great day for me is to tell that story that really brings out whatever issue it is that sort of, it elevates their story. And a lot of these people just don't have anywhere to go. They don't know how to get their story across. And so to be able to interview them, get their words, put it into a storyline, a 2-minute story, a powerful news piece, and get it out to the world. And now really, you know, we work in New York City, but this story, because of social media, could be seen all over the world. So really the impact could be great when you tell a good story.
Just to piggyback on those, I'm sorry, Roma.
Yeah, go ahead.
You guys sort of nailed it, Roma. You describing the live situation. As a reporter, you want to be the person who is taking the toss from you, who's watching and explaining the situation from the scene as it's unfolding. That's like a lot of work and a lot of stress, but also like a lot of adrenaline and a lot of fun. And I know that sounds silly a little bit, but that's sort of the high that gets you through so many hours and so much stress and so much being so on. And then at the same time, I think that there's a nice balance being the person who gets to tell the story, like Janine mentioned, that has not been told before, right? Where you know you're going to have, your story is going to be out there and it's going to have like a kind of a gut punch impact where you are giving voice to people who don't have it, where you're raising an issue that hasn't been appropriately or adequately addressed before, and you're the person who found it, who researched it, who sort of like hit it, you know, brought it all the way home. And so it is a different kind of fun, but also like you put the piece out there and then you sort of watch the ripple effect, right? And that's like, for me, where I get my highs, I guess. Yeah. Those are the good days.
Yeah, well, you know what it is? The whole notion of having a voice and being able to use our voice in a unique or powerful way really does make my day. But the other side of the coin, though, is that, you know, we talk about the suffragists and all that they managed to accomplish, that they gained a voice when they won the right to vote. But even today, 100 years later, a lot of women don't have a voice, or if they do have a voice, they don't use it to speak up. And so the other side of the coin is, have you guys ever experienced situations where you've been in a work situation and you were scooped, or because you were a woman, you were taken advantage of, or you had to defer to a male presence in the newsroom? Has that ever been your experience? And Vivian, let me start with you. Has that been something that you can share?
You saw me nodding, like
yeah.
It's happened on a couple of occasions in different jobs when I was much younger, and I had found a story, and there was one in particular that I remember. It was a story that another senior reporter had actually touched on, but I was updating it with a new development. So what that ended up happening, to my surprise, was a meeting was called with me, the senior reporter, and the managing editor. And the three of us kind of hammered it out. And I guess I felt the bull rising in me in terms of like a serious anger and some consternation that I was facing this in that day and age. And I pushed back. And I actually turned to the managing editor and said, so when stories are a few years old and somebody who's more senior says, no, that was mine because I touched it several years ago, is that reason enough to have that person continue to cover that story? And I remember the managing editor and I had a great relationship, and he agreed with me. He agreed that I should be able to take it. And I don't think my relationship with that more senior reporter was ever the same again, but that was an example of being big-footed. I think there was a gender-based impulse behind that treatment, and probably my age might have had something to do with it. Maybe that senior reporter thought I was too much of a whippersnapper to try and take on a subject that reporter had already touched. So yeah, it's a very disheartening feeling, but it feels great when you stand up for yourself and fight back and prevail.
Yeah. Here, Vivian. Way to go. And Deb, have you had a similar experience?
You know, I can't think of like any specific example like Viv has had, but I think we've all just kind of run into roadblocks in our career where you can kind of feel the weight, where you have to find your voice and stand up. So,
Amanda, I think you once told me you had experienced something similar to that.
A couple of actually it's happened to me a lot of times where I delivered the sort of the original tip that led to the big story. I did the first big story, and then more resources or more help or more support went to a male who was either a political reporter or somebody that they deemed sort of quote unquote more appropriate. There were obviously some gender issues there that should pick up on the continuing, coverage of the thing that I first brought to the table. It's infuriatingly frustrating to feel like you have innovated something and you've brought and delivered something unique and amazing. And even if it's not really amazing, you just get that sort of high at knowing that you've done something, that you've brought something exclusive, or you've got a scoop, and then realize that like it doesn't matter. Even though you were the original, it's just going to go to somebody with, someone else that's probably not a woman or me.
All right, I'm going to describe a behavioral trait, and tell me if this resonates at all with any of you. That women tend to be self-defeating, that they second guess themselves. They don't think maybe they measure up to some of their other colleagues, particularly male colleagues. And they often apologize for not being better. Is that something that any of you can relate to? Kristen, I see you smiling.
yeah, I mean, I think I had a really bad habit of saying sorry to the point where I recognized it, and I try not to do that anymore because I wasn't apologizing really. It was just sort of, that's a female thing to do. I think for a lot of women, maybe not for you guys, but so I had to break that habit. I think as you get older, you find your voice. And I always felt like I knew my voice, but you're also supposed to be polite, and you're supposed to have a certain temperament, and you're not supposed to push back, so that you have to find a way to do that, but still hold your ground, and still you can still be polite, but you got to hold your ground.
Yeah.
But it seems like men don't care about that, right? Men don't care about being polite. They say what they need to say because they feel like they have the authority to say it. And women, when they second guess themselves, do I have the authority to say this? Should I be saying this? Should I weigh in? Should I just step back? Because you don't want to be deemed as, oh, she's such a bitch. She comes in there and she just, is trying to take over. And, it's just the whole thing. It's being assertive versus being, you're right, like a bitch. Like, you just don't want to be in that category.
Yeah. So it's different labels, don't you think, Janine? In terms of, a woman is described one way and a man would be described as powerful. It's just, you're going to get if you do the same thing, you're going to get a different label if you're a female.
Right. Yeah. On this particular, but a woman's a diva, right? Like,
right.
Same idea.
Well, one time I did a story, and it was written up. The press wrote up the story of Hurricane Sandy coverage, and I was described as chatty. Chatty. Would a man ever be described as chatty because I talked a lot during my live shots? Never.
They would be described as informative.
Right.
Yeah. Authoritative. Yeah.
Well, and also
authoritative.
men, when men are forceful, they're aggressive, and that has a positive connotation. When women are forceful, you said it, they're overly assertive, they're bitchy, and I wish we could change that perception in our own work situations, but also from the public, because I sometimes, you know, and unfortunately through social media, people are just chime in anonymously and say, you know, the most insulting things to me, but oftentimes they resent if I say anything that has, well, I hate to use a strong opinion. I don't render opinions, but if I call somebody out in an interview, for example, if they're lying or whatever, they jump down my throat. When a guy does it, they go, here, he's being tough. He's a great interviewer, you know?
Right.
So
I think a lot of it starts with recognizing first how we all were raised and what generation we were raised by, and from what generation we belong to. Because I catch myself telling my daughters, keep your voices down. And it's funny because I've only in the last couple of years realized how much I heard that as a young girl. And I don't want to pass on to my daughters that they should not voice an opinion, not stand up for themselves, but volume has a lot to do with how you're conditioned, like the level of volume that is considered appropriate for both boys and girls at this age. And I catch myself doing that. So now what I try to do is counter that by saying, okay, we are not in a place where we can use our outdoor voices. If you have something to say, ask for my attention first. Just say, please, Mom, can I say something? And I try to couch it in a different way, because that is definitely not something that I grew up with. And when I entered news, I kind of felt like this is a business where everybody's opinion helps to make the final product, and everybody's opinion will be valued and cherished, whether you say it privately, like in a story meeting, or publicly as an anchor or reporter. That is not the case. Even our own business is deeply affected by these generalizations that I think we all become socialized with.
You know,
100 years later, we're still dealing with it, right?
No, we are. And, you know, I can extend that socialization to, I think we end up giving the perception that we're undeserving of perhaps the money that we get or the accolades or whatever. And it goes back to that whole, we apologize too much. But I think oftentimes we feel that maybe we don't deserve the salaries that our male colleagues get. And I'm just wondering, have any of you experienced that, where you didn't fight for a comparable salary that you really did deserve, but you just felt like, well, who am I? I don't think I'm worth that much money, for example. Have you ever had that experience?
I actually did fight, and I asked for a lot more than I was making, just to let them know I knew what my worth was. I had also found out what the guys were making who had less experience and hadn't been there as often. And I think, Janine, you and I were the first ones to share our salaries. This was years ago, probably 20 years ago, maybe 19 years ago. And it was helpful because, you know, we started knowing what people were making, what we were making, and it really helps you negotiate. And I will tell you what my brother-in-law, who owns a company, said. I've never had a woman come to me and ask me for a raise. Never.
Really?
25 years, 30 years.
The men do, right?
Men always do. Yep.
Yeah.
And the women don't want to be seen as demanding, right? Oh, she's so demanding. But when men go in there being demanding, the same thing. It's like, that's okay. But for a woman, it's like, you know, who does she think she is coming in here demanding A, B, and C? So yeah, it's the perception of when a woman asks for something versus what a man asks for something.
Yeah, I actually went into a contract negotiation a long time ago saying, I don't want to be greedy, you know, and
then they have you right there.
Total undermining of your worth, right?
Because it's not about greed.
Right.
It's about pitting your worth based on your experience, where you've worked, what you've done, what you've achieved. That's not greed. I don't think a man would be accused of being greedy if he listed all of his accomplishments and where he managed to get them done.
Yeah.
It is the one area that can be an equalizer with an employer. If female colleagues or all colleagues share their salary, that makes you more powerful as a group.
Yeah.
And I think that you need that. Go ahead, Amanda.
When I was in high school, I worked at the Gap, and I worked with like 7 other friends. We all worked at the Gap. We all made like $12.50 an hour. We were all like very open about the fact that we made $12.50 an hour and, you know, whatever. And then once you sort of get to the real world, people just stop, as women, just stop discussing it. And so you can enter into this sort of very lonely realm of, you feel happy that you have a job, especially we work in news in New York City, the #1 market. You feel grateful that you've made it. Like me, I started out here, so I wasn't coming in from someplace else. So I was just like, oh, wow, I'm here. I'm going to take whatever they offer. But I had literally years of ignorance and not wanting to rock the boat and not wanting to be demanding or oversell myself or price myself out. Meanwhile, I know there are males who have either less experience or as much experience, who are making significantly more money than I am. And I have accolades. I have worked for 20 years but it's all because we are preconditioned almost since we're from college, the age to just sort of like, you know, I've had the same best friends my entire life. We don't even talk about money. And that's just, we did before we were younger, but once you get older and things start to get more real, it just becomes an uncomfortable conversation. And that's really something that needs to change, because like the information is power. Like I say to younger women now, like, guys, talk to each other and tell each other, because like, if you don't know what everyone else is doing, that's by design. That's meant to keep you at 80 cents or whatever on the dollar, right? I think it's the figure. That's purposeful.
If it's that, yeah, it might be 77.
It's already happening. There are people in their 20s who have told me, you know, the new thing now is to tell each other what we're making, especially if we're all going for the same kind of job. And it's kind of smart, because then it completely neutralizes competitiveness and almost puts the issue squarely in the lap of employers.
Who are counting on you not sharing. Yeah.
Exactly.
Yeah.
You know, I credit Janine for that, because I think you came to me, Janine, and I was like, you have to make a decision. Do you trust each other enough to do it? We didn't know we were friends, but we didn't know each other that well. We had both sort of started there. We weren't, you know, and it was a really good, smart move on your part.
Well, I think a lot of times women have to bond together, and the right information is power, and you empower each other so that when you go in there for your negotiation, you kind of know, you know, what your next move is. Like, what am I'm going to go in there and ask for this level because I know, you know what I mean, A, B, and C are making that, and I am in that category, and I should be at that level. And so to have that information, especially as a woman, because most of the time, the people that you're asking for a raise or a contract negotiation, they're men. And so the men are not, you know, you're already like at a disadvantage as a woman. With men looking at, oh, she's going to be demanding and she's going to try to sell herself and I'm more powerful than she is. So you're already going in there in a vulnerable position. And so to have information, that empowers you.
You know, and I will say, you should never be upset about if someone is making more than you shouldn't be upset about that, because that means you can make that too. That gives you a goal to reach for, and it only helps all women. And that should be the goal, to help all women, everybody really, not just women and men, but for women particularly, when it comes to pay, the more somebody makes, you should be happy for them.
Yeah, I think part of the problem is the competitive culture of the workplace. And, you know, maybe that's a generational thing, because I think young people are getting it now. They realize that there is power in sharing information. Mm-hmm. But for us, you know, I have to be honest, I didn't want to reveal my salary because I was afraid if that came out, then other people would want that salary. And then instead of raising others, I'd be lowered, you know, as if there is a finite amount of money to be given out and that we all have to share it, you know, equally. Right. Guys never think of it that way, you know, and that's part of the problem. And I think, you know, we really do have to open up to one another and, you know, make it, and share that kind of information. That's really strong. The whole notion, though, of women in a workplace being supportive has always bothered me too, because a lot of times people will ask me, you know, we have this lawsuit and they say, well, is your management male or female or whatever? And, granted, there are issues with male bosses, but women bosses can be equally unsupportive. And that has always struck me as so strange that women work against one another oftentimes when they're in leadership positions. And, we've had our share of some female bosses who've been actually worse than some of the male bosses. And they have judged us on our appearance. And, that's another area that, I think would be worthwhile to get into. The fact that we're in a business where we are judged based on cosmetics, hair, the wardrobe, the makeup, and all of that. And yet we're in a business that is all about imparting information, informing people. Men are not judged in the same way we women are. And so suddenly, and maybe this is the foxification of the news business, but suddenly well, I guess it's been building for a long time. Women are expected to be young and very pretty. The whole, the beauty queen syndrome. It's so frustrating to me as a woman that I have to look a certain way. I have to dye my hair. I can't go gray. There is pressure to Botox. By the way, I've not done it. Maybe I should say yet, but I really resist that whole cosmetic treatment there, surgical treatment. But what do you guys think about that? I mean, how frustrating is it to you that you have to go through all these machinations to look a certain way in order to be accepted on the job? Anybody?
I agree with you. I think the problem starts with the number of international, transnational media companies that are governed and led by men. I think there was a study put out some time ago that showed around the world there was like an appalling lack of female representation at almost every senior level of management in all the major media companies in America, and a few that were identified in Europe. There's that, as well as this seemingly age-old obsession with the idea that youth equals beauty, number one. And so what you need to do as a woman especially is preserve your youth as much as possible in order to at least start to fill in the equation that makes up and results in beauty. I think we are in a very optics heavy business. I think looking professional, looking like we take care of ourselves is a dominant kind of predisposition that I think every man and woman is subjected to when they enter any kind of business that puts them in the spotlight. However, there is much more leeway given to men to age, and that idea that they become more valuable as they age, the graying at the temples and maybe some more wrinkles on the face connote wisdom, experience,
gravitas,
but not the same to women.
Right.
And I think changing that, I know we had all had this discussion before, all of us with, I think I had asked you all, when did you realize that you had to start taking extra measures to preserve this idea of youth? And you all came up with your own examples of it. And it was really kind of just like really upsetting to know that this was a shared experience among women. And our business is in a lot of ways perpetuating it. There was that anchor in Australia. I think Australia, it was like the Today Show in Australia, where he wore the same outfit, the same jacket. And just
been a couple of them, yeah.
Yeah, and that went viral, and it touched off so many conversations in media newsrooms and media pens when people were working out in the field, where it was so apparent that it was true. The man was not bothered for having worn the same blazer every day. And he himself even called out his industry for having a different standard set for women.
Mm. And if a woman wore the same color 2 days in a row, it would be like an epiphany.
Right. A woman has to have season-specific colors and textures.
Green yesterday. What are you doing?
And yes, you know what? I have subscribed to the pressure. I have a rotating wardrobe account. I have not canceled it in this age of COVID. I've kept it. I'm only human, but I am aware that I'm under this pressure. I'm happy to discuss it out in the open because I think at least having that discussion about that double standard needs to start.
I agree. We started talking about having our voice, and I want to end this with a discussion on what happens when you use your voice to speak up and defend your rights, and suddenly you're retaliated against, or you fear you're going to be retaliated against. Obviously, we did speak up, and we have experienced retaliation, but what advice do you guys have, or what can you impart to other women who maybe don't want to go the route, obviously, of that extreme of filing a lawsuit, but how would you advise women who feel that they have been victimized in some way in the workplace and don't want their bosses to get away with it? What would you say to them?
Well, my new thing is document everything, because you know what? You go to your human resources department, and this is what really has, like, what I really learned throughout this whole process is that the human resources department really just works for the company. They work for the company. So they're really not looking out for an employee's best interest. They're really just, an internal investigation is for the company. So it's not, so I would just say just document everything for now, and kind of see if there's a pattern, see if there's other people within, with colleagues that you could talk to, but to turn everything over to human resources or to somebody within the company who's really just protecting the interests of the company is not a good idea.
Mm. And I would say just do it anyway. I would say if you feel strongly enough about the wrong that's been, done to you, then, and you are a woman who has XYZ set of beliefs, or and you feel like we all have daughters, and we think about what comes in the future. I would say that, I speak for myself, but I think we all agree on this. This has not been easy. This is not an easy road to go down. It hasn't been, we've had some moments of fun, lightness and laughter because we're friends, but mostly this has been really hard, but also really worth it. And I think that that's sort of the message that should be conveyed, is that anything worth changing is worth fighting for, and you do the work, because nothing easy ever, no big change ever comes easy, and so it's scary. Yes, retaliation stinks. Yes, being looked at a certain way by people is not comfortable, but oh well, it's not comfortable not being treated nicely. When we were being mistreated, that wasn't comfortable either. So at least here we can stand up and say, our back straight and hold our chins up high and feel like, what, I'm not going to be treated badly, and here's how I'm going to prove it to you. So, there is a lot, I get a lot of strength from all of you, but also just in knowing that if I was doing a story about this, I would commend the woman who spoke her mind and say, I'm so happy that I could give you the voice. Here's me giving myself that same courtesy. You know what I mean?
Yeah. I completely agree. And if you don't stand up, who is going to stand up? I think that's the question we all asked ourselves. And it's just going to continue and perpetuate if you don't stand up. And nobody has really stood up on this issue in our business. And, there's been a few, but not as a group. And it just became time. And at the end of the day, this is a huge issue. It is bigger than any of us. It affects, we have heard from women all over the world. So we know there's a problem, and it's time to just call it out and let the chips fall where they may.
And you know what, ladies, this is where sisterhood comes in, because, we were talking earlier about the importance of sharing with one another. I don't think we would have gotten this far if we hadn't started to talk to one another and share our experiences and our feelings of being marginalized and sidelined in the office. And suddenly we kind of realized we were joined by a similar treatment, similar experiences, and that's what allowed us to come together. I don't think individually we would have gotten very far at all. But together, as you know, the five of us, there is strength. And that's the value of sisterhood. So we can come full circle in this wonderful discussion with you, you four brilliant, beautiful ladies that I'm so proud to call my sisters. And you know what, I always end my little speeches or whenever I make any kind of presentation with that wonderful quote from Margaret Mead, because I think this gives strength to all women who feel that they need to speak up and they don't want to take it anymore. And the quote is always, never doubt that a small group of thoughtful, committed citizens, women, can change the world. Indeed, it is the only thing that ever has. So thank you all. And it's always an honor to share the same space with you, even if it is on a computer screen.
Right back at you, Roma.
Yeah, thanks.
Thanks, Roma. Thanks, guys.
Thank you.
Do not be afraid of arguing.
When I was a little girl, one of my 3 biggest dreams was to be president of the United States of America. And when I was 5 years old, I wasn't worried about whether voters would be ready for a woman president whenever it was my turn to run.
Let us stand strong together and hold these flames high and carry them forth into the future. Let us not allow them to be stuffed out, because we are the light. We stand for freedom. We stand for hope. We stand for justice. And we stand for a better tomorrow. So my friends, I tell you, this is what democracy looks like.
In 2020, we are going to celebrate the 100th anniversary of the passage and ratification of the 19th Amendment, which gave women the right to vote in our country. And all of you who are following in the footsteps of the incredible New York suffragists who made this happen. Women like Susan B. Anthony, Elizabeth Cady Stanton, Sojourner Truth, Harriet Tubman, who showed the nation that women and girls' voices truly matter. I'm U.S. Senator Kirsten Gillibrand.
1 year ago, over 10,000 of us gathered here, joining with over 5 million people marching in 999 marches in all 50 states, in 92 countries, and on all 7 continents. That was the beginning. Welcome to Seneca Falls. On the day of your birth, we will use to break dense walls of poverty and to loose all of these chains of ignorance, and so that you and us could march here as free women. And so you, to let your eloquence elevate people to heights they could only imagine, to remind people that each is as good as the other, no one is beneath or above the other, to take the hand of the despised, walk proudly into the high street, because other young women will see you there and they will be encouraged to do likewise, to ignore no vision which comes to enlarge your range and increase your spirit and your gifts. 100 years from now, when they celebrate the bicentennial of women winning the right to vote, how will we measure up and how will we be judged? And I didn't know that answer 1 year ago. But as 2017 ticked on and on and on, and more brave women came out of the shadows and spoke up and said, me too, it happened to me, and I want other people to stand together, I knew the answer to our question. We have had it. We say no more. It's over. It's over. It's over.
My grandmother, Rhoda Carpenter Johnston, was born in a teepee at an Indian village just outside of Silver Reef, Utah in 1887. 3 years later, she was an orphan. And so she was raised away from her people. Her assimilation was so complete that she didn't know she was Indian.
We don't know all of our history. We know the history that we're taught in school, or we know what some soundbite has given us. We know a little tiny piece, but we don't know, say, the whole story.
I wouldn't be sitting here speaking about my experience as a candidate to running for office if it wasn't because we have the right to vote today. And it's incredible to see in the past years more women stepping up in leadership, remembering how hard so many other women before me paved the path and opened the path for someone like me, an immigrant, a woman of color, to be able to run for office and to even vote today in this country, because the year of the woman and our time has come.
Harriet Tubman said, "I have freed 1,000 slaves. I could have freed 1,000 more if only they knew that they were slaves."
I am a suffragist fighting to be heard, fighting for all women to be heard. The time has come for a new direction. So I throw stones into the windows of power. I have thrown 48, I have thrown thousands. For this, I am locked up in an airless prison, rank with the stench of sweat, vomit, urine, feces, women's blood. They will say it's a book of poetry, but it's a bowl that I pitch at a high window, hit my mark that we might breathe.
Nothing worth fighting for is easy, of course, but we have done it before, and we need to step out of our comfort zone if change, positive change, is truly possible. Leave it to Gloria Steinem to put it all in perspective for us. She said, and I quote, "Any woman who chooses to behave like a full human being should be warned that the armies of the status quo will treat her as something of a dirty joke. She will need her sisterhood." And so, sisters, let us unite.
I pledge allegiance
You can't stop us!
to the flag of the United States of America,
It is an abomination.
with liberty and justice for all.
Thanks to heroes like Edith Windsor.
Let the record reflect, Doma was brought down by 2 New York City lesbians.
Elizabeth Cady Stanton said, "You ask for everything, and you ask for it always, because you're bound to get something." But I think embracing all the issues, all the time, in every front, is the way forward.
There are 100 years of pride, of legacy, that dictates that I am mandated to exercise my right to vote and make sure that whomever is in office is voting and supporting my interests.
So now I have an American Express card so I can tell the story that women fought for their own credit, so American Express had to give in. So carry an American Express card as a symbol of women's right to credit.
We haven't realized the promise of Seneca Falls when decisions about reproductive freedom are dictated by male politicians, or when women are still not paid the same as men.
As we all know, through the gift of women's history, we discover an historical treasure chest overflowing with the stories of women who serve to inspire and energize us. We learn of their strategies and tactics in the battle for equality. We learn of their courage and their imperfections. We look at the totality of their lives. We build on their work. We honor their memories. We vow to complete their journeys. A knowledge of women's history helps us understand the context of the struggle for equality, as well as the continuum of the fight for justice. Learning from a history which fully and fairly includes the vast and varied contributions of women and people of color offers a departure point in our search for social change. We rethink the past to reshape the future. History is all around us, and we are all historians searching for the truth.
Come on, everybody, put your hands together. It's got to get better. All over the world, listen to these words. People come. People come. People go. People go. Your life has been out of control. Out of control. You're confused. But don't worry. Don't worry your soul. It will get better. It's gotta get better. It will get better. It's gonna be better. It will get better. 'Cause God is in control, y'all.
Battling Bella Abzug was a New York political icon in the 70s, who in her political career as a member of Congress, as well as in her personal life, was a pioneer who fought for the rights of women, inspiring a new generation to take up leadership roles. 20 years after Bella Abzug's passing, her daughter, Liz, has continued her vision through her nonprofit organization, the Bella Abzug Leadership Institute, where young women and girls go through free courses, workshops, and training in preparation for becoming future leaders. Joining me now to talk about her organization, her mission, and her mother's legacy is founder and executive director of the Bella Abzug Leadership Institute, Liz Abzug.
Hi, my name is Liz Abzug. I'm the founder and executive director of the Bella Abzug Leadership Institute that trains young women, mostly, and girls, mostly of color, who are disadvantaged in leadership and debate. We've been around for about 14 years now, and before that, I've had a long career being a professor, a lawyer, and a consultant. And also, I am Bella Abzug's daughter, for those of you who remember her, as a vibrant and dynamic and hard, driving congresswoman from the 1970s. So I'm supposed to talk to you today about sisterhood with a purpose, and about a little bit about Bella Abzug, former congresswoman, in the context of 21st century feminism. When I thought about this, I have thought plenty in the last several days, obviously, about the Equal Rights Amendment, because we are very close, after 100 or 80 years from when it was first introduced and then reintroduced in the Congress in 1971 and 72, and now is still languishing in the House and the Senate because there's one more state that is yet to ratify. But we are very close. We are very close to having and passing this constitutional amendment to the United States Constitution that will make a 24-word sentence that will make men and women equal in all, implied in all spheres of life. And it'll make us as women have a stronger say in every sector, because we will feel the protection of the Constitution, not only through the 14th Amendment, but if there is ever a question, we are recognized as full citizens in the Constitution and legally. I grew up at the sort of broadside of the 70s feminist movement, which everybody knows, most people know is the second wave, considered the second wave of the feminist movement. When my mother was in Congress, she was one of 9 out of 235 members in the House, and there were 0, and I mean 0, women in the United States Senate. In fact, she was the first woman, just by way of background, in this state and in this city to run for United States Senator. This is well before Hillary and such. And the first woman to run for mayor of New York City at a time when women were treated in politics even worse than they are now. Although I shouldn't say that, because actually we've made some real progress by electing 105 women in the last cycle who are now House of Representatives, in the House of Representatives, which makes 24.3% or so of the House. And we have about 20% in the United States Senate. But the ridicule that the second wave feminists took in terms of breaking down the doors legally and politically and socially, in terms of trying to fight for equal rights, trying to establish basically some basic laws that we are operating on today, they really were the pioneers. Now, we can go back to 1920, and I'm thrilled that Sharon is holding this conference on the Centennial of the 19th Amendment. Here we are, 100 years later. So I ask you, should it have taken 100 years from when suffrage began and we won the right to vote to where we are today, still struggling to get an Equal Rights Amendment, mind you, which recognizes us as full citizens, even though there are other laws like Title VII, the Civil Rights Act of 1964, and the 14th Amendment that sort of protect us, and local, state and local human rights laws. It was really exciting to see how these women in the 70s and 80s broke the barriers, but it was also very hard and difficult. And my mother, who was an early fighter and leader of 20th century feminism, and really created the National Women's Political Caucus with Shirley Chisholm and Gloria Steinem and a few others, but whereby it was a bipartisan national political organization, they really took a lot of heat. These were the days when my mother actually, as Congresswoman, got $5 million appropriation for the National Conference in Houston in 1977, which was the first modern day national conference of women that we have ever had. And at that time, 20,000 women who are elected delegates from every state and territory in this country came and voted on a platform of everything that affected, issues that affected every part of women's lives. And Phyllis Schlafly, today you may know, Mrs. America is documenting that in a feature on television. You know, Phyllis Schlafly, who is the anti-choice and a very conservative woman, very shrewd, led the fight against that conference, creating a platform for women which covered everything, including everything from abortion rights to LGBT rights to in terms of care, really health care and child care, and a whole other bunch of issues, equality on the job and in all sectors of jobs. And she fought very ardently against my mother and the other feminists who created this amazing conference. But they were not to be deterred, because Bella and Gloria and Shirley Chisholm, were a mighty crew. And I gotta say that, they prevailed, because today we are still acting on a lot of those platform issues that they put together in 1977. Now, many of you may remember or not that it used to be that women couldn't get a credit card in their own names, or if they were single or divorced. That's ridiculous, right? This was in the 70s. I couldn't get a credit card, yet many women were, had the money, were breadwinners, often more, higher breadwinners than their husbands. And my mother thank God, passed what is called the Federal Fair Credit Opportunity Act, which enabled, for the first time, women to get credit cards in their own name without being married. And so that, along with Title VII, which protected women against sex and sexual harassment discrimination, which was alive and well and really was pushed in the 70s, those were the frameworks in which we were operating to struggle to where we are today. The ERA is 48-word sentence. You know that as women now, we make up 3/4 of the workforce, particularly since COVID, because women are dominant in the healthcare jobs, in being nurses and doctors and other healthcare aides today. So really, we have the power, both in the statistics and the numbers, and with the laws that led up to now, and the movements that rose out of the election of Trump, Me Too movement, the women's marches. They were amazing because they galvanized women and men of all ages, all over the world, all over this country, to highlight that women were the leaders and activists, and we were going to move forward and change discriminatory practices in this world and in this society. And we are not going to take any more being subjugated to a second-class position. And it was wonderful. I'm sure you'll agree to see all the women from all over, and girls, young men and boys, families, really stepping out in response, I feel, to the election of Trump. The most conservative, backwards president than we've ever elected in modern history. So what does that mean? It means that all of this, that we have a higher number than ever before in history of women in the United States House of Representatives of all backgrounds, faith, color, religion, ethnicities, who are taking the charge and moving our agenda forward, so that women are at the table, at the heads of the table, at the sides of the table, in the security negotiating, at the security levels internationally, although we're not still enough in that sphere, so that we are represented, and so that we can create a world and a country where it'll be the social norm, where women and men and boys and girls are equal. And I work with a lot of young women as a professor at Barnard College at Columbia University, young women and men, and now in the institute that I formed in my mother's name, the Bella Abzug Leadership Institute, to honor her legacy, is why I formed it, and to ignite this generation and the next generation of really achieving equality and being out there as the leaders that they aspire to be, and not have any shame in that regard. So I have a lot of hope, even though we're in a terrible time of COVID and political time led by, as we say, a sociopath Neanderthal of a president and some of his cronies. I have hope because we as a country, and we in New York State and City, as the women that are here, that are leading the charge of caring for the very ill and being at the front lines of COVID, and beyond that, being now in the workforce in greater numbers than we've ever been before, having 108 women in the United States House of Representatives and 25 in the United States Senate. And Speaker Nancy Pelosi, who, as we know, has really taken the gavel and moved us the needle way forward and is tough as brass. So we've moved forward from this dynamic of that women are aggressive, they're boisterous, they're overbearing. We know that happens on Fox News and on some TV cable stations, and in the society. But I think that women are now ready and are not going to take this anymore, any of that kind of discrimination. And in fact, if the ERA passes, and I hope very shortly, in the short amount of time that it will, I think that we will have achieved a milestone. You know, I am impatient because I've seen the civil rights movement develop. I saw the feminist movement develop, the anti-war movement, the gay rights movement. I've been fortunate that I had a ringside seat in terms of my own activism, but that I watched my mother, who stood for all those issues and was way ahead of her time, and the first congressperson to introduce a gay rights bill in 1974, a national gay rights bill that today is still being fought to be included in the Civil Rights Act, the Civil Rights Act of 1964. But anyway, here we are at this conference, Democrat, Republicans, Independent, really dynamic women from all over. Sharon Nelson, who pulled us all together to celebrate the Centennial. It's 100 years that we've fought for the rights we have today. My mother, who died in 1998, would have been 100 actually this year. And so there's a lot of emotions in this for me, and a lot of thought about where we've come and where we have to go. And I just want to say that I believe that we, as women and men who are our allies, understand that we've been doing things in pairs ever since Noah's Ark, all right? So why can't we share the power, the compensation in our salaries and in our work, share our the norms, share the fact and that we are, out there. We are strong. We are aggressive. We speak in a way that should be commanding. And I feel that this kind of conference is symbolic to bring women together to do that, no matter what your political affiliation, even though I myself am a progressive Democrat. But I think now we all have to really focus on getting this man out of the White House. And I think that many of us know that the destruction that he's caused in terms of dealing with COVID, but not only that, and many of our policies and laws turning back the clock is very damaging to the citizenry, all the citizenry of this country. So I would say at this conference, we should celebrate our sisterhood. We are here together for a couple of days to talk about all aspects of women's involvement in the world and in our country and our city. And I also hope that one day soon we might elect a mayor who is female of this city, because we've yet to have one, and that we elect, we had a wonderful slew of women candidates for president like we've never had before. I mean, it was, I'm sure you'll all agree, an incredible lineup, and all of those women have contributed much in their professional lives and to the debate of where this country has to go. I think almost any of them would be a great VP candidate. I think that a woman of color will be a VP candidate this round with Joe Biden, the nominee. Why do I think that? It's a gut sense and all about the fact that Black women and Latino women, but Black women in this country, and the male and female Black folk have always carried the vote nationally. They are the most reliable voters, and women in particular. In fact, they were the ones who really brought Hillary over the top. So we have a lot to be joyful about in a way. We still have a lot left to do. That's why I put my time into training the next generation, current generation of young women from middle school, high school, and in college to really grab this mantle of leadership. We still have, I've noticed, self-esteem problems with our young women. It's hard to believe, but we do. And we have to overcome that. And we do have the reminiscences of competition amongst women. We have to overcome that. But all in all, I think that we have the basis in which to move this country forward. And if we look internationally and we see all the women who are prime ministers and heads of state, I think there are about 10 of them now, and they are young. Many of them are young women. That shows you that in the world, United States of America is behind the times, that it is time for us to really, in the 21st century, change those dynamics. And I believe that we can. And I want to encourage all of us here today to do that, to take a role, to not just talk about it, but take an activist role in whatever context you can, to really fight for our rights, to get the Equal Rights Amendment passed, to make it so that women are paid as much as men, and there is not this continual pay gap. It has to be ended. I think now in this COVID situation, it couldn't be more obvious of that point when you see all the number of female nurses and female doctors who are taking the lead in caring for the ill all over this country. So I want to say we join together, no matter what our race, ethnicity, our religious, socioeconomic background. I think this is the time that in the first 20 years of the 21st century, that we are set up and we are able to, if we're able to use our power strategically and together, I think that we will accomplish great things. I want to thank you for listening to me, and I'm thanking the organizers for inviting me today. And I want to say, let's ignite the fire of this generation so that this generation and the next will feel that they are truly equal citizens and vibrant leaders in this country. Thank you.
CREWTV is a movement. We are civically re-engaged women, and this is the Seneca Falls Revisited virtual experience. It's CREW's Centennial celebration event commemorating 100 years of American women's right to vote. So go to CREWwomen.tv to get your subscription today.
No one else can be what
Do you know me? Well, American Express did not know me. Because when I was in the Congress of the United States and I applied for an American Express card, they said I couldn't get one unless my husband signed for it. So I called up Martin, my husband, and I said, what do you believe? You love me because American Express doesn't, and they want you to sign for my card. He said, I love you, Bella. I wouldn't trade you even for Joe Namath, but American Express is going to have to give you their own card, and I'm going to fight with you until we do. And so in the Congress of the United States, we passed a credit law in which we were able to get women to get their own credit. And so I didn't know whether I should really get an American Express card, but I decided I would so I could tell this story. So now I have an American Express card so I can tell the story that women fought for their own credit, so American Express had to give in. So carry an American Express card as a symbol of women's right to credit.
I'm Harold Holzer, and it's an honor for me to join in the celebration of the 100th anniversary of the 19th Amendment by celebrating the 100th anniversary of someone who used to represent the 19th Congressional District in New York City. And if that's an awful lot of numbers to digest, they hopefully add up to one extraordinary woman who was born the year women got the vote. And that's my friend and my boss, the late Bella Abzug. I'd be negligent if I didn't mention that this is another milestone in the life that we somehow were fated to share. It's the 150th anniversary of Hunter College, which is Bella's alma mater. She graduated in 1942. Hunter, I would say, changed her life, if for no other reason than it gave her exposure to lifelong pals like Min Kelber and Judy Lerner, who's still with us. Great teachers, great fellow students, activists all. And I know it meant a great deal to her. So I'm going to offer today a capsule race through, I guess, my life with Bella and Bella's life as I got to observe it and participate in it, with an eye on her role as an organizer. Her opponents often dismissed her as a rabble-rouser, but she was in fact a brilliant and effective coalition builder. As a lawyer, as a civil rights activist, organizing the first Mothers Against Nuclear Testing, and then ultimately formal organizations like Women's Strike for Peace and the National Women's Political Caucus. I met her, I will say, kind of as a prologue here in the middle of my talk, 51 years ago when I went to a place called the Pharmacy Center on West 69th Street in Manhattan with my wife-to-be. We were both reporters for a newspaper called the Manhattan Tribune, and we went to cover the first congressional debate for the 1970 race between Bella Abzug and Barry Farber, the radio host who died just a few days ago as I record. And we saw her for the first time, hat and all. And I should say, by way of explanation, that I intentionally put this hat in the background here in my den at home. And it is not a mere prop. It is Bella Abzug's hat, or one of them, which she was nice enough to give to me and sign inside the brim. So that is a Bella relic behind me. Anyway, that 1969 debate, framed at the dawn of the women's movement and the middle of the anti-Vietnam movement, was just revelatory. We both kind of just lost our hearts and our minds. Well, we didn't lose our minds, but we gave our commitment to Bella. Maybe we lost our minds. It was a good thing, though. And as we watched and reported and supported to the extent we could as journalists, as Bella built a candidacy against the anti-war movement and the women's movement, running against an entrenched pro-war congressman named Leonard Farbstein, who'd been there an awfully long time. and had defeated opponents like future Congressman Ted Weiss. And to complete this concentric circle, the man who was our publisher at the time, William Haddad, who owned the Manhattan Tribune and who also, as I speak, just passed away about a few days ago. Now, Bella got the nomination that year, or at least the reform designation, to be in the primary by organizing. There was a reform caucus, a big convention, and when it began, one of the organizers said to Bella, well, you can't bring in these women's groups and have them act as delegates. And Bella's famous reply was, that's what you think. And guess what? All of the delegates who represented women's organizations were seated. Bella got the designation, and she became the reform designee to run for Congress. And it was a wild primary. And she had shopping bags that said, carry Bella to Congress, and a great slogan, this woman's place is in the House of Representatives. And celebrity supporters like Alan Alda and Jerry Stiller, who just passed away as I speak a few days ago as well, Alan Alda, all supporting her. And this woman's place was in the House. We covered that campaign. She won it doorstep to doorstep and defeated Leonard Farbstein, and then won a pretty tough race against Barry Farber. And again, had to organize like no other Democrat did in a largely Democratic district, once again, as showing her skill as everything possible that was negative was thrown at her by her foes. Her first few days on the House floor were pretty legendary. No, she did not tell the doorkeeper of the House what he could do with her hat when he demanded that she remove it before going on the House floor. She never wore it on the House floor. I know that because I was with her more than once on the House floor. But yes, it's true, as my friend the playwright Harvey Fierstein just dramatized. She did tell the Democratic leadership that she loved to swim and she was going to use the House pool every morning at around 8 a.m. And she was told, well, that's not possible because the men use it from 8 to 9. You can use it after 9. And she said, well, I've got to go to work at 9. Why can't I use it while the men use it? And she said, and they told her, because the men swim naked. Bella said, well, just tell the boys I'm coming in. They never swam naked again, and Bella integrated the House pool. Now, for those of you listening who have watched the series on YouTube called Mrs. America, which is on one side the life of the political life of the anti-Bella, Phyllis Schlafly, but also the lives of Gloria Steinem and Betty Friedan and Jill Ruckelshaus and Bella as they fought for passage of the ERA. Bella did not smoke. And she did not play the game as an entrenched, compromising Paul. Did she build coalitions? Yes, she built extraordinary coalitions. She was put on 2 committees where they thought she would fade away, Public Works and Government Operations. She did brilliantly at both, and she built consensus among members to get trade-in money for Westway, the New York City mass transportation, to get funding for the money that New York City has always spent for UN protection during the General Assembly. She could not have done that if she did not know how to build coalitions. But she was also a dramatic, radical thinker. She got us the Freedom of Information Law, the Sunshine Law. She introduced the first gay rights bills, unsuccessful at first, but she kept fighting for them. And she won the respect of her speakers, Carl Albert and Tip O'Neill, but she not only dramatized the fight for the ERA and other issues, but she built consensus, which was her genius. She knew procedure and she knew the law. And anyone who underestimated her was bound to be quite surprised and astonished by what she could bring to any debate and any vote. Only 2 years later, she was redistricted. Shows you how important the census is. New York lost congressional seats, and her district was combined, of course, with that of a fellow progressive named William F. Ryan. And lots of people said, you should just give the seat to him. And she said, why? Not just because he's a man. It was her home district, Greenwich Village, the Lower West Side and the Upper West Side. And she ran. It was an ugly race, the bittersweet taste of which was still in people's mouths for years and years to come. She lost the race, but Bill Ryan, who was sick through the entire campaign, died soon thereafter, and she was nominated by the party to run, and therefore remained in Congress without interruption in 1972 and was reelected without opposition in 74. In 1976, she had a big choice to make. Stay in the House and continue to accumulate power and influence, or run for the United States Senate against an accidental senator from Connecticut who happened to represent New York named James Buckley, who had won in a three-way race 6 years earlier and was perceived as very vulnerable. Bella decided being a woman senator was worth it. And let me remind the listeners that at this moment in time, there were no women in the United States Senate. And Bella thought that that was something that had to be addressed. In fact, her slogan was, a stag Senate is a stagnation. Maybe not quite as clever as this one is in the House. But it was a reminder that that glass ceiling had yet to be cracked. I mean, it had been cracked a few times, but it needed a permanent shattering, and she was the person to do it. I was her press secretary for 2 years during that campaign. We visited 60 of New York State's 62 counties. She won support in every part of the state, but as history shows, in the end, she lost the race by less than 1% to Pat Moynihan, and he became the United States Senator. Bella did not rest on those laurels or on that, did not let herself get defeated or defeatist by that very agonizingly close loss. She immediately became head of the Women's Advisory Commission to the President of the United States, Jimmy Carter, in an effort to get ERA passed, ratified by the required 38 states. She campaigned tirelessly, and in 1977 chaired the National Women's Conference in Houston, Texas. I was there again as her press secretary. First ladies were there, Lady Bird Johnson, Betty Ford, Rosalind Carter, along with Betty Friedan, Gloria Steinem, Billie Jean King, Coretta Scott King. It was an extraordinary event, never repeated again, really like the Seneca Falls conferences in its innovative organizing and its extraordinary array of diverse women, black and white, gay and straight, urban and rural, Native Americans and non-Native Americans, immigrants, an amazing consensus group of women representing themselves, their mothers, their daughters, their sisters, and even the reluctant women who did not understand or appreciate the struggle, trying to create a better world for women in the future. Later that year, Bella tried organizing one more political race. There would actually be two smaller races later. She lost a couple of comeback races for Congress, but she did run an exciting race for mayor of New York. One of the best remembered and most fractious and extraordinary races in the history of New York. She did not win that, but her loss was for the world in a way, because Bella, her fame and her celebrity undiminished, moved to an international phase and created the Women's Environmental and Defense Organization, a non-governmental organization in the UN, and worked in Africa, in Asia, globally, to invest in women entrepreneurship, climate protection, really at the vanguard of issues that we now take for granted today, even though the fight continues. She went to Beijing for the Global Women's Conference. Hillary Clinton remembered her there well. In fact, I remember that when Bella died, Hillary, as First Lady, appeared at a Washington memorial for Bella wearing a hat, one of the great signs of respect that any political leader could communicate in that very difficult time. Bella also wrote an extraordinary book called Gender Gap, which reminded women of their power in deciding elections if they turned out, if they stayed true to the cause. Rather influential book in political science and women's studies, still taught today. And she raised that amazing voice, that clarion, that loud, brassy, but brilliant voice for as long as it held out. Always colorful, always topped off by that trademark hat, although Bella always said it's what's under the hat that counts. Inspiring a new generation. I worry, speaking of the new generation, that her legacy is a bit in jeopardy. She should not be forgotten. And it should be remembered she did it all. She fought against McCarthyism as a lawyer for people who faced the blacklist in the 50s. She fought for civil rights in the 50s and 60s, was the appeals lawyer in one of the most famous civil rights cases in history, the Willie McGee case, in which an African-American man accused of rape that he clearly did not commit was electrocuted after several appeals. She was a founder of the anti-nuclear testing movement, and of course will always hold a leading and secure place in the women's rights movement, not just leading women to organize, but working for equal pay and reproductive freedom and LGBT rights. As the so-called leader, as the leader of the so-called third wave of feminism, she made a lot of dreams of the founding mothers come true in the 70s and 80s. She took almost all of the incoming fire. There was something about Bella that got a lot of guys and conservatives angry. But in absorbing the flack, in enduring brutal, ugly criticism from time to time, let's never forget that she paved the way for future generations to have it a little smoother in their own activism. Remember again, she was born the year women got the vote, and she made her vote and her voice count beyond what anyone could have expected of a daughter of a Bronx, New York butcher. Maybe everyone but her mother and herself. Her mother gave her all the confidence that she needed to succeed, and she took advantage of every learning opportunity at Hunter, at Columbia Law, and turned her attention to public service almost immediately. It's also worth remembering that there were 11 women in the House of Representatives. Bella ran for Congress in 1970, 15 when she began serving a year later, and that was considered a wave. There are 101 women in the House in 2020, the Centennial year of suffrage. Still only 23%, but almost 8 times what Bella found when she first ran. Had she and people like Shirley Chisholm and others not run in those years, in 70 and 72, we probably would not be even at a fourth today. When she ran for the Senate, no women in the Senate. Today, there are 26. Extraordinary. Still only a quarter, and Bella would probably say that's all, but it's an amazing, amazing change over the last 40 years. For me, she was a beacon of light and an inspiration. Not only what made New York great, outspoken, fearless, tough, also brilliant, impassioned, and ingenious. The kind of teacher that comes along once in a generation, maybe once in a lifetime, like a comet, really. And that's why I said in my eulogy of her more than 20 years ago that she was, for me, my graduate school, my teacher, in addition to my boss. So when you look at the YouTube special, Mrs. America, try to remember that it's not quite the original, that it's possible to be a coalition builder and an activist. All you have to do is look at the legacy of Bella and go beyond the caricature to the real person. She once said, women have been trained to speak softly and carry a lipstick. And Bella carried a lipstick, but she could outspeak any woman or any man, not just in volume, but in ideas and inspiration. So happy anniversary to the 19th Amendment. Happy centennial anniversary as well to Bella Abzug. She may not have been Mrs. America like or Miss America like Bess Meyerson, the one of the figures of the 1970s that did not appreciate her greatness, frankly. But Bella was Ms. America. And for that, we're very, very eternally grateful. Thank you.
Delighted to be with you, Cindy.
Yeah, it's fun to say that I have a dear friend who's now a member of Congress. Perhaps I could almost say that you're my favorite member of Congress, which is convenient.
I'm also your only member of Congress.
You're my member of Congress, right? So that's very exciting. So thanks so much for taking a few minutes to talk about women's representation.
So psyched to be here.
Yeah. So as you know, I run Representation 2020 that is looking at the structural ways that we can make sure that we elect women to all legislative offices in this country. And the reason that I'm particularly interested in that is that it looks at changing the rules and systems that are used to elect people instead of having to change the individual. And as it turns out, 100 nations rank above the United States in women's representation. And as I often say when I'm speaking, the women in those 100 countries are pretty much the same as women in this country, no more or less trained or funded, but they have different rules and systems that help them succeed when they're in politics. And that's, as it turns out, that's true in this country as well. Women are elected in higher numbers in certain kinds of political situations. So I hope we can talk a little bit about that.
Yeah, well look, the key reform has got to be getting rid of single member districts and moving to multi-member districts, which we have in a lot of parts of the country. In Maryland, of course, we have multi-member districts for our House of Delegates elections where there's one senator and 3 delegates in the vast majority of districts. And if you look at our district, for example, in District 20, Silver Spring and Tacoma Park, we now have an African-American senator. We've got 2 women delegates out of 3. We have our first Asian American delegate. We have a brilliant young African-American woman delegate, Janelle Wilkins, and we of course have Sheila Hickson, who's our great, outstanding delegate. Why does that happen in multi-member districts instead of single-member districts? Well, for one, people tend to form tickets or slates or groups to run together, and it would just be crazy to have a ticket that was made up of all men. If you have, a multi-member district, people just won't do that. That's one thing. A second thing is that because of the historic dominance of men, it's the incumbency advantage freezes women out. I mean, 98% of incumbents in Congress, who are overwhelmingly men, win re-election. So women do better when you have open seats, and if you have multi-member districts, in a certain sense, all the seats are going to be open, or at least they open up a whole lot more often than single-member districts do. So we can prove political scientifically that in the multi-member district states, I think there's 10 of them, women are represented at a much higher level than they are in single-member district states.
Right.
So that's a key reform that we've got to implement, and people have got to see the way that multi-member districts open up our politics to new voices and new choices. It's not enough to say, let's just raise more money to get women elected, and then pitting it in kind of a trade-off in each single-member district race with incumbents. I think it's a lot better to look at it structurally and say, let's change the rules of the game so we can really get much more inclusion.
That's great. That's great. And you're, of course, one of the co-sponsors of the Fair Representation Act, HR 3057.
Yes, indeed.
Which adds in the element of ranked choice voting into the mix. So it combines independent redistricting commissions in multi-winner districts across the states, and then adds the element of ranked choice voting. Do you want to talk a little bit about why
ranked choice voting just improves the proposition by saying that the people who get elected will have majority support, and that ranked choice voting also importantly reduces negative politicking.
Yes,
I mean,
so
in single member district elections, and I've had a lot of people, not just women, but some men too, but definitely a lot of women say, I don't want to get into one of these head-to-head races where it's so negative and so nasty and so polarized. But in a multi-member district with ranked choice voting, instead of my getting votes by attacking Cindy and trying to turn off your supporters and scare people about you, every incentive is for me to say, okay, I know you love Cindy, but you can vote for me number 2 or number 3.
Right.
So now instead of trying to assassinate people's character, the candidates have an incentive to reach out to them and to make common cause, so I think ranked choice voting will have an enormously healthy effect on our politics generally.
Yeah, and that's great that you point that out. And we've seen now in the places where ranked choice voting is used, in the Bay Area and Minneapolis, women candidates we've interviewed have said they were more likely to consider running because they knew it was going to be more civil and more and less divisive to run in. And then the process,
it's actually a positive experience.
Exactly, right.
Because just to explain to people if they don't know it, instead of saying I just want candidate X against Y and Z, I say I want candidate X number 1, I want Z number 2, and I want Y number 3.
Right.
So everybody is campaigning for every vote. You don't write off any voter, and you don't aggressively insult your opponents.
Right.
You try to treat them with some civility. And it's interesting because people think that negative politics is somehow built into human nature. In fact, it's built into the fabric of the electoral system.
Exactly. It's that winner-take-all dynamic that pits people against each other, when in fact I think intuitively people in every aspect of our lives, we say, yeah, that's my first choice, but if I can't have that, I'll take strawberry ice cream if I can't get chocolate, or whatever the instance is. And so we experience that and exercise that right in almost every other
And that's really what
venue.
politics is. Nobody gets 100% of what they want all the time.
Right.
We have to compromise and see things from other people's perspective. So it's good training, actually, for people to go into government, to go through a ranked choice multi-member election.
Absolutely, because yes, exactly. And I think particularly now in this even more divisive atmosphere, who would have thought it could get more divisive? I think we need to make sure that the rules and systems are producing the consensus candidates who can move the country forward. So that seems super important. So one thing that I like to say, and I'd be just curious to know your comments on it, I often provide as an example movements like Title IX or the Americans with Disability Act or the Voting Rights Act itself or suffrage, which were all examples of changing rules and systems, not expecting the individuals who are being discriminated against somehow to adapt enough to maneuver to navigate the system.
To solve a structural problem.
Right. Exactly. But instead to say, wow, those structural barriers are real and we've got to address them. It's not about the individuals in the situation changing. So I don't know whether you think that's a good
a
analysis.
great example of that is restoration of voting rights to former felons. A lot of states had a rule which is, the governor can grant you a specific pardon or reprieve so you can vote, right? And I suppose we could have gone down that road of saying, let's see if we can petition for each individual person. No, we said it's not fair to exclude hundreds of thousands of people, still millions of people, from voting because they once committed an offense after they've done their time.
Yes, that's a great example.
And so we got to think structurally about the problem of the lack of representation of women. And not blame the victims and say somehow you're doing something wrong, you're not campaigning hard enough, you're not raising enough money. No, this is a hangover. Incumbency lasts for a long time for people, so it goes back decades. And what we need to do is to create a lot more space and more oxygen in our political process through these multi-member districts that will be much more representative in terms of forming congressional delegations and state legislative delegations. They will reduce negative politics, and they will open it up so there can be really fair inclusion of minorities and women and different political points of view.
Yeah.
We can't be afraid of that.
And why, just to wrap things up, why do you think that's important? Like, what motivates you to think, like, why does it matter? Why should we elect more people of color or women or Republicans in Maryland or Democrats in Oklahoma? Like, who cares?
Well,
why should we care?
There's a distinction between sovereignty and democracy, and democratic government is the agency that we use to make sovereignty real. But sovereignty belongs to all the people. We the people, everybody. So we have to try to make our democratic institutions serve the goal of everybody being represented. And our forebears in the American Revolution rebelled against what was called a virtual representation. The idea that, well, the Brits will represent the people who live in America.
Right.
No, everybody needs to have somebody who's actually representing their views.
Yes.
And it's not about skin color or gender biologically. It's about being able to choose people who you think are going to represent your experiences and your values.
Yes.
And so a lot of men are suffering from a lack of representation because the women who would represent their views and values are not being elected in the system.
Exactly. Well, great. Well, thank you very much. We really appreciate your support.
No, I love fair vote. You know that.
Yes, and Representation 2020.
Yes, so we got to pass the Fair Representation Act.
Yes, that sounds good. HR 3057.
3057.
Great. Thanks, Jamie.
Thank you, Cindy.
Okay.
I was born Ida B. Wells in Holly Springs, Mississippi, before the close of the Civil War. My parents, who had been slaves and married as such, were married again after freedom came. My father had been taught the carpenter's trade, and my mother was a famous cook. My father, called Jim, was the son of his master and one of his slave women, Peggy. Mr. Wells had no children by his wife, and my father grew up on the plantation. He knew little of the cruelties of slavery. I do not remember when or where I started school. My earliest recollections are of reading the newspaper to my father and an admiring group of his friends. The Freeman's Aid had established in 1866 one of its schools in our town. It was called Shaw University then, but is now Russ College. I was visiting my grandmother down on the farm when life became a reality to me. One day, a hail at the gate brought me to the door. 3 horsemen were there, and one of them handed me a letter telling the progress of the yellow fever, and these words leaped out at me: Jim and Lizzie Wells have both died of the fever. I wanted to go home at once. I was the oldest of 7 living children. There was nobody but me to look after them now. When I got home, I found 2 of the children in bed with the fever. All had had slight attacks of it, save Eugenia, my older sister, who was paralytic. The baby, Stanley, had died. So I took the examination for a country school teacher, and I got a school 6 miles out in the country. After 1 term, I went to Memphis on an invitation of an aunt. My Aunt Belle said she would take care of Eugenia. My two brothers were put to work on their farm, and I took the two little girls with me to Memphis. I secured a school in Shelby County, Tennessee, which paid a better salary. One day, while riding on the train back to my school, May 4th, 1884, I took a seat in the ladies' coach, as usual. The conductor took my ticket, then handed it back to me and told me that he couldn't take my ticket there. In a little while, when he finished taking tickets, he came back and told me I would have to go in the other car. I refused, saying that the forward car was a smoker, and as I was in the latest car, I proposed to stay. He tried to drag me out of the seat, but the moment he caught hold of my arm, I fastened my teeth in the back of his hand. I had braced my feet against the seat in front and was holding to the back. He went forward and got the baggage man and another man to help him. And of course, they succeeded in dragging me out. They were encouraged to do this by the attitude of white ladies and gentlemen, some applauding the conductor for his brave stand. I hired a colored lawyer to bring suit against the railroad. After months of delay, I found out he had been bought off. I had to get a white one. Judge Greer kept his word, and in the circuit court, Judge Pierce, an ex-Union soldier, awarded me damages of $500. The railroad appealed the case to the state Supreme Court, which reversed the findings of the lower court. In the year 1886, I taught in California, Missouri, and Tennessee. I never cared for teaching, but I had always been very conscientious in trying to do my work honestly. The correspondence I had built up in newspaper work gave me an outlet. The Reverend William J. Simmons, D.D., could not resist the opportunity to look up the brilliant Iola, my pen name. He wanted me as a correspondent of his paper and offered me $1 a letter weekly. For the next 3 years, I was on staff of the American Baptists. Dr. Simmons encouraged me to be a newspaper woman. I bought 1/3 interest in Free Speech and Headlight of Memphis. I was editor. Things went along smoothly for the next 2 years, until an article I had written about the city schools. I was still teaching. Yet, I felt some protests should be made over the conditions in the colored schools. The school board failed to re-elect me. While I was thus carrying on the work of my newspaper and had proved that I could make a living of it, there came the lynching in Memphis, which changed my whole life. Because I saw the chance to be of more service to the cause, I took a position on the New York Age and continued to fight against lynching and lynchers. About 2 months after my appearance in the New York Age, 2 colored women said they thought that the women of New York and Brooklyn should do something to show appreciation for my work. This led to meetings, which grew in interest and numbers, and culminating in a testimonial at Lyric Hall on October 5th, 1892. The slogan adopted was to raise enough to enable Miss Wells to publish her paper, Free Speech Again. The older inhabitants conceded this testimonial to be the greatest demonstration attempted by race women for one of their number. The best womanhood of those two cities and the leading colored women of Boston and Philadelphia came, a brilliant array. It was the beginning of the club movement among colored women in this country. The women of New York and Brooklyn decided to continue the organization, which they called the Women's Loyal Union. Later on, women in Boston organized themselves into Women's Era Club of that city. Another great result of that wonderful testimony in New York was an invitation to England and the beginning of a worldwide campaign against lynching. When I finished my work in England, I went to Chicago and the 1893 World's Fair. The Torgy Club set aside Thursday afternoon as Ladies' Day and invited me to speak to the club. I told them of the club movement in the East and urged them to consider establishing an organization of their own in Chicago. The outcome was the permanent organization of what was called the Chicago Women's Club. I took work on the Chicago Conservatoire, settled down to make Chicago my home, and develop the Women's Club. Then I was invited to return to England and sail the following February, 1894. During my absence, the club applied to the state for a charter and took my name for its arm. Upon return in August, I came to Chicago. The Ida B. Wells Club took a leading part in helping to arrange a wonderful program. Mr. F.L. Barnett presided. One evening, at the close of an address in Rochester, New York, a young man sneeringly asked, if colored people were so badly treated in the South, why didn't more of them come north? Miss Susan B. Anthony said, I'll answer that question. It is because we here in the North do not treat Negroes any better than they do in the South. She strove to inform her townspeople on this subject too. As her guest, she remarked to me at the breakfast table that I could use the stenographer to help with my correspondence. When she returned, she found me busily engaged. Did my secretary come? I said, no. She went into her office, came back into my room and said, well, she's gone. I said, who? She said, the stenographer. I asked her, why didn't you tell Miss Wells what I said about writing some letters for her? Then the girl said, it's all right for you, Miss Anthony, to treat Negroes as equals. But I refuse to take dictation from a colored woman. Indeed, said Miss Anthony. Miss Wells is my guest, and any insult to her is an insult to me. Come, get your bonnet and go. Those were precious days in which I sat at the feet of this pioneer and veteran in the work of women's suffrage. But she also told me that when the Equal Suffrage Association went to Atlanta, she asked Frederick Douglass not to come because she did not want him to be subjected to humiliation. And she didn't want anything to get in the way of bringing the Southern white women into our suffrage association. And you think I was wrong in doing so, she asked. I said yes, because she confirmed white women in their attitude of segregation. She showed no resentment of my attitude and seemed eager to hear all sides of my question. On June 27, 1895, I was married in the city of Chicago to attorney F.L. Burnett. When the Ida B. Wells Club knew about it, they asked for the privilege of giving me a reception and managing the whole affair. The Women's Republic State Central Committee attended in a body, accompanied by their husbands. The church was filled to overflowing. I decided to continue work as a journalist, for this was my first, and might be said, my only love. I had already purchased the conservatory from Mr. Burnett and others who owned it. My duties as editor, as president of the Ida B. Wells Women's Club, as speaker in many white women's clubs, kept me pretty busy, but not too busy to give birth to a male child, March 23, 1896. When the meeting of the Association of Colored Women's Clubs was called in Washington, I was present with my 4-month-old baby. It was a famous gathering of famous women. There was the only daughter of Frederick Douglass, Harriet Tubman, Mrs. Booker T. Washington, and Mrs. Church Terrell, who was believed to be the most highly educated woman we had in the race. She was chosen president of the consolidated organization. In September, I found the political pot beginning to boil. Our Women's State Central Committee wanted me to travel throughout the state again. I said I would. I greatly enjoyed these meetings and the opportunity to show the women of the state why they should organize. In only a few instances did I see any of my own people. For if the white women were backward in political matters, our own women were even more so. About 1913, the Illinois legislature was considering enfranchising the women voters of the state. I had been a member of the Women's Suffrage Association all during my residence in Illinois. When I saw that we were likely to have a restricted suffrage, and the white women of the organization were working like beavers to bring it about, I organized what became known as the Afro Suffrage Club with a white colleague, Belle Squire. I was elected president and delegated to attend the March 1913 parade, sponsored by the National American Woman Suffrage Association in the nation's capital. But because of racist attitudes, colored women were relegated to the back of the line. I refused and told them that the Southern women had tried to evade the question time and time again by giving some excuse or other every time it had been brought up. If the Illinois women did not take a stand now in this great Democratic parade, then the colored women were lost. I declared, I shall not march at all unless I can march under the Illinois banner. I was asked to come down here to march with the other women of our state, and I intend to do so or not take part in the parade at all. Either I go with you or not at all. I am not taking this stand because I personally wish for recognition. I am doing it for the future benefit of my whole race. and I left. But as the delegates marched down Pennsylvania Avenue, I quietly walked out calmly to the delegation and assumed my place alongside Belle Squire and Virginia Brooks in the Illinois delegation. I had a smile on my face. By the end of June 1913, Illinois became the first state east of the Mississippi River to enfranchise its women. We could vote in municipal, presidential, and in some state contests. We, the women of the Alpha Suffrage Club, wasted no time. We canvassed the neighborhood block by block, asking women to register so that they would help put a colored man on the city council. By 1916, the Alpha Suffrage Club had 200 members, and that year, we helped elect Chicago's first black alderman, Oscar D. Priest. I continued to work actively for civic, social, political, and racial justice. And in 1930, I ran for state senator as an independent, but lost to the incumbent. I leave you with one thought. Eternal vigilance is the price of liberty, which should be exercised in the preservation of our rights.
Today, we are delighted to welcome Ms. Kristen Clark to the College of Law to deliver the 2017 Van Arsdale Memorial Lecture. As President and Executive Director of the Lawyers Committee for Civil Rights Under Law, which is often simply referred to as the Lawyers Committee, Ms. Clark leads one of the country's leading civil rights organizations, invariably on the forefront of the pursuit of equal justice for all.
Welcome, everyone, and welcome back to our CREW attendees for our next session, Defending Our Democracy, Our Voting Rights. My name is Susan Harper. I am the founding chair of the New York State Bar's Women in Law section. I am also chair of the Women in Law section, Centennial Suffrage. Since 1965, the Lawyers Committee has been in the forefront of the legal struggle to advance and protect civil rights and the right to vote, and to ensure that the right is afforded equally to all. Today, we are honored to hold a spotlight conversation with Kristen Clark, President and Executive Director of the National Lawyers Committee for Civil Rights Under the Law, a leading advocate and activist in our country. And I just want to also point out that she is definitely a leader's leader for those of us who lead in this country and in all these women's rights world. We all very much look up to her and her work. So welcome, Kristen.
Thank you so much for having me.
We're delighted that you're here with us today. For the past few years, in order to commemorate the 100th anniversary of voting rights in New York State and in our country, the New York State Bar's Women in Law section has been making presentations and has a traveling exhibit going around to the different courthouses concerning the fight for suffrage. And we usually cap off that discussion to share with all that the fight did not stop in 1920, and that many voters were disenfranchised through 1965, through the Voting Rights Act, and that we as a nation are still struggling with voter suppression and disenfranchisement. And so my goal today is to help our attendees to understand what's currently happening in the current state in the voting area. So, Kristen, just to start off, why do you think that this struggle is still happening today?
Well, the right to vote is the most central right in American democracy. And when we look back over time, it's been hotly contested ground. There have been hotly contested battles over who gets access to the franchise in our country, whether you're talking about women, whether you're talking about African Americans, whether you're talking about low-income communities. And, at the end of the day, the right to vote is kind of a bedrock principle of our democracy. It is the right from which other civil rights are derived. The right to vote determines who sits at the table at the local level, state level, federal level. At the end of the day, the right to vote just is so critical for so many issues in our country: criminal justice issues, fair housing policies, educational policies. And, I think that is the reason why we see unrelenting levels of voter suppression and voting discrimination throughout our country's history. I think this is the reason why for voting rights lawyers, we haven't gone out of work in our country. There's just a lot at stake when it comes to elections and who has voice in our democracy.
Thank you for that. And you happened to mention, about voter denial. We often hear these phrases, voter denial, voter dissolution, voter suppression. Just to frame our conversation today, what exactly do these phrases mean?
So voter suppression is kind of a dark term that refers to hostile efforts to deny people access to the franchise. Textbook examples of voter suppression efforts dating back to the Jim Crow era include literacy tests and understanding clauses and poll taxes. And today we're seeing a new generation of those types of barriers that seek to exclude people from access to the franchise. We see it in the way of strict photo ID laws, government-issued photo ID laws, which impose burdens, not on everybody, but impose burdens on low-income, marginal communities who don't have driver's licenses because they rely on public transportation. They don't have passports because they've never been on a plane. And so thinking about the hurdles that we subject people to in order to access the franchise, that's what we're talking about when we're talking about voter suppression. Voting discrimination is a very similar term. Sometimes we see voting discrimination rear its ugly head in the redistricting context, a redistricting map that may on its surface look completely innocuous and fair, but once you kind of peel back the layers and conduct a deep analysis, you find that the way district lines have been drawn may harm African American communities by packing them unnecessarily into districts or dividing them across districts in ways that dilute their vote. You can call that voting discrimination. You can call that racial gerrymandering. All of these terms are really just making clear that we are dealing with challenges and barriers that people face when it comes to accessing the vote in our country.
So you talked a lot about the different types of tactics that are being used just currently. And how, so in your opinion, you mentioned that this, you feel that it's really impactful for poor people and minorities, and how about, and are there any other groups that you feel that these are impacting tremendously? Or do you see other activities, I should say, in the country where you're seeing like hotspots, where this activity is happening greater than in other areas of the country?
Yeah. Well, our most important law for dealing with voting discrimination is the Voting Rights Act of 1965, which contains a lot of strong provisions to help root out discrimination that often manifests itself in many forms. Language minority groups also face a fair amount of discrimination. There are some communities for whom English is not their first language, and these groups are entitled, some of them under the Voting Rights Act, to language assistance when they go to vote. So when you have jurisdictions that aren't printing ballots and voter education materials in other languages that may be prevalent in particular communities, that definitely is another manifestation of voting discrimination that we see. We see discrimination against not just African Americans, but Latinos, Asian Americans as well. Low-income communities, poor communities often face barriers when it comes to accessing the franchise. The Voting Rights Act, though, I should note, is a law that really deals with discrimination on the basis of race and national origin. It doesn't deal with poverty status. But we, in the context of doing this work, we make plain and lay to bear how these barriers impact many communities across the country.
So, how, I apologize. I meant to talk a little bit more about your background. So I want to share just with our audience today a little bit more about your background, because it's so impressive. So you were the head of the Civil Rights Bureau at the New York Attorney General's office, and you were involved in many different matters, from discrimination, fair lending, voting rights, immigrants' rights, LGBT issues. You worked for the NAACP, Legal Defense and Educational Fund, serving as a program director, helping to coordinate the organization's work. Voting rights and election rights, and you were involved in oral arguments in the DC District Court in Shelby County versus Alabama, which we're going to talk about in a few moments. And you also worked on the Civil Rights Division of the U.S. Department of Justice, where you served as a federal prosecutor in the criminal section, handling police misconduct and hate crimes and human trafficking, and office also within the Office of Voting section. And I just wanted to mention to our listeners today that Kristen is also an accomplished author. She's written numerous books, including Barack Obama and the African American Empowerment, The Rise of Black America's New Leadership, co-edited with Dr. Manning Marble, and also she's been a lecturer of law at Columbia University. So she's such an accomplished person. So now in your role in this, leading this organization that's really in the forefront of civil rights and voting rights, how is your committee working to address some of these challenges?
Yeah, so my organization, the Lawyers Committee for Civil Rights Under Law, has long been on the front lines of many of the most pressing battles when it comes to access to the franchise. Many of the key cases that have gone before the Supreme Court. We have an active litigation docket across the country where we are battling voter suppression and working to ensure access to the franchise. And I'll just say a brief word about our history, because it goes to your question. We were founded in 1963 at the request of John F. Kennedy, who at that time issued a call to action to the private bar to activate them and mobilize. There was a call that was put out, where are all the lawyers? And there were about 244 lawyers that came and met with Kennedy at the White House, and his charge to them was to go back home and to figure out how they could use the law to come to the aid of minority communities. And that kind of principle animates who we are today and how we do our work. We carry out our work in partnership with the private bar. I have a board comprised of over 200 lawyers. That number has historical significance. And these are lawyers who are about being of service to the fight, These are lawyers who provide critical pro bono support for our work, but the area that resonates most loudly with our board is the work that we do in the voting rights context. We run a program called Election Protection. This is the nation's largest and longest running nonpartisan voter protection program. It's been in place for almost 2 decades. It came about in the wake of Bush v. Gore. And we have lawyers and firms that partner with us to help do a number of things, to help us bring cases and to help us troubleshoot problems that voters are experiencing across the country by way of our hotline, the 866 Our Vote hotline, which is a hotline available 365 days a year. And it's a place where voters can turn if they're encountering problems in their community. It's a place that they can turn to find out basic questions like, how do I vote? How do I get an absentee ballot in the age of COVID? How do I report voter suppression happening at my early voting site? So we troubleshoot and resolve tens of thousands of complaints from voters across the country every election year. And sometimes some of those complaints end up resulting in litigation that helps us to address and beat back some kind of voter suppression scheme that might be impacting an entire, county or community.
That's incredible. It's incredible to hear how many calls that you get and how many calls you're fielding and to support our citizens. So we talked a little bit about the fact how you get involved with cases. So let's turn to cases for a few moments. I happened to mention Shelby County v. Holder and having to do with Voting Rights Act and pre-clearance. And then there's also a case that happened, and many of us, while we were sitting home during this pandemic, we may have saw what was happening over in Wisconsin and safe voting rights. So I just thought if you could just share a little bit about those 2 cases. No problem. There's no 2 cases that it may be of interest to our listeners.
Yeah, the 2020 election season has been an interesting one, right? There is a pandemic going on that presents a series of unprecedented challenges for people who are trying to access the ballot box. And it's a presidential election year. So, this is the moment in a 4-year cycle where we see historically the largest numbers of people who are seeking to register to vote and seeking to vote in primary and general elections. It is the kind of the peak season.
Right.
And already we have seen the dramatic effect that the pandemic is having on voter access. And we saw it most starkly in Wisconsin. We've seen it in Ohio, and it's played out in different ways. Ohio was, I think, one of the most dramatic and earliest examples of the pandemic's impact this season. I remember going to sleep late at night, and it was just very unclear whether we were going to wake up to a primary election that day. And no doubt a series of events played out overnight, and they canceled the election.
Wow.
We ran our election protection program that day because there were other places having elections like Illinois. But we got calls from voters all day long into the evening from people who said, what's going on? I thought today's election day and my neighborhood polling site is closed. It really makes clear the need for better planning for these kinds of unanticipated events. So many election officials just had no playbook, no plan B, made lots of last minute decisions, and that hurt voters for sure. We saw the Ohio election play out most recently. They had a very early date, a very early deadline by which people had to return absentee ballots. And they only offered in-person voting opportunities for a limited group, people with disabilities and people experiencing homelessness. Not a good example of how to provide voting access this season. Wisconsin was also troubling. People battled long lines that stretched for blocks, that extended for hours, while trying to observe social distancing guidelines, and in a situation where there just weren't a lot of poll workers to staff sites. So in places like Milwaukee, they went from 180 typical polling sites to 5. And on top of that, we had the U.S. Supreme Court issue a decision on the eve of the election that essentially disenfranchised people. You had a lot of people who needed extra time to get their absentee ballot in, but the United States Supreme Court issued a ruling that basically said ballots that weren't postmarked by a certain date would not be counted. We have a lot of work to do to get this right. There's still a number of states with primaries. There's the general election around the corner. And so right now there's a very intense effort underway that involves my organization and a number of other sister civil rights groups that are fighting tooth and nail to use a combination of litigation, advocacy at the state level, advocacy before Congress for adequate funding. You know, we're all trying to make a full court press to get it right, because every voter that wants to vote this season deserves that right. And no voter should have to choose between their health and their safety and the right to vote.
Right. I agree. It was really disheartening to hear about what was happening in Wisconsin, and just to see how people had to choose between their health and going out to vote, and even those that went out to vote, then to seeing that all those precincts were closed. You know, you brought up a very interesting point, which you mentioned, having a plan. You know, outside of, my women's rights world, I work in the world of financial services, and all major financial services companies are required to have a business continuity plan. This happened after 9/11 because of disruption, and all these plans have been triggered and are in place, following this pandemic. So are you saying that our government doesn't have a plan, or each state doesn't have a plan for disruption when it comes to voting?
From where I sit, it seems that officials were woefully unprepared for this moment, and nobody really can plan for a pandemic, but we certainly have lived through events in parts of the country recently, whether you're talking about Hurricane Katrina,
right,
which caused tremendous disruption in Louisiana, particularly for people who were displaced, but
right,
for whom the right to vote really mattered. I think about 9/11. I remember I was in New York City monitoring elections on the day of 9/11, and there was a mayoral primary underway that was canceled a couple of hours into the election. So there have been enough events that have disrupted elections that you'd think we'd have a higher level of preparedness than we do. I also feel that we could be seeing a little bit more guidance at the federal government level. We're not hearing the federal government kind of outline best practices to help states navigate this terrain. They're all kind of figuring it out on their own, and it's just been a bit chaotic, frankly, as states struggle to kind of figure out how they provide access, and while at the same time we wrestle with this underlying layer of voter suppression. Officials who, for some odd reason, have been very hostile and oppositional to the idea of opening up access to absentee balloting at a time when it's really necessary.
I'm really glad that you brought up that issue, because I'm sure many of our listeners today have been seeing on their own social media feed, or had seen at some point in time. I have been seeing these, and it sort of like startled me when I started seeing this, people putting up, posting notices saying that they're against mail-in ballots, absentee ballots. Could you share just a little bit about your own thoughts of why you think that that there is this all of a sudden surge in being against mail-in ballots? I mean, most people have used mail-in ballots when they've been in college, or they're shut in, or they're sick.
Yeah, absentee ballots are nothing new. It's been a long part of how some people have chosen to vote in our country. It's really helpful for working moms who can't find childcare to go out and vote. It's really helpful for people who may not be able to get away from the job. It's helpful for the elderly. It's helpful for people who may have really long ballots and just need the extra time to get through it. Sometimes you end up in a place that's got like 20 ballot initiatives,
right?
And you don't want to go and be subjected to that 2 or 3 minute rule if there's one in place. You've got people in rural areas that might otherwise have to drive for miles to access polling sites. So, it is unclear where this newfound opposition comes from. There's also a federal law, UOCAVA, the Uniformed and Overseas Absentee Citizens Voting Act, which has allowed election officials to send applications and ballots to members of the military abroad and to American citizens living abroad. And some of those transactions actually happen by way of fax machine. So, for those who claim that this is an invitation for fraud, there's no basis to these claims. And we've been able to figure it out and actually get ballots out of the country to Americans who are serving or living abroad. And it's been a part of our system forever. So it's illogical and I think really unfortunate, because the truth is that the pandemic has had a devastating impact on our country and on particular communities that have been hard hit, like the African American community. You have people who are infected, people who are hospitalized, people who are quarantined, people who are dying. And so giving people that option to vote safely by way of absentee ballot if they so choose is really one important reform that we need to get it right this unique election season.
And there are states that already just are 100% mail-in, like Oregon. Oregon is a mail-in state,
right?
So we've been doing it successfully already.
Right.
So I want to just kind of get your ideas and also your thoughts on your own vision. If you had an ideal approach to voting, what would your vision look like if you could be the person to say, I can do this and that and that?
Pre or post-pandemic?
Well, I think we have to just deal with what we have today. So post-pandemic.
Yeah. Well, right now it's about offering up as many avenues as possible for people to participate. So we actually are not advocating for 100% vote by mail. We think it's important that states offer up expansive absentee balloting options for voters. And that means getting rid of the restrictions, easing the deadlines, getting rid of things like signature matching requirements, which are, kind of a junk science method sometimes used to disenfranchise people, frankly. Get rid of unnecessary requirements like, unless the date of birth is on the envelope, we won't count the ballot, even when they know that the ballot was offered up by somebody who's an eligible voter. And also put postage on those envelopes and just make it a very seamless and easy process. 1. Expansive early voting opportunities is also critical, because there's some people who want to vote in person, and there are some people who deem that opportunity and experience of voting in person to be very important to them. In fact, we've got a long history and a long battle that played out in our country to make sure people could get that right to vote in person. So if we have expansive early voting opportunities, we can give people as many options as possible to spread themselves out and vote over an extended period of time prior to Election Day. Then on Election Day, we have to have in-person options. So that all of those people that we've missed through absentee voting and early voting still get that opportunity on Election Day. And we have to have lots of notice so people know where their polling sites are. And then we can't forget about voter registration, because the pandemic has actually had a little bit of a chilling effect on some of the traditional and ordinary ways that we reach people who have not yet been brought onto the rolls. Campuses are shut down, churches are closed.
Good point.
Grassroots organizers are not able to knock on doors. So doing things like same-day registration that would give people that chance on Election Day to get registered if they're not yet registered, I think is important. and doing a lot of education to make sure that people know that there may be an opportunity to register online in their state, or you can call your local registrar if you need a paper form sent to you. Can help to make up for some of the lost ground that has kind of emerged in the wake of the pandemic.
Yeah, all those wonderful, wonderful suggestions. And interesting, you know, I didn't really think about how the fact of all the students leaving, how that will impact that for registration. And we really need to look at that and address. So we have a major election, you know, I'm just coming up to the ending of our program, but we have a major election in front of us. If someone thinks their rights have been infringed upon, what should they do?
So our election protection hotline is nonpartisan, available every day of the year, every corner of the country. Doesn't matter your partisan affiliation, where you are, your race, your gender. 866-OUR-VOTE. 866-OUR-VOTE is a number that we encourage people to plug into their phones and to share vastly across their networks and communities, because it is a safe and trusted place to get help. You know, I started off my career at the Justice Department in the voting section, doing voting rights cases across the South, and I am a little disheartened by the lack of activity that we have seen from this Justice Department when it comes to safeguarding voting rights. There hasn't been a single case brought in the last few years to protect minority voting rights. And so the civil rights organizations are really trying to make up for that lost ground. It's why we have really stepped up our litigation activity at the Lawyers Committee for Civil Rights Under Law. So I say that just to say that it's important to sound an alarm, to be vigilant during this moment. Pay attention to what's happening in your community. Call your local election officials. Talk with people. And if you're hearing about a scheme, an effort, an attempt to deprive people of access to the ballot box, it's important to say something. And you can call organizations like mine, like the 866-OUR-VOTE hotline, to make sure that those issues are investigated. They may, make clear some attempt to deprive voters in mass access to the ballot box. And we don't want to tolerate that kind of an outcome in our democracy today.
Right. And so in addition to making those phone calls, are there other ways that individuals can get involved to ensure and support free and fair elections?
Yeah, become a poll worker. Become a poll worker. It's really time that we think about recruiting new people to become poll workers. And I think, regardless of whether or not you're a lawyer, now is a great time to call your election official and say, hey, sign me up. What do I need to do? They're not the most high paid jobs in the world, but it's an important civic duty. And we've seen this season a lot of jurisdictions struggle, as many poll workers who tend to be older Americans, chose not to participate and not to turn out this season, and understandably so, because the pandemic has had a really striking impact on older Americans. So becoming a poll worker, I think, is key, and making sure that everyone in your network is registered to vote. Don't presume that everyone in your family, your friends, your social network, don't presume that they're registered. We have people who move and may not have yet taken the time to get registered in their new community. We have a lot of students, who this may be their first chance to vote in a presidential election. So be really aggressive about promoting the importance of getting registered to vote now.
Wonderful. Well, Kristen, thank you so much, President of the National Lawyers Committee for Civil Rights and the Law, and to CREW for hosting us today. We appreciate your time. We thank the Lawyers Committee, and we thank you for your extraordinary efforts to protect our civil rights and our cherished right to vote. Thank you.
Thank you for having me, and thanks so much to the New York State Bar Association's Women in Law section, and to you, Susan, for your leadership and the work that you're doing to elevate the importance of the right to vote, and to really mark the anniversary of 100 years of suffrage for women in our country. Thank you.
Thank you so much. We appreciate that.
an expert on women in politics. Yeah.
So this makes it really exciting because Julie has a wonderful presentation that she's going to share with us. Julie, we're really excited to have her because not only is she an attorney and a constitutional law expert, but she also has done such tremendous work on women's advocacy. And I really asked her to sort of lasso the whole thing and compress it into like a half-hour, 45-minute presentation. And I mean, it's just amazing. So without any further ado, you're in for a big treat. I present Dean Julie Suk. Yay!
Thank you.
From the Graduate Center, no less, okay?
Yes. So thank you so much. I really appreciate your patience. And I do actually want to share with you why I am late this morning, because it ties into, I think, some issues with regard to women in politics. So I'm late this morning because of my duties as a mother. My son was signed up for an 11:50 audition at the National Opera Center around the corner from here. So I brought, he's a cellist in an orchestra. So I brought him over. And they said, didn't you get the email? We actually changed the location. He needs to be at 55th Street and 12th Avenue. And, I gotten him there early because I was going to come here at 11:45, just 1 block away. But things never work out. If they look like they're going to work out, timing perfectly, they don't. And so, of course, I had to run him up to 55th Street and then run back down here. And then there was a little bit of traffic. But I do think that it ties into, I think, a lot of women. I noticed one of my friends is actually running for office in Virginia. She's a law school classmate of mine, Larissa Couts. And she just got an endorsement by a group called Vote Mamas. And they
That's Lumia's group.
Yeah, and they support candidates recognizing some of the difficulties for women in politics, particularly women who have young children, not just in terms of discrimination or perceptions of women, which is also a huge set of issues, but also just the practical realities of how do you do it all, and what difference does it make to the politics we have if we don't have women and mothers in political representation. And I want to start with, I know that the name of this course is Parity Politics. And parity is a term that's actually very important to a lot of the earlier work I did about constitutional amendments in European countries, including France, because it has a particular meaning in the European context, where when they talk about parity democracy, the idea behind parity democracy is that unless, this is the cabinet, Francois Hollande's cabinet when he was elected in 2012 in France, the idea is that unless you have at least 50% women in a leadership organization like the cabinet, there is something wrong. And there are certainly something wrong if you have a Congress or a Supreme Court or any political institution in a democracy that has no women in it, right? And this might seem obvious to us in a group like this, but we might actually start by asking the question, why? Like, what's wrong with not having any women? Why is it important to have at least some? Or why is it important to have half, or at least half women? And I think that once we actually start to answer that question, we see how complicated and slippery some things can be. And it also raises this question of, well, what exactly is the relationship between women's participation in politics, creating bodies that are actually balanced, gender balanced, and problems of gender equality that are the subject of lawmaking itself. In the European context, this is one set of answers, right? Women are half the population. And what that means also is that women are not an interest group, right? There are a lot of groups that are lobbying for their interests, but you can't think of women that way because they're half the population. And what that means is that gender unequal institutions just lack the basic requirements of political legitimacy in a modern democratic society. And also, what's been very interesting in the context of parity movements in the European context is this idea that constitutions and constitutional amendments can play a really important role in expressing the principle that any democratic institution that's not gender equal is actually an illegitimate institution. And for over 100 years, both in the European context and in the United States, and actually longer than 100 years, women have participated in constitutional movements for gender equality around the world. A lot of attention is being drawn to the 19th Amendment, the movement for women's suffrage, because we have a centennial coming up. And it's worth noting that the United States is actually one of the few countries in the world that actually don't have a constitutional guarantee explicitly about equality for women, equality for men and women, or sex equality, or a constitutional provision that prohibits gender discrimination. We're one of the very few. Most constitutions in Europe, Latin America, Asia, they all have a provision that is about equal rights for women or non-discrimination on grounds of sex. And part of the explanation in the United States for that is that because of the groundbreaking work of women lawyers, like then Justice Ginsburg, who was a lawyer for the ACLU Women's Rights Project in the 1970s, that's her many decades ago, and of course there's now a film that portrays her struggles to get sex equality constitutionalized. And the strategy that was used in the 1970s was to argue that the 14th Amendment of the US Constitution, which includes a general equal protection clause, actually prohibited sex discrimination. So it's worth taking a look at what that says, right? That is, it doesn't talk about men, it says all persons, right? It says all persons, and it also says, so it says all persons are citizens of the United States, and which has long been understood to include women, even though it doesn't say so explicitly. And it prohibits denying to any person within its jurisdiction the equal protection of the laws. And so the very important project throughout the 1970s was to argue that meant you could not discriminate on the basis of sex, that would be unconstitutional. Interestingly, though, and this became a very important part of, that is, she's an iconic figure, not just a Supreme Court justice deciding cases about federal energy regulation and all that other stuff, but she's an iconic figure because we now understand the 14th Amendment as including women and including a prohibition of sex discrimination. But one puzzle or one difficulty that comes up in this arrangement is Section 2 of the 14th Amendment, right? Nobody actually goes on and reads Section 2, and it's often thought to be kind of defunct as opposed to the Civil War thing. But what's very interesting is that it is the first time in the US Constitution that the word male gets used. At the same time that they say equal, they also then say, they're talking about the right to vote here. They say that if there is a denial of the right to vote only to the male inhabitants, then there's, or an abridgment, then they're going to reduce the proportion of which the number of such male citizens shall bear to the whole number of male citizens in deciding how to apportion a district, right? So what they're saying is equal protection of the law, Section 1. Section 2, we're only going to count men when we decide how to apportion political districts, right? And so this is a puzzle because it suggests that the Equal Protection Clause didn't necessarily imagine women as being fully equal with men if they could, in the same breath, write something that looks like this. And of course, this got borne out in cases after the 14th Amendment because people like Susan B. Anthony and other women's suffrage activists believed that we could say that women had the right to vote under 14th Amendment, Section 1, equal protection. Privileges and immunities of citizenship. But the Supreme Court said, oh no, women are citizens under the 14th Amendment, but not all citizens have the right to vote, right? So there were cases that said that in this period, and that's why the 19th Amendment became necessary, where we had to make explicit that you couldn't abridge or deny the right to vote on account of sex. And of course, when we got the 19th Amendment, some of the proponents of the 19th Amendment, like Alice Paul in 1920, believed that the 19th Amendment was just one step in a larger package of constitutional change. And so after we got the 19th Amendment in 1920, she introduced and worked hard to draft the Equal Rights Amendment to the US Constitution. It was first introduced in 1923. But it really didn't go anywhere until 1972. In 1972, both houses of Congress adopted the ERA by 2/3 of a majority, and then under Article 5 of the Constitution, what then has to happen after both houses of Congress adopt by 2/3 majority is that it has to go to the states for ratification. You need 3/4 of all the states. What happened then was that we only got 35, and 38 is what you need to have 3/4 of the states. And so it stalled, and there was a deadline. The deadline was originally set for 1979, but then Congress extended the deadline to 1982. Didn't really matter, though, because no state ratified it after 1977. So it stalled. The deadline came and went in 1982, and everyone long assumed that the ERA was dead. And it's important to understand why the ERA failed for our purposes. That's Phyllis Schlafly over there. She's sometimes credited with having single-handedly stopped the ERA, but I don't think anyone in American politics can do anything single-handedly. And I think Phyllis Schlafly succeeded in part because of her political genius in arguing that the ERA was actually going to be bad for women, and particularly bad for mothers. Right? And so you see this quote here. This wasn't during this period. I think she said this much later in a campus speech. Feminism has changed the way women think, and it has changed the way men think. But the trouble is, it hasn't changed the attitude of babies at all, right? And of course, this is very consistent with the arguments that she made in a huge Stop ERA campaign. She claimed that if you had constitutional equal rights for women, protections for mothers, would disappear, and women would actually end up being very disadvantaged if they chose traditional roles like motherhood or being a housewife. And you'll note, I mean, of course, there were a lot of men who helped to kill the ERA too, but I believe that she would not have been quite so successful if she hadn't appealed in her message with so many women across the country who were worried about the fate of motherhood and women's role as mothers under a regime of equal rights. And I believe that this is actually a central issue for women in politics. This is not to say that this is the only issue for women in politics, but I think without addressing and appealing to the problem of motherhood, it'll be very hard for any politics of parity. A politics that's not just about interest group politics, but women as half the population, for that politics to succeed. And it's important to note that today, of course, and I'm talking about the ERA because it's actually back in contemporary debates. I would say its real comeback came with the Women's March, where the organizers of the Women's March actually mentioned the need to revive the ERA and their unity principles. And then some very curious and interesting things happened. Nevada, which had previously rejected the ERA, actually ratified the ERA in March 2017. And I think a lot of, just like the Women's March, I think the new interest in the ERA was a reaction to the Trump presidency and the misogynistic political rhetoric that has been part of the Trump presidency. And then between 2017 and May 2018, when Illinois ratified the ERA, there, I think we had the Me Too movement and a new energy around women in politics and women's issue in politics. So now we actually have 37 ratifications. So if we have one more state, we'll have 38, which is what you need for the ERA to become part of the Constitution. It's not a foregone conclusion, though, because of the deadline, there will be legal and political fights about the significance of the 1982 deadline with regard to the validity of the two ratifications that we've already had, and the third, which I think is easily on the horizon in the next few years. So, and just getting back to what I was saying about the politics of motherhood, this actually really surprised me when I saw this statistic. But as it turns out, today, 86% of women have given birth by the time that they're 44 years old. And that's actually, and I guess, and I know I'm a mother, but in the circles that I move in, this seemed like a very high percentage to me. But in any case, it's an interesting one. This was a number that had declined actually from the 70s until around 2006, but it seems like it's climbing back up. And yeah.
So they're saying that women over 40 are having babies.
No, what they're saying, it's counting, if you count everyone who's now 44, have you ever given birth at all, right? It's not, have you given birth in your 40s, but have you ever given birth from, whenever you were of childbearing age until now? And that's to say that this is a very large majority of women in this generation who are actually mothers. And And also, I mean, there's similar data about how women in this age group, vast majority, are also in the workforce, right? And so I think a central issue for how we make meaning out of what gender equality can and should mean has to address the problem of working motherhood. And if we want to think about what equal rights has traditionally meant, right? Under the frameworks that were developed in the 1970s by Ruth Bader Ginsburg, there was a real emphasis on prohibiting discrimination on the basis of sex, right? So you don't want the law to make distinctions between men and women or treat men and women differently. That is probably the most important contribution of Justice Ginsburg and the legal feminists who stretch the Equal Protection Clause to cover gender and discrimination against women. But I think it's also very important to note that if we're actually going to address the issues of working motherhood, the simple guarantee that there's no discrimination on the basis of sex is probably not enough. And the non-discrimination right has been really important. It's been very important for fighting stereotypes. It's also been very important for the general principle that all human beings should be free from irrational and bigoted forms of discrimination. So that's the idea of non-discrimination has also been extended now to many other groups, including LGBTQ individuals and various other vulnerable groups. And of course, the idea of non-discrimination was not invented in the United States with the idea of sex discrimination. It really originates in the concept of race discrimination, which is central to the way that the 14th Amendment has been interpreted really from the beginning. But at the same time, what I find really interesting here is that if it's true, so with so many women in the United States, very vast majority in our generation who have become mothers, it's really tragic that the ERA fails because it's seen to be unfriendly to mothers, right? And it's tragic that the interests of wives and mothers were deployed as a way of arguing against something that's obviously about, or should be about, the emancipation of women. And I want to mention where I started, that in most other countries in the world and in many European countries, the rights of mothers or the protection of motherhood or the state support of motherhood has actually gone hand in hand with the constitutional meaning of the guarantee of sex equality that you find in European constitutions worldwide. So I want to say a little bit about that. And perhaps the best way to think about it is by coming back to the 14th Amendment for a moment, right? Because we mentioned that even though it says equality, there seems to be a refusal in Section 2 to recognize women's fully equal status with men. And so why? Why does the 14th Amendment not guarantee totally equal legal status to women? Is it just an accident, or is it a deliberate exclusion? And I think that it's not that simply that the drafters, who are mostly or all male, forgot that there were women. Yeah, go ahead.
Wouldn't it be also a matter of economics?
Mm-hmm.
Because the federal government has a proportional dissemination of funding to the states. So therefore, if you have your smaller and your larger states, so therefore if you count people differently, like creative accounting, the federal government doesn't need to subsidize in the same proportional kind of way, because it's creative math, so to speak.
Yeah, well, absolutely. So when we talk about Section 2, they're really talking about punishing. I mean, what this section is really about is punishing certain states that deny the right to vote to the newly enfranchised African Americans, right? And one question is, though, but by framing that, they really make it clear that they're the only holders of those rights, or the only people who count, are men, and expressing then, of course, our whole constitutional framework that exists until now. Women are citizens, but we don't assume that women are fully equal legally or in status to men. Why not? I mean, part of the answer has to do with the implications of what it would mean in, like, with regard to the right to vote and apportionment. But I think there's a deeper and more general set of issues with regard to women's exclusion from full legal and political equality at this moment, which the Supreme Court addresses. Okay, there we go. In the first set of cases in 1873 that actually interpret the 13th and 14th Amendments, the Civil War amendments from the US Constitution. So this is a notorious case, Bradwell versus Illinois. Myra Bradwell had studied law and kicked butt on the bar exam, but the Illinois Supreme Court said she could not be admitted to the bar because she was a woman, or the state of Illinois excluded married women from admission to the bar, even if they passed the exam. And the US Supreme Court explains that even though we have the 14th Amendment, practicing law is not a privilege and immunity of citizenship. And what's interesting, so they say it's fine for states to deny women entry into the legal profession, right? It's not unconstitutional under the 14th Amendment, equal protection, privileges and immunities, whatever language in the 14th Amendment you're going to look at. And one of the justifications for this, though, is that you can't have women who have fully equal status because women are actually subsumed by the legal status of their husbands. And it has to be that way. Women cannot make and enforce contracts because what would happen if women made and enforced contracts? And Justice Bradley's concurring opinion, more so than the majority opinion, really lays out the logic behind this position. So if you look at what he says, the civil law, as well as nature herself, has always recognized a wide difference in the respective spheres and destinies of man and woman. Man is or should be woman's protector and defender. The natural and proper timidity and delicacy which belongs to the female sex evidently unfits it for many of the occupations of civil life. The constitution of the family organization, which is founded in divine ordinance as well as in the nature of things, indicates the domestic sphere as that which properly belongs to the domain and functions of womanhood. Okay? And I'm going to ask you to try, okay, so we're going to do an exercise. Try to ignore the sexism of the quote for a minute. I know it's hard, but try to ignore the sexism for a minute to try to make sense of the worldview, right? Because I don't think the worldview is just sexism, although that's a huge part of it. If you look at what he then continues to say, the harmony, if not to say identity of interests and views which belong or should belong to the family institution is repugnant to the idea of a woman adopting a distinct and independent career from that of her husband. So firmly fixed was this sentiment in the founders of the common law that it became a maxim of the system of jurisprudence that a woman had no legal existence separate from her husband, who was regarded as her head and representative in the social state, right? And so I want to talk a little bit about what this means, because I think we often look at it and just see, oh God, there's divine ordinance sexism, like it's just a bunch of drivel and we don't need to pay attention to it. But I actually think what he's saying is actually quite important, because women's exclusion in the 14th Amendment has to do with what is the society's plan for how to raise the next generation of citizens. The plan is women stay home and take care of the household, and men go out and have a legal existence and make and enforce contracts and vote and run the polity, right? Because every society has to have a plan by which the next generation gets raised. This is our plan, right? And of course, part of the justification then for excluding women is that if every constitutional system is actually interested not just in setting up institutions, but setting up institutions for a society that plans to perpetuate itself, because a constitution, of course, is supposed to outlive the people who are writing it. It creates fundamental law that's transgenerational, right? And so this is the society's plan for how we're going to perpetuate ourselves. Of course, it's gender unequal, but it's a framework that works in the sense that if you keep women at home and men in economic and political life, it is a system that is going to ensure that somebody's around to raise and educate those kids. And of course, a lot of this changes, right? That is what our plan becomes. And of course, but the fear here is what's going to happen to this plan if women start enforcing contracts and getting jobs and becoming lawyers and being in Congress, right? Then our plan is going to fall apart. Then who's actually going to raise the children, right? And so that's why we have to keep the plan intact. And of course, this also then draws attention to the huge problem with anti-discrimination as a solution. We can wake up today and call mothers and fathers equal, right? We could say they now have legal rights. We could say get rid of the sexism. But it doesn't necessarily mean that by saying everyone's equal, you're then going to have a new plan that works pretty well and is up and running without a lot more work thought into how we're going to construct that plan. And I think this comes into sharper focus if you look at 20th century constitutions, particularly the ones that grew up in Europe after World War I and World War II. Because after World War I and World War II, one fundamental problem, well, there were many, but one huge problem in World War I and World War II in countries like Germany was that the male population had been decimated. And because so many men were dead, it became really clear that women actually had to do everything. They had to work and raise children at the same time in order for the nation to be able to rebuild itself. And because they kind of understood that, and you see it very clearly in the Constituent Assembly debates, gender equality becomes a fundamental political principle. And it doesn't just mean non-discrimination. It kind of also means we need a new plan for how this nation is going to get rebuilt. And so if you look at, for example, and what's interesting also after World War I and World War II, is that starting with the German Constitution after World War I in 1918, there are actually many more women in the German Constituent Assembly in 1918 than there are in 1948-49. In 1948-49, there were only 4 women, largely because it's a much smaller Constituent Assembly. The one that wrote the Weimar Constitution after World War I was actually much larger, had hundreds of people in it, and 10% were women. You have 4 women in writing the German Basic Law, which is the constitution that's currently in force in Germany. And these women came from all sides of the political spectrum. So socialists, Christian Democrats, and what's very interesting also is that it's not partisan politics in terms of their advocacy for constitutional sex equality, as well as the advocacy for other provisions that are in the Constitution. And I think it's important to note, and if you want to know a little bit more about their work, I highly recommend this made-for-television German movie that dramatizes their experience of getting gender equality into the German Constitution. It wasn't an easy feat. And so, there's pop culture with RBG in the movies here and the German founding mothers in their movies. And I highlight the German example because what's very interesting is not only that they wrote a provision in 1994 that said men and women shall have equal rights, and then in 1994 they added an amendment that you see in blue that the state shall promote the actual implementation of equal rights for women and men and take steps to eliminate disadvantages that now exist. Right? That's a late 20th century intervention. But if we're just looking also at the post-war experience, 1949, when they write men and women shall have equal rights, they also write this provision into law, and this becomes a very common feature of constitutions around the world. Section 6.4, every mother shall be entitled to the protection and care of the community, right? And in Germany, they see equal rights for women as going hand in hand with making sure that mothers get the protection of the community. Because of this understanding that they need a new plan. If you're going to actually rebuild a nation after war, women are going to work and have kids, and there needs to be some state support for that new arrangement that's different from the arrangement that's celebrated in the Bradwell versus Illinois case. And I just also want everyone to know that we're not just talking about Germany, that it becomes very common in the 20th century for constitutions to explicitly mention gender, sex, even pregnancy and marital status, sexual orientation, these categories, gender categories in constitutions. So this is the Constitution of South Africa. the Constitution of Ecuador, which is a 21st century constitution, have a provision that's specifically refer to equal rights for male and female citizens. There's another provision in addition to that that prohibits discrimination, and you'll notice there are many categories of discrimination, not just sex, gender identity, sexual orientation, but also things like cultural identity, socioeconomic condition, HIV carrier, disability. Just they list many, many different forms of discrimination that are prohibited by the Constitution. But in addition to that, there's also something special in the Constitution for mothers, right? So Article 43 in the Ecuador Constitution also says that pregnant and breastfeeding women have special rights. Free maternal health care services, facilities needed for recovery after pregnancy and during breastfeeding. These are all constitutional rights in Ecuador. And I give you these examples because I think it's important to reflect on all the different ways in which constitutions think about problems of gender inequality as both problems of discrimination on the one hand, and also problems having to do with lack of support for the sources of women's disadvantage. And sometimes that lack of support is itself a form of discrimination, but in my view, it's not really just discrimination that's the problem, but it's our inability to have created political and social institutions that actually deliver a plan for social and biological reproduction, how we're going to raise the next generation. The old plan that we can sort of make fun of in the Bradwell decision is mom at home. But we actually have not, now we've just said that's sex discrimination to say mom at home, but we haven't actually gone the step further of creating the social and political institutions necessary to have something other than mom at home as our plan. And what that means is that if you don't have something other than mom at home, we revert back, and women, by virtue of maternity, end up being severely disadvantaged, both politically and economically. And I think that's something to which there ought to be a solution that should not be partisan. This is something that should be of interest to women on all sides of the political spectrum. And just to give an example, this is not a constitutional example, but I think it's quite telling that a few years ago, 2015, the Supreme Court decided a case called Young versus UPS. And it was a case in which a woman who was pregnant asked for light duty, an accommodation, and she didn't get it. She wanted to, she had to do a lot of heavy lifting in her job, and she wanted an accommodation during her pregnancy where she would only be lifting things under 20 pounds. And UPS refused to give her that accommodation, and she sued, claiming that it was pregnancy discrimination. And it may seem like a no-brainer to you that she should get the accommodation, but it was actually a very complicated question under the pregnancy discrimination law that we have in the United States, because we just have to treat pregnant women the same as the way we would treat anyone similarly disabled or similarly able or unable to work. And the question is, if an employer then refuses light duty to everyone, then it's okay for the employer to also refuse light duty to the pregnant worker. Her case is complicated by the fact that there are some men who are getting light duty, and those are the ones who are injured on the job. And the employer is claiming, if you get injured on the job, then of course we give you light duty. But if you get injured off the job, like you get pregnant or you get into a skiing accident, then we're not going to cover that. We're not going to accommodate that, right? So it's a complicated case, but what I want to point out about the case, without getting into the details of the anti-discrimination framework that the court analyzes there, what I found most interesting about the case was the way in which it brought both feminist groups, women's rights organizations, in support of the pregnant worker, as well as pro-life conservative groups in support of the pregnant worker. And the logic is simple. If women are disadvantaged by virtue of maternity, they are going to be incentivized to just not have children and get abortions, or even before we think about abortion, just not reproduce at all. If becoming a mother is actually an economic disaster for those who choose to become mothers. And I think this just shows the extent to which concerns about social reproduction should be a bipartisan issue. It's not an interest group issue, but it's something that I think can and should unite women in politics from across the political spectrum, as it has in many other countries where constitutional equal rights movements have actually been successful, unlike ours. And I want to just kind of end by bringing it back to local politics, because I know many of you are running for positions locally or at the state level. You'll notice that Governor Cuomo made a statement in March on International Women's Day saying that it is unacceptable that more than 100 years after women won the right to vote in New York State, our Constitution still does not ban discrimination based on sex or afford women equal protections under the law. That needs to end this year. We must pass the ERA this legislative session to ensure New York continues to serve as the beacon of progress for this nation. So even though New York ratified the federal Equal Rights Amendment in the 1970s, New York never actually added an Equal Rights Amendment to the New York State Constitution. What we have in the New York State Constitution right now just says no person shall, because of race, color, creed, or religion, be subjected to any discrimination in his or her civil rights. But it doesn't mention sex or gender. And there is now a bill, and it actually passed the Assembly quite recently. It was sponsored by Assemblywoman Rebecca C. Wright. And it's a very simple bill that just adds one word to what we already have in the New York State Constitution. So it inserts the word sex, which I put in red there so that you can see what the constitutional change will be. But meanwhile, it hasn't passed the Senate. In the Senate, I've been involved with Liz Krueger's office. Liz Krueger's the state senator who's been working and sponsored this bill. This is the existing bill, and there are other drafts that I've been on the team of attorneys working on. But another draft, another possibility is to have something much more expansive, sort of like the examples from Ecuador that I showed you. Equality of rights shall not be denied or abridged because of race, color, creed, religion, national origin, citizenship, marital status, age, gender, sex, pregnancy, sexual orientation, gender identity, or expression, physical or mental disability, other immutable or scriptive characteristic, or like grounds for discrimination, exclusion, or disadvantage, right? So this is what's known as the more expansive ERA. And you can try to think about, as a woman in politics, and I think the solidarity with all the vulnerable groups is extremely important. On the other hand, this has this kind of simplicity of saying we need to add sex to a framework that already has race in it. And I guess I would also just perhaps leave you with this, or we could use it as a topic for discussion. What are the relative advantages or disadvantages of focusing on sex or gender, or focusing on women even, versus focusing on all the different categories and groups with which women can be in solidarity. And so I think that one of the virtues of focusing on sex is that it really draws attention to the uniqueness of gender exclusion in the constitutional framework. That is, it's not just any old form of discrimination, or it's unlike other forms of discrimination in that it was actually a plan for how to grow the nation, right? It is, so if you think about sex discrimination as not just being about sexism, but about having a set of social arrangements, and then you see sex equality as not just end the sex bigotry, but a sex equality as a commitment to having new institutions that reconfigure what our social reproduction framework looks like, right? That makes it extremely different from almost everything else, although arguably it makes it very similar to race, because if you think of race as not just being about bigotry, but about the economic system of slavery and Jim Crow, right? Slavery and Jim Crow was absolutely 100% about bigotry, but it lasted for as long as it did and was sustained by people who did not think they were bigots because it was an economic framework by which the nation had a plan for survival. It was not a very, it was an immoral plan based on exploitation, but the idea is that it's been a framework rather that goes beyond discrimination and bigotry. And so if you think about it in those terms, you might think that having these kind of limited lists of prohibited categories makes more sense for a constitutional regime. And on the other hand, though, if we're focused more on this idea that each individual is entitled to be judged on their own merits without regard to a lot of irrelevant characteristics, then the solidarity with all these other vulnerable groups that are differently situated with regard to the sources of their vulnerability in a diverse democracy, perhaps this would be the more preferable framework. I will note one thing, though, and it's something that you see at work every time people have a discussion of the so-called inclusive ERA, right? This may look like a really exhaustive list to you, but if you compared that to this, right, you'll notice that in New York, nobody has really inserted socioeconomic condition or migratory status into the New York version, right? And it's not simply because we have forgotten. I think in part it's because sometimes there's an interest group politics that drives which groups get included and which don't get included, right? And if we really stick to the idea that really the constitutional prohibition of discrimination on grounds of sex or the constitutional rights of women should not be regarded as an interest group issue, but is actually something fundamental about women as half the population and women's role in reproducing the nation or reproducing the polity, reproducing New York, that might give us reasons to really focus on women's issues and appreciate the distinctiveness of those issues while also remaining in solidarity with all the other vulnerable groups that deserve legal protection. So I will just end there and open it up for discussion or questions. Yeah.
One quick question. The young lady, Young versus GPS, what was the outcome of her case?
So the outcome of her case was basically that the Supreme Court said that she had enough to proceed. It didn't mean she won. She had enough to proceed in litigation because for the lawyers in the room, the case had been dismissed on, I can't remember if it was an early motion to dismiss or a summary judgment. But the case had not gone to trial on the assumption that the employer would automatically win, because even if she could prove that she was not given the accommodation, the lower courts had taken the position that as long as she's treated the same as anyone else who's similarly situated, right? But the Supreme Court took the position that if she's treated the same as anyone else similarly situated, then that's not discrimination, but she should have the opportunity to prove that the real reason why they're covering the workers' comp or the on-work injuries and not pregnant women is out of hostility to pregnant women and not because of some economic rational policy. Economically rational policy, right?
That's one hell of
So,
a way to move the goalposts.
right, but so the reaction to that decision was, on the one hand, since the Supreme Court she had lost in the lower court and the Supreme Court kept her case alive. So in that sense, it was a victory. But it wasn't a victory in the sense that unless she could really prove that the real reason they didn't cover her was they hate pregnant women, or they're covering everything else, right? That is, they still made it pretty hard for her to ultimately prevail. And so even though it's getting sent back, I mean, I believe the case then settled, and that's often the dynamic, but.
Fans, this is Sharon Nelson from CREW, Civically Re-Engaged Women, sitting here talking with Jennifer Rajkumar. Jennifer, we're so excited about your campaign. The young ladies that are watching this are really excited because they hope to one day run for office. So tell us, how's it been so far?
It's been never a dull moment, and I think all the girls should do it. I think that we are the future. We need more women doing this because we're still underrepresented at every level.
Exactly. And Jennifer, I want to tell you, we're so proud of you. because you're just getting in there and you're doing it strong, and Southeast Queens is where you're running.
Yes.
What made you pick this area?
So my family's originally from South Queens,
Oh, I didn't know
and it's
that.
where so many immigrant families first launched from.
Okay.
And then I went all around the country in search of opportunity. And I came back to my roots to uplift the rest of our communities so we can navigate America.
Beautiful, beautiful. And we're here at the opening of your office. Very, very exciting. I mean, it's beautiful. I mean, the space is great.
Thank you so much.
And you're so nice to feed folks and just like really wonderful. Good music playing in the background. How'd you find this place, this particular campaign location?
Just by being really connected to the neighborhood, you learn where the spots are. And so we knew this was the hot spot, and we're going to be in the hot spot because we're a hot campaign.
Good, good. And it's in good traffic area and everything.
Yes.
Very easy to find. So definitely did good homework on that.
Thank you so much. And we have attracted all the celebrities like you, Sharon Nelson. So we've done pretty well
You're too
today.
kind, my dear. Tell me, what do you enjoy most about running for office?
I enjoy meeting the people most of all, because when I go door to door and I meet all my constituents, I meet immigrants who want to succeed in this country. I just meet so many people, and it's those stories that keep me going. It's the single best part of campaign.
Okay, well, wonderful. What we're going to say, we love your literature. Here's her lip. You see, everybody, literature, very important.
Very important.
Okay, but I thank you so much for giving us this opportunity.
Thank you.
Best of luck, my dear. And
I'm here to help.
wonderful.
I'm here to help all the women. I'm in your corner, so please reach out. I'm here for you.
Thank you. Thank you, Jennifer.
Welcome to another episode of Get It Girl. On today's Girl Talk, we're going to talk about the lack of diversity in politics, especially when it comes to women of color.
For that, we're joined by amazing Latina who's paving the path for us all, Aura Vasquez.
All of that and more on Get It Girl.
Check it out.
Hi, I'm Aura Vasquez. 10 years ago, I moved to Los Angeles because I wanted to pursue a career on community organizing. And, my family and I immigrated to the United States, to New York 25 years ago. And, I went to school in New York. I worked for a Congressmember, for Congressmember Engel Elliott in New York. I built a community there, but I also felt that something in me wanted to learn better how to organize and how to build a movement. And especially after working for government, working for nonprofits in New York, and seeing how advocacy and sometimes elected officials were not really delivering what people needed, I felt compelled and I felt excited about exploring a new career on community organizing and helping people come together to work for the things that they wanted and they want to change in their lives. I also was very inspired by former President Barack Obama when he ran for president the first time. And I learned that he was also a community organizer in Chicago and all of the work that he has done with his community. So I feel like maybe this was the way for real change and to empower people to do the things and to take charge of their lives and bring about the changes that they wanted to see. It wasn't an easy decision. My life was completely embedded in New York. My friends, my family was still there. But I was very inspired by things like Cesar Chavez and the and and the farmers movement, by the environmental movement here in California, and by how the state. So as an immigrant forward, and in Orange days was the second most conservative county in the country. So I really went to do God's work at a place where there was a lot of institutionalized racism, stereotype harassment, where I was met by the Minutemen, which I never knew who they were. And this is this militia that basically called folks to get armed and to shoot people that try to cross the border in California from Mexico. I met the Tea Party, for example, and libertarians in a state where by perception you believe that is very progressive and is very liberal, but it has very, very, very strong conservative packets that were really unfair to a lot of the communities, the immigrant communities that do so much for this state and for this country, and that made this California beautiful, and that helped, made the economy robust. So that was for me very important. And my very first campaign that I ever worked on was to help undocumented folks not get their car impounded, because back in 2010 in California, we didn't have still the law where undocumented folks could have a driver's license. But back then, if the police stop you, they could impound your car for up to 30 days. And that's what happened to a lot of immigrant communities and a lot of immigrants in California. So I was the first organizer to ever change that law in one of the most conservative places of California, and also in the country. So later, I also went to work for the Sierra Club, and this wasn't something new to me. Environmental issues was something that I have been working on since I was a child. In fact, the first ever action that I took was to found the first environmental club in my school at age 11 back in Colombia. So coming back to more of my roots about protecting the environment was something extremely important to me, and was a turning point, because working in LA with the city of city officials, with the city of Los Angeles in general, with so many stakeholders, to also uplift a movement that has traditionally led by white middle-class people, and being the first Latina and one of the few Latinas in the largest environmental organization in the country was something really monumental. So I inherited the Beyond Coal campaign, which was to get LA off of coal and make sure that all of the investments that they had in fossil fuel were invested on renewable energy, especially in communities that have been most affected by climate change and by pollution. So, this wasn't a small, and I remember anecdotes of going to city council meetings in Los Angeles and asking city council members to support my campaign to get LA off of coal, and they literally thought I was crazy. As you know, coal is one of the biggest CO2 emitters in our planet. It causes climate change. It also causes high indices of asthma and birth defects, premature births, and ultimately death. So for me, this issue of connecting how the fossil fuel was polluting our environment and also was polluting our political process. A lot of the city council members that at first didn't see eye to eye with my campaign were recipients of money from the fossil fuel industry for their campaigns. So it was a very interesting process. And after a couple of years that we worked diligently to get LA off of coal, we were able to, as the largest public utility in the country, to divest from coal and make Los Angeles the largest city in the country to be coal-free. And that's something that I have been, extremely proud of. And it's something that put Los Angeles to be one of the 5 cities in the world to be fighting climate change. So I think what was monumental for me was the incredible amount of organizing, and the reason why I came to this state, the reason why I came to California to do that, to organize and to make an issue that wasn't so popular, that it wasn't in people's hearts and minds, that wasn't something that at first people thought it was important, but it was so important in so many ways. Protecting our planet is so important, and we only have one Mother Earth, one home, and we have to make sure that we protect it so that we are for future generations and for our health and also for our economy. So later I got appointed by Mayor Eric Garcetti from Los Angeles to be a commissioner for the Department of Water and Power. And this is our local utility and is the largest public utility in the country. I became the first immigrant, the first Afro-Latina to be appointed, and the first environmental justice organizer to ever be appointed to the Department of Water and Power. And again, it was extremely exciting because I was able to work on things like solar for renters, where in LA, more than 50% of the residents are renters, and I'm a renter myself. And giving an opportunity to renters to also enjoy the benefits of renewables was something that was very important to me. Most recently, I helped retire 3 coastal gas plants that were polluting communities of color, people like me, and that we were in the city investing billions of dollars in outdated, dirty energy. And now we're going to transform these 3 gas plants into a renewable energy hub that is going to power our city. And most of all, this was what really ignited in Los Angeles to enact a Green New Deal. So this is just the biggest step to get LA to 100% renewable energy, which is something that I have been working on for a really long time. So why did I decide to run for office? I think I'm a little crazy. For those that have ever run for office or had any relationship with people that run for office know how difficult it is and how time consuming and how much energy it takes and how emotional it can be to run for office. But I felt that our elected officials were not really doing the things that we needed them to do, that our elected officials here locally, and especially my elected official in my district, were not really taking care of renters, seniors, low-income folks, people that work hard and make our city amazing, street vendors, single moms, small businesses that make our community and our economy robust. So I felt like we needed one of us to run so that our values could be uplifted. I also have been always a big person speaking about the money and politics. And that was something that I wanted to really bring forward. How as a candidate, you can be a candidate for the people and by the people. How you can win a campaign with small donations, with knocking on doors, with meeting people where they're at. We're trying to understand what their issues were, how they live every day, how we can make their lives better. And because in our city council, we are so influenced by big money from the fossil fuel industry, from developers, and from special interests, I was really motivated by being the candidate of the people and making sure that in my candidacy, we were really truthful to the people that have been traditionally unheard and that don't have a voice in our government and that don't feel represented in our government. So that's why I ran for office. I ran for office to give people in my district and to give my community a voice, to make sure that they were represented, that everyone, every single body in my district was represented in our government, and that we could make government accessible, transparent, and more equitable. I took the National Women Political Caucus of the chapter from New York class about learning how to run for office and how to be a candidate. And this was the ever first time that I even saw myself as someone that can potentially even run. And I remember when I applied for the class, I shared that I wanted just to learn how to do it, to maybe help other women, that I just didn't see myself as someone that could run or that, that had that desire. So we covered a lot of different things in the class, but I will never forget that, towards the end of the course, we had to make a presentation about us as if we were candidates. So us running for office as candidates. And, I spoke a lot about my immigrant story, and I just remember a lot of my classmates came back to me and they were like, you have an incredible story, but you should you should talk more about what you do for work. And you should talk more about that you're a woman. And you should talk more about that, other things about you, not just that you're an immigrant. And I couldn't quite understand that at that moment, because I was like, but that's like so important to me. And that's something that I'm going to carry with me as I become, an elected official, I guess, with this specific exercise. Forward in the so many years where I also train other people on how to be leaders in their communities. And I told them about sharing their story, their full story, and how that impacted them and why they were doing the things that they were doing. And later, even for me to run for office, to remember that moment and say, well, yeah, I'm just not one dimension. I'm not just an immigrant from Colombia. I'm also a woman. I'm also an environmentalist. I'm also a renter. I also work hard and can't save to buy a home or for retirement. So I am so many other things than just one dimension. And I think that class really, really prepared me and was somewhat shocking for me to really explore all those other parts of me that were going to be important later on, and even how I shape my policies and who I am as a leader in my community. So I'm really grateful for having gone through that training. I met incredible women. Some of them are even elected officials now in New York. And it was a great experience for me to be part of a class full of women that were incredible, that had something to say, that were leaders in their own way. And it just built this network, which I think is very important and is worth noting, the network and the sisterhood that gets formed when you participate on these, on this training. So I'm extremely grateful, and I learned a lot. And, it's something that I have applied for the rest of my career, and especially when I run for office. I also was invited to the Kennedy School to a class with Professor Marshall Gans for community organizing. And this is after winning the campaign to get LA off of coal. And I was a little shocked because, I never thought, I went to a CUNY school. I went to Lehman College. I worked during the day. I went to school at night. I work at night. I went to school during the day. I was not the typical student, simply because of, my situation and and being an immigrant and having to work to be able to support myself as I was going to school. And so getting invited to the Kennedy School was something very beautiful to me. It was really a testament of all the hard work that I have been doing since I came to this country. And in 2013, for me to go with students from all around the world and learn from one of the professors that helped, Obama write his speech that made him a candidate at the Democratic National Convention. That learning from a professor that helped, establish the farmers movement in California, which is the very reason why I came here, was incredible to me. Was like a dream come true. And I met so many other people that are still friends and supporters of my career, and that had like really given me a huge toolbox for me to work in learning how to organize communities and how to make sure that we include folks, that their stories are uplifted, that we create networks, that we understand why we're fighting and the things that we're fighting for, and that we also make sure that there is a methodology that can be replicated, so it doesn't just live with me or with the people around me, but it can be passed on for generations and for years to come. So the Kennedy School was a year-long, very intense training. Later, I went all around the country to teach organizing and to help organize communities like in Indiana, in Florida, in Pennsylvania, in Arizona. I helped teachers, nurses. I was in that cohort that had the opportunity to travel around with the New Organizing Institute and also teach other people the skills of organizing and the skills that I learned at the Kennedy School. So that was really awesome, and it was very exciting, and it was a very fun time in my career where I learned so much of the foundation about organizing and bringing leaders, building leadership in communities where there's the most need. I wouldn't be sitting here speaking about my experience as a candidate to running for office if it wasn't because we have the right to vote today. And it's incredible to see in the past years more women stepping up in leadership because that very action. It's exciting to be celebrating this year the anniversary, the Centennial, and remembering how hard so many other women before me paved the path and opened the path for someone like me, an immigrant, a woman of color, to be able to run for office and to even vote today in this country. So let's not take that for granted. Please get out and vote, exercise your right, and all the women in the world out there should be celebrating and should be encouraging more women to vote, because the year of the woman and our time has come. Entonces este año participe, vote y haga su voz contar, porque contamos con usted y con todas las mujeres que están allá afuera para que inviten a más mujeres a que voten, porque su voto es tan importante. Entonces cuento con usted y salga a votar.
Good afternoon and welcome to the William G. McGowan Theater here at the National Archives. I'm David Ferriero, the Archivist of the United States, and it's a pleasure to welcome you today, whether you're here in the theater or joining us through our YouTube station, and a special welcome to our C-SPAN audience. I look forward to hearing from Jessica Zaparo on her new book, This Grand Experiment, When Women Entered the Federal Workforce in the Civil War Era, Washington, D.C. Before we hear from Jessica, I'd like to tell you about two other programs coming up this week. Tomorrow at noon author Richard Silla will discuss his new book with co-author David J. Cohen, Alexander Hamilton on Finance, Credit, and Debt. The authors demonstrate the impact of Hamilton on the modern economic system and guide readers through Hamilton's distinguished career. Then on Thursday at noon, we'll show 2 short films from our motion picture holdings, A Day in Vietnam and Vietnam Crucible. The screening is part of a series called From the Vaults, Remembering Vietnam, which presents archival films chosen to complement our special exhibit upstairs in the O'Brien Gallery on the Vietnam War. To learn more about these and all of our public programs and exhibits, consult our monthly calendar of events at archives.gov. There's a sign-up sheet outside the theater where you can get email updates also. Another way to get more involved in the National Archives is to become a member of the National Archives Foundation. The foundation supports all of our education and outreach activities, and there are applications for membership in the lobby also. Every March, during Women's History Month, we celebrate the contributions and achievements of women in history and today. Often we focus on famous figures of our past, but if we look more closely, we'll see that ordinary women in all facets of society made changes on fundamental levels. Today's speaker, Jessica Saparo, combed through the records here at the National Archives and other research institutions to uncover the stories of women who seized the chance for challenging work outside the home during the Civil War. Thousands of women came to the nation's capital to obtain federal employment. Those who won positions found rewarding work, but also faced prejudice, discrimination, and resentment. They became, nevertheless, pioneers for women in the federal workforce. Since then, women have entered the federal service in increasingly greater numbers. Across all executive agencies today, women make up 43% of the workforce. Here at the National Archives, we do better than that. Women constitute 52% of our total staff. And throughout our agency's history, women have played key roles. The women and men of the National Archives are proud to be entrusted with our nation's documentary heritage, and we're especially pleased to see stories held within the records coming to light in books such as This Grand Experiment. Jessica Saparo earned her bachelor's degree from James Madison University, where she majored in history. After earning her JD at Harvard Law School, she worked as an environmental attorney lawyer at Latham and Watkins in San Diego. She also taught environmental law as an adjunct professor at the University of San Diego School of Law. And it was this experience that inspired her to get back in the classroom and return to her love of history. While she earned her master's and PhD from Johns Hopkins, she and Louis Galambos wrote an annotated bibliography of selected publications, 1991 to 2010, on Dwight David Eisenhower. And Galambos actually is going to be here on April 3rd with his new book on Dwight Eisenhower. In addition to this grand experiment, for which she was named as one of the 35 best debut authors over 35 for 2017, she is a contributing editor to Counterpoints, Women and the Civil War, forthcoming from Kent State University. Please welcome Jessica Saparo.
Hi, everyone. Well, thank you, David Ferriero, for that introduction. Thank you to the National Archives and Doug Swanson for having me, and thank you all, including C-SPAN, for being here to learn about the first women to work for the federal government during the Civil War. So hiring women was not a conscious decision made by a monolithic federal government. Congress never passed a law saying supervisors must hire women, but it also never passed a law saying that they couldn't. So that's why I've termed it a messy organic affair. Different supervisors along different departments brought women into their workforce for different reasons. It depended on their budget constraints, on their workloads, and on their individual feelings of what women should and could be doing. There's a myth that the government hired women during the Civil War era because all the men were off fighting. And that's an understandable misunderstanding. The government hired women not because it lacked male applicants, because it never lacked male applicants. The problem was that it lacked qualified men who were willing to work for the government at the rates the government could pay. So in women, the government found qualified employees who were able to do all of the job for half or less than the pay. So it's not that men were all fighting, it was that they wanted more money. The government was hemorrhaging workers to the private sector, male workers. And in women, they found this huge number of qualified employees. This is the title page from a book called Employments of Women by Virginia Penny. So it was ironic that the government hired women because they could pay them so little, because the women wanted these jobs in the government because they paid so much more than women could earn in other lines of work. So in 1863, Virginia Penny published this book. You can actually find it on Google Books if you're interested to look through it. It's a pretty interesting read. And she found 392 different jobs women could be doing, because suddenly now women were dependent on their own exertions. But that number is really inflated, because when you dig into her data and her suggestions, they're not so great. So one, for example, was women could paint artificial eyes. Well, that's not going to employ very many women. Others were really unrealistic. So it was women could grow their hair and sell it. That's not really going to support a family. Others were theoretical. I've heard a woman was a lawyer in Italy in 1592. So maybe women could do that, but it's probably not a good idea. And then others would damn someone to hell because she said, well, you could be a fortune teller, but that would mean you'd have to sell your soul to Satan. So you probably don't want to do that either. So despite Penny's 392 options for women working in the 1860s, really the main things that women had available to them were they could be domestic workers. That was the vast majority of women working in non-agricultural jobs. Or they could work in factories making textiles. And then to a lesser extent, teaching, writing, printing work. But none of those paid as much as the government was willing to pay. Women from all over the country besieged the government for these jobs. Newspapers would describe the number of female applicants as without number, innumerable, overwhelming. The Department of Agriculture ultimately cut off employing a lot of women because the commissioner couldn't handle the pressure and number of female applicants all the time. So who were these women? I've identified through the Federal Register, employee records, newspapers, census data, divorce cases, diaries, over 3,100 women who worked for or applied to the federal government during the period I examined, which was 1859 to 1871. Most of the women in my book are white and middle class, and that's for two reasons. One, most of the clerks, women working as clerks, likely were white and middle class because you needed the influence and the money to be able to travel to DC to obtain these jobs. And also, those are the women most likely to leave behind records that I could later find and look at. But especially during this early period, during the 1860s, it was more complicated than that. So I found 21 African-American women who were working as laborers or clerks during this period. I found 2 women who were deaf, one of whom was a Polish orphan. I found women escaping abusive marriages into the federal government that allowed them to get away from their husbands who were threatening to murder them. I found young and old, rich and poor, and from around the world. Women from Africa were working for the federal government. Women from all over the world were coming to the federal government to work for them. So, huge numbers of women applying for these jobs. How did the government choose among them? Of the 273 employee files I reviewed from the War and the Treasury Department, 235 contained materials for new hire. So the other ones would have contained, for example, reapplication materials. But 235 contain brand new applications. Of these, only 45 were successful, or 1 in 5. And I actually think that number is inflated, because until sometime in the 1860s, the government would return your letters of recommendation if you were tired of waiting to hear whether or not you got the job and you needed to find a job somewhere else. It was really hard to get influence, as we'll talk about. So if you had that letter and you weren't getting a job with the federal government, you'd call it back and use it in another place. So I actually think that number, 1 in 5, is actually high. So how did supervisors choose among these women to choose that 1 in 5? So women quickly learned that to be successful and to obtain this job, she needed 2 things: influential friends and a good story. This is Jane Swisshelm. She worked for the War Department. She was also a newspaper editor, and she said, to get an appointment, no qualifications are required except influential friends. Her influential friend was Stanton, Secretary of War Edwin Stanton, who got her a job. Influential friends were the most important part of any applicant's quest for federal employment, male or female. Most successful applications enjoyed the support of at least one congressman congressman or senator, and some had dozens of signatures of congressmen, senators, generals, state politicians. But getting influence was hard, especially for women. So at this point in time, women were denied the vote. They were typically relegated to the domestic sphere, so they didn't have a lot of chances to form connections that would create powerful, influential, supporting recommendations. And women struggled with the act of trying to obtain recommendations. Some expressed anxiety at the idea of trying to obtain influence. In 1865, Maria Baker wrote her letter of application to the War Department explaining she didn't have recommendations, and she explained, "I feel too delicate to ask for letters of recommendation, as this is quite a new position for me to be placed in." She didn't get the job. This is Mary Clemmer Ames. She wrote a guidebook to DC that came out in 1873. She said that if a woman wanted a job in Washington, the first thing she had to do was go and tell her story to a man. And the story was just as important as the man. So if a man was sufficiently interested in her story, she obtained the coveted place, no matter what her qualifications for it or lack of them might be. Another guidebook author in 1873 wrote, "It may be stated as a fact that whereas a man by his vote or his electioneering services may secure employment under government, a woman must attain it through her dire necessities and bereavements. What most moved supervisors and recommenders was a tale of poverty and suffering that evoked a paternalistic pity. White middle-class women in these letters were being described as in destitute poverty, very poor, indigent, in extreme need." So again, this entire process was heavy with paternalism. Application files contain latent and explicit requests for the government to step into the shoes of an absent male breadwinner, typically a father or husband, and support a needy woman. This 1873 guidebook contained an 8-stanza poem about a Civil War widow who found a job in the Treasury and was thus able to move forward with her life because, quote, "the strong, benignant government she feels about her like a lover." But what if you strayed from that narrative? This is Dr. Mary Walker. She was the first and only woman to receive the Medal of Honor. She served as the acting assistant surgeon. She spied for the Union, for which she was captured by Confederates and imprisoned in Richmond for a while. And in 1865, Johnson awarded her the Medal of Honor for Meritorious Service, the only woman to have received that medal. Side note, it was actually rescinded in 1917 when they changed the qualifications for the Medal of Honor that you had to see actual combat. But then it was posthumously given back to her in 1977. But she wore it all the time, so she has it on there. She always wore it. She was trying to get, by 1869, she was trying to get an Army commission, and she was unable. So she turned to the federal departments. She tried to obtain a clerical job with the federal department, believing that her war record and qualifications should secure her a position. Espousing these beliefs rather than sticking to that narrative of neediness and paternalism, it earned her no job and public ridicule. So newspapers in at least 9 states in the District of Columbia mocked her for her attempts to get a job with the federal government. On May 11th, the Baltimore Sun described the encounter purported to have occurred between her and Postmaster John Cresswell, in which Walker demanded a position, citing her loyalty, her Army record, in support of this claim. And she left unsuccessful. And then the story kept getting more hyperbolic as time went on. So by the end of the month, the Boston Daily Journal was informing her readers that Walker was demanding the appointment of Secretary of Legation to Spain, and when asked if she could speak the language, the valuable dame replied that the appointment was not a question of languages, but the recognitions of the rights of women. And these articles served as a reminder to people out there, if you want a job with the federal government, this is not how you go about it. Although this is a public failure of a public person, having gone through all of those employee files, I can tell you that women that applied based only on their skills were unsuccessful in getting their jobs. And it's really sad to see, because you'll see some women who are going over and over, here are my qualifications, I don't understand why I'm not getting this job, and her supervisor, her recommender is saying, writing letters to her supervisor saying, I've seen the women that work there, she would be really good at this job, and she gave up after a while because she never got the job. So women learned that they needed to frame themselves as helpless and dependent and needy, even though their actions in trying to get a job revealed that helplessness to be a fiction. So what did women do for the federal government during this period? Just like it would be really hard for me to stand up here in a talk and tell you exactly what all men did for the federal government during this period, it's hard for me to tell you what women did, but I'll give you some examples. This is the government hospital for the insane. It was also known as St. Elizabeth's because soldiers were there during the Civil War and didn't really love the return address of Government Hospital for the Insane when they were writing home. So that's the exterior, and down there is the floor plan of the second floor of the women's building from 1853. So in the government hospital for the insane, women worked as attendants. Men worked as attendants too for the male patients. These jobs were pretty hard. You slept with the patients, you had a lattice wall separating you, you ate with the patients, you were constantly with the patients. So in addition to attendants though, women worked as dairymaids, laundresses, cooks, chambermaids. Similarly, in the Senate and the House and other federal departments, women scrubbed the floors and polished brass and washed the drapery. So they did these kinds of manual work. Women did other kinds of manual labor too. So this is, over here, this is the Treasury Department. So men and women worked on the same machines printing money. And down here is the government printing office. And here women are working as stitchers. So they're stitching pages into books. In clerical positions, though, many of the tasks that the government hired women to do had been carved out from men's jobs. So federal work at this time was not very well structured. So in one, a man could come in and copy a letter for 2 hours and then write a letter himself and then tabulate accounts. So when women started coming in, some supervisors carved off those jobs that didn't require a lot of training and gave them to women. And copying was the most common example. So women would copy, letters into ledgers or any kind of copying work. Or they would be charged with comparing the copy work of others. Did you copy it correctly? So that was a very common job for women. But some tasks that were carved off and given to women, women developed this prized expertise that was really respected inside and outside of the government. And these women are an example of that kind of job. So these women are counting worn notes and at the same time looking for counterfeits. So women became prized counters. And William P. Fessenden, who had been Secretary of the Treasury, recommended that these counters should be compensated equally to male clerks, as their work was as laborious and required, quote, a good deal of care and a great deal of skill also. And it really did, because if a woman passed a counter for the money that was lost, no man in the federal government had this giant liability assigned to his job, and women actually formed this sort of informal employee. Accidentally passed a note, it would wipe out her monthly salary, if not more, for the female coworker, so that if the next time she miscounted, she'd be similarly covered and not wiped out. They were the experts at counting money. Redeeming currency was another. So if money was burned or it sank in a boat or rats found your hidden stash and made a nest of it, and then you went to pay your bills and suddenly the late 19th, early 20th century, but I have an etching from 1870 that shows it was the same setup. So women and men worked together in the dead letter office. The women were stuck up here, which they complained about quite a lot because it was very hot and it didn't smell very good. And the men were down here. But they're doing the same job. So when a piece of postage, which could be a letter or it could be an item, didn't have sufficient, a good address on it. So it would just say, to John in America. These men and women were charged with trying to get it to John in America, to do the detective work to figure out who John was and where he lived. So men and women were doing the same job. At this point, women were getting paid half or less than the men for doing the same job. The only thing women couldn't do at this time period in the dead letter office was open the mail because it might contain something scandalous. So the women weren't allowed to open the mail initially, but they could do all the detective work of trying to redirect it. So despite the weak and needy narrative I talked about before, some women needed to bring really specialized skills to do jobs with the federal government. This is the post office, and in 1870, 2 women translated the entire foreign correspondence and kept up accounts in various languages. In the Treasury Department, the women of the 5th Auditor's Office, who worked on State Department accounts, had to possess a knowledge of banking and mathematics to do their jobs. In the Internal Revenue Bureau, they had to know a variety of internal tax codes and regulations. In the Department of Agriculture, Lois Bryan Adams had been the former had been an editor of a Michigan agricultural periodical, and she was a woman of much intelligence who made a study of botany and natural history. And in the patent office, both men and women worked as copyists of drawings, so a woman had to be an artist and a draftswoman to be able to do that kind of work. Female federal employees in this early initial wave earned women a place and a foothold not only in federal employment, but also in the nation's capital. Female federal employees joined in social, philanthropic, and intellectual activities with their male coworkers and boarding housemates. DC was a tough place for anyone to live, especially to live, because when they went to find a place to live, they were automatically assumed to be prostitutes. So it was really hard for, but women did. And as the number of female federal employees grew, shops and stores and boarding houses started catering to them. So here you have a boarding announcement for ladies only, and they're specifically looking for ladies of the departments. Here, there was an extra compensation that came through, a slight bump in salary, and it's hard to read, but this is like a trinket shop, and it was near the Treasury, so they're specifically calling on the ladies employed in the Treasury Department to come shop at their store. This was, women were constantly in fear of losing their job. And so this was, at one point, 53 women had been laid off from the government printing office, and this school puts out an ad, oh, what are you gonna do? Maybe come this much less money than their male counterparts, and I'm going to talk about that in more detail. It was still more than women made in other lines of work. And so that extra money and the time that they saved, because they were, many of them were living in boarding houses, so they didn't have domestic duties, meant that they could engage in political and philanthropic activities if they so choose. Julia Wilbur was one who very much so chose. So in April 1869, which was before Wilbur worked for the Patent Office, she was one of 7 women who attempted to register to vote in DC. And then she decided she wanted a job with the Patent Office, and she went to the mayor to get a recommendation, and he said, I heard what you did, and I don't think you're ever going to get a job in the federal government because you went to try to register to vote. She actually did. It was very hard, but she managed to get a job at the Patent Office. But 2 years later, when women went to register to vote, she didn't go. And I think, it doesn't say why in her diary, she notes that they did, but she didn't go with them. And I think partially the federal government discouraged women from engaging in suffrage work. So I think that was part of the reason why Wilbur was reticent to go. There's evidence that female federal employees were discouraged from participating in suffrage. So for example, during suffrage meetings, male clerks would sometimes come in and disrupt the meeting and make a scene. And if you're working alongside those male clerks and they recognize you and you're holding on to your job barely, you don't want to do that. You don't want to risk your very coveted, very hard to get, very easy to lose job. As we'll see, this lack of cooperation among the suffrage movement and women seeking equal pay later in the decade had ramifications for both causes, I think. So women's initial entrance into the federal workforce was not a topic that generated a lot of newspaper articles. Usually, if newspapers were talking about this, it was with a neutral or approving tone. So for example, a Boston newspaper reporting on women clipping treasury notes said, oh, how nice that the tender sex should prepare the legal tender. So it didn't really seem to upset people initially. Although newspapers were silent on the subject, it was probably setting some tongues wagging in DC. Suddenly you have hundreds of single women traversing the streets. By 1863, definitely hundreds of women traversing the streets to their jobs in publicly accessible buildings. And one woman experienced the danger of this being publicly accessible very personally. And I should warn you, there's a sexually explicit, crude slide coming up. It's the only one in the presentation, but just if you're uncomfortable, avert your eyes for a minute or two. So in April 1863, Reverend Richmond, who was a Union Army chaplain and a Harvard grad, he had a messenger in the Treasury deliver one of his letters to Rose Belaski, who was a young woman who worked in the Internal Revenue Bureau. His dense, scratchy, sexually explicit text surround multiple pictures he had drawn of his penis. Richmond sustained an aggressive harassment of Belaski, and there were multiple letters. He would send her multiple letters. He would sit at the messenger desk, write out these horrible letters, and send them up. She wasn't responding to them, and he started to become really frantic and threatened to send them to her mom and she wasn't responding. Eventually it came to the attention of her supervisor and then the War Department. So the War Department dispatched a guy, and he said he caught him doing it. But he said there is no law that prevents him from harassing her. There was no law to protect women like Rose. Ultimately, they kicked him out of the city because they declared him insane. But Rose must have been traumatized by being the source of a federal investigation and this sustained sexual harassment. Okay, and then the scandal happened. So this is the Treasury Department scandal of 1864, my very quick overview. So Secretary of the Treasury Salmon Chase up here, and the Republicans in Congress instituted a new uniform currency called the greenback, which is down here. Beginning in the fall of 1862, this guy, Spencer Clark, he was in charge of the entire process of creating greenbacks, so like the physical greenback. And he hired men and women to do this, and he hired Dr. Stuart Gwynn to create a counterfeit-proof paper that would allow, that would discourage counterfeiters from trying to make fake greenbacks. So with a new currency of questionable constitutionality printed in large denominations on experimental paper in a newly created bureau by women, their rumors start flying around. People are not happy about this, charging fraud, theft, and immorality. Chase and the Republican-dominated Congress couldn't have this negative rumor going around because the greenback wasn't tied to species. So it wasn't tied to silver or gold. It was based solely on the integrity of the nation. So if you didn't believe in the Treasury Department and what was going on there, the greenbacks weren't going to be worth very much. Chase also was eyeing that Republican nomination in 1864. So he wanted his reputation squeaky clean when he went in. So he hires this guy, Baker. So Baker, he says, go in, tell me everything's great in the Treasury. That's not what Baker does. Baker goes in, he immediately arrests a guy for embezzling, and then he arrests Stuart Gwynn, the guy who's making the counterfeit paper. Gwynn doesn't enjoy being arrested, and he turns around and sues Baker in 3 lawsuits. Baker turns back to the Treasury and says, you better come to my defense in these lawsuits, or I'm going to reveal all of these terrible things I learned when I was investigating the Treasury. And the solicitor of the Treasury, Edwin Jordan, says, okay, fine, calls his bluff. So Baker breaks into her house, her boarding house room, sorry. So breaks into her room, her name is Ella Jackson, breaks into her room, goes through her diaries, her letters, and she returns home. She worked in the printing bureau with Clark. She returns home, and he says, your roommate, Jenny German, who's actually not pictured here, but your roommate, Jenny German, told me all the things you were doing in the Treasury Department, and I know you were having affairs with Clark and all these other men, so you better confess. And she confessed. Then Jenny German comes home, and he says, Ella Jackson confessed you were doing all of these terrible things in the Treasury Department, so you better confess. She confesses. And then he also gets the testimony of Laura Duvall, who's up here. So Jenny German would say things like, Clark told her his wife believed that the Treasury Department was nothing more nor less than a house of ill fame, and that he had paid her $40 independent of her wages once. This comes to the attention of James Brooks of New York, a Democrat, and he launches a congressional inquiry into all of this. In the spring of 1864, he launches this investigation. On June 30th, 1864, the House Committee presented a 418-page report. It was split along party lines. So it was a 5-4 decision. Garfield wrote the majority opinion. Garfield and the majority Republicans said that all of these rumors were just a conspiracy by Baker and the female prostitutes associated with him. James Brooks disagreed, and he said that the Treasury had been converted into a place of debauchery and drinking, the very recital of which is impossible without violating decency. So what did this mean for my female federal employees? This is a political cartoon from 1864. It was a Democrat cartoon that was focused at the Republicans. This is Lincoln in blackface. It's hard to see. And then over here is the Treasury Department, and they're under a sign that says, Treasury Department, a new way to pay old debts. So the implication being that these women were serving as prostitutes. It also sparked a national conversation. So in New York and New Hampshire, newspapers declared that a regular system of prostitution is carried on in the female department, Bureau of the Treasury. In Chicago, the Times is portraying the Treasury Department as a seraglio ablaze with jewels and musical with wanton laughter, and claimed other offices employing women were similarly debauched. And just a reminder, this whole period, the employment of women is considered an experiment. So this is really damaging. In Massachusetts, they're describing female clerks as vile women and known to be such, who have been links in a chain of vice and corruption, reaching up and down and polluting even the chambers of the Capitol. In Ohio, they're characterizing women in the Treasury as women of easy virtue and claiming the department has a few rooms fitted up in the Oriental style of splendor, and that a regular harem is kept for the benefits of persons high in the confidence of the president. And in New Orleans, the newspaper is declaring whatever may be the result of these investigations, the employment of female clerks will not henceforth be popular here. So this scandal threatened female employment entirely. The women associated with the scandal, the three young women, Duval, Gurman, and Jackson, were immediately fired. Even though the House committee told the Treasury Department, don't fire them, immediately fired. I just have to tell you what Clark did, though. So Clark, totally unchastened by this whole thing. Clark in 1866 put his own face on the fractional currency. People didn't like this very much, and this is why we have a rule now that you can't have living people on the currency. So you can have Mr. Clark to thank for that. So negative rumors about female federal employees were problematic because these were the best jobs women could hope to attain in this period, and women were holding on to them very tenuously. My initial version of this slide had, I don't remember, maybe 25 articles that I was just going to click through to give an example, to give a show of how often there were newspaper articles about being laid off, women being laid off, but it kept crashing my presentation, so you get the idea. So constant articles about discharge of female clerks, dismissal of clerks at the Treasury, dismissal of female clerks. Oops. Men and women were being dismissed. For men, there were other lines of work to which they could go. But remember, for women, there was nothing. There was nothing that paid as well as federal employment. So you have, for example, a woman who goes up to her supervisor to me, and I don't like him, but I have to accept if you're going to fire me. So to women, they had a lot of financial responsibility, and to lose their job would have been really bad for them. So there was a great deal of anxiety among the female federal employees to participate in the suffrage movement, which was seen as radical. This chaos and instability discouraged solidarity, too, because it was every woman for themselves. So a woman might lose her job, and in her letter to regain her job, she would write, "You can get rid of Mary Smith. Her husband didn't do as much as mine did in the war," or her father didn't campaign for you like my father did, and so you can fire her, and I can come back in. So it was very cutthroat and discouraging, obviously, solidarity. But just so you kind of see, these are my numbers. These are from the Federal Register, which is a document that underreported the number of employees, especially female employees. So not on here is the government printing office, and the Treasury is missing hundreds of women that were employed at this time. But you'll see that the numbers pretty consistently go up. There was a slight dip in 1869, but for women in the Treasury, their percentage of how much they comprised of the Treasury Department went up for this whole period. Because again, they were way cheaper. The government could hire a woman to do the same job for half the pay. So as budgets are being constrained, supervisors are turning to women because they can get the job done and not go over their budgets. And I mentioned before the Agricultural Department. See, at 1867, he had 17, and then he was so sick of dealing with female applicants and their recommenders, he just started cutting down on female employees. So this brings us to the argument for equal pay. So women fought and almost achieved equal pay in this period. Here's what's working against them that we've seen today so far. So to obtain their jobs, they had to produce these pathos-laden applications that describe themselves as needy and in need of paternalistic support and protection. The suffrage movement and female federal employees weren't on the same page. They were not a united front. The Treasury Department and subsequent media had created a negative idea about female federal employees. And finally, the turbulent nature of federal employment discouraged group action. So that's all going to work against women as they seek equal pay in this period. So let's talk about how much women were making. When women entered the executive departments, supervisors set their salary. It wasn't until March of 1864, when Congress passed the Deficiency Act, that made the $600, which was half of the lowest paid male clerk, that made that the law. That's what women earned in the federal departments in March 1864. Congress Despite this pay inequality, as we've talked about, though, many working women were excited because this was way more than they could earn in other lines of work. Although still new to their jobs and retaining them somewhat precariously, between late 1864 and early 1870, Congress received 11 separate petitions asking for an increase in women's salaries. These petitions contained at least 740 female federal employee signatures, and some of these women argued that since they perform the same work as men, they should be paid the same. And these petitions I found right here in the National Archives, which is very exciting. So the conventional understanding is that this equal pay movement didn't really gain momentum until World War I. But these petitions and the discussions in Congress show that it actually was far earlier than that. Just to explain, the first class, second class, third class, fourth class, this didn't necessarily tie exactly into what men did. It was a combination of sort of what they did and how long they'd been there. It was a little informal, and it depended on supervisors. But frequently in the newspapers and in Congress, they talk about a woman doing a $600 job, which was the first class, second class, or third class equivalent. So women were earning far less. And I'll note that this salary is not only very low, it's flat, which means women had no room for advancement. There was no incentive to work harder. You couldn't earn more than that. You were stuck at 600 until 1865, which we'll talk about. So these are some of the petitions here. This one I just wanted to highlight. This was a petition of women employed as sweepers and scrubbers in the Treasury Department praying for an increase of compensation. A number of these women were African American and a number were illiterate. So it would be their printed name and they would have just X'd their name next to it. So I have very few documents for laborers and African American women, so this was one of my favorite that I found because I could finally find them in the records, which was difficult to do. So although these positions were in high demand and well paid when compared to other female occupations in America, male clerks' efforts to receive higher pay show that women's salaries were too low to maintain a middle-class lifestyle in D.C. So these are petitions of women asking for more pay. There were also tons of petitions from men saying, we need more money. Men were constantly complaining about how little they made in the federal government. You can see this in supervisors' reports to Congress where they say, I can't keep my men because we need more money to pay them. Men would come together and say, maybe let's all live in Baltimore and commute to D.C. because we can't afford to live in D.C. Men would petition the government to create these markets where they could buy food at lower prices or create these camps where they could live so they didn't have to pay the high cost of rent at boarding houses. And remember, they were making way more than women were. So women coming in petitioning for more pay, men were doing it at the same time at their far higher salaries. 42 women in the Treasury Department petitioned Congress in January 1865, quote, for an increase in salary commensurate with the increased price of living in this city. The women argued that, quote, many of us are employed upon work such as commands for gentlemen $1,214 per annum, and they complain of their inability to provide for their families. Again, they were constantly complaining about how little that was. In 1865, Congress raised women's pay to $720 per year, which I'm sure was welcome, but it still wasn't equal pay, and it wasn't what men were claiming women needed to survive a middle-class lifestyle in D.C. during the 1860s. And women continued to agitate. In 1866, this petition, 59 female Treasury Department employees petitioned Congress for a salary increase. They began by expressing their gratitude for their positions with the government, but asked them to consider the, quote, vast disproportion existing between male and female salaries. The petitioners explained, while we do not grudge our male friends one iota of the success which falls to their share, yet when they, by whose side we sit day after day, whose labors and duties are identical with our own, and whose home responsibilities in most instances are not so great, whose salaries commence with $1,200 per annum when they are promoted from first to second and from second to third class clerkships, the question forces itself upon us. What makes us to differ from them? They asked, if women can perform the same clerical duties as men, should not their salaries approximate in some degree to theirs? In the General Appropriation Bill of 1866, Congress partially acknowledged these women. So Congress raised their salaries to $900 per year. Although the additional compensation was welcome, it wasn't equal pay, and this conversation was just beginning. On December 16, 1868, resolved that all female applauded this action, reporting that but unfortunately they, it seems, could not obtain a champion until this late day. From 1867 to 1870, women and their advocates in Congress fought to have female salaries brought into parity with male salaries. In 1867, 1869, and 1870, the issue was argued in Congress. The prevailing spirit in the debates and in newspapers reporting on it seemed to be for equality. Both houses of Congress passed bills equalizing male and female salaries, but the change didn't come. So the arguments in these four debates were very similar because they kept having the same conversation, so I just kind of analyzed them as one long conversation. There were a lot of men in favor of equal pay. In 1869, Senator Pomeroy asked, "Where labor is performed, the compensation should be according to the capacity and character of the labor. And if the same labor is performed by one person as by another, and the same amount of time in a day is bestowed on it, why should not the compensation be the same?" Radical Republicans, including Pomeroy, led the charge for equal pay, but they weren't alone. Some Democrats who had also been supporters of slavery, which created a great deal of cognitive dissonance reading because former slavery supporters would say things like, well, if the laborer has one head and two hands, and they do the same labor as another person who has two hands and one head, shouldn't they be paid the same? You're sort of like, well, weren't you arguing something very different 3 or 4 years ago? But they were fighting for equal pay as well. The arguments for equality were straightforward. This is the just thing to do. And they were imbued with the ideological rhetoric of equality that was permeating the nation's capital at this time. The men who advocated for equal pay believed that the government should be a force for social change. In 1867, Senator Richard Yates of Illinois called upon his fellow senators to let an example go out from the American Congress that labor performed by everyone shall have its fair reward and that there shall be perfect equality between all American citizens without reference to color, race, or sex. So we've been fighting for this for a really long time. But not every congressman ascribed to this ideological view, and several had different ideas about what the role of government in American society should be. They viewed government as a business and believed that they had a responsibility to the people of America to guard the coffers. The government could pay women less because female labor was worth less all over the country, and there was a limitless supply of it. Remember, as these arguments are happening, supervisors are overwhelmed by the number of female applicants coming in. So Senator Roscoe Conkling, who's a Republican from New York, argued that the pay question was a straightforward matter of supply and demand. The supply was vast. Women from all over the country were begging for government jobs. Because women were willing to work at $900 per year, Conkling argued, it is not true as a business proposition that more money need to be appropriated in order to command the services. Conkling could not vote that the funds which we administer as trustees here shall be paid in greater sums than are necessary to obtain and abundantly and certainly obtain the services required. Such men believe that the government should not be used to effect social change. This is New Hampshire Republican Senator Aaron Cragen, who believed that it would be, quote, bad policy to pay women more. We all know that there's a distinction between the compensation paid to females and males in the Department of Life. While Cragen was not saying this is right, he just said it's an existing fact, and it wasn't the government's job to upset it. As politicians are having these arguments in Washington, though, women are responding and continuing to agitate for justice. So you have Gertrude, who wrote to the pro-woman suffrage paper, The Revolution, in December 1869. She had been a clerk in the Treasury for 4 years. And she asked, what is our work? Is it brain work? Does work have sex? We do not want to be petted. We want simply justice. We are not playthings. We are not dolls. We are human beings. It's perhaps not surprising, in light of how women's applications were framed, that the argument that appears to have had the most resonance among men who were opposed to equal pay was the one that framed itself as protective of women and paternalistic. So these men argued that if women's salaries were to be raised, they'd all lose their jobs. So we shouldn't raise women's salaries because then they're all going to lose their jobs. They're going to be replaced by men, and we should protect these women. Congressmen argued that department heads wouldn't hire women if they had to pay them the same amount, and that men would crowd them out of the federal departments. So this is Senator William Stewart, a Republican from Nevada. There is not a head of the department nor a head of a bureau who would not rather have a male clerk in the bureau than a female clerk doing precisely the same work. To raise women's salaries, quote, will be to drive the females from the departments and substitute them for male clerks. Curiously, however, none of the men arguing this provided any evidence from the departments that supervisors wouldn't hire women at higher salaries. And the supervisors hadn't been mum on this. Beginning in 1863, supervisors discussed in varying levels of detail their female federal employees in reports to Congress. These reports were never explicitly mentioned in these debates. There was also a circular that had been sent around by a congressional committee to the principal officers of the federal departments in an effort to reform the civil service, and there was a question that explicitly asked about female federal employees. These did not come up in these debates. The Treasury Department records especially reveal that supervisors generally agreed that their female employees were underpaid. But whether their salaries should be raised and by how much was a source of disagreement. Several of them praised the economy of hiring women. And you can imagine, because they're trying to get all this work done on a very constrained budget. And in women, they can do it. So a lot of them are praising, well, it's a really great economical move that we can hire these women at these lower salaries. But that's not the case for everyone. So this is the director of the Bureau of Statistics, Alexander Delmar. So these men were hiring that women were underpaid. So in 1868, for example, he told Congress in his annual report, "There does not appear to me to be any sound reason why, as government clerks, if they prove capable of performing equally arduous and difficult services, they should not be equally remunerated." Overall, however, there's this ambivalence in these reports about female pay. Like many congressmen, you can see these men having this problem squaring the obvious injustice of paying women less with this ingrained sort of subconscious notion that they simply should be paid less. The negative reputation of women, largely gained and publicized by the Treasury scandal, also hamstrung women's efforts and led some to say that we just shouldn't, let's not talk about equal pay, let's just fire all the women. This was an experiment, it failed, let's get rid of them. So this was a newspaper, and this was from the New York Times. It would seem that the employment of women as clerks in the government departments at Washington has proved a failure. So as they're debating this, remember, still an experiment. And you have in these debates, Democratic Republican Anthony A.C. Rogers of Arkansas, as they're debating whether or not women should be paid equally, he comes out with, "If I live to be a month older, I'm going to introduce a bill abolishing this business of female employment altogether." He said it was, quote, "degrading to the people of this country that we should have congregated here year after year around this hall and in our lobbies a parcel of women hired, it is pretended, for the purposes of the government, but in many instances, I believe, for other purposes altogether." Overall, however, the tone of the debate in Congress and out of Congress was in favor of equal pay. The House and Senate passed bills making male and female salaries equal, only to see them die in committee. So, for example, in 1868, the House passed a resolution that women and men should be paid equally by a margin of 123 to 27. The Daily Morning Chronicle described this successful, it died in committee, so it wasn't successful, but this successful equal pay resolution, quote, "as the child of common sense and justice that, quote, undoubtedly reflects the opinions of the mass of the American people." But pay wasn't equalized. In the So the movement for equal pay enjoyed the support, but like I said, it kept falling out in committee. And the congressmen themselves were really confused about what kept happening. So here you have Senator Trumbull, who thought they equalized pay in 1869 by a very decided vote, but somehow or other in a committee of conference, the provision was lost, I know not how. In February 1870, Representative Holman claimed that an 1869 bill equalizing pay failed because it was sent to a committee of conference late in the session, quote, "and by one of the most extraordinary instances of legislation, this provision, which had been concurred on by both branches of Congress, was stricken out after a full and free conference." The men advocating for equal pay failed again in 1870, but Congress did pass a resolution that supervisors could now appoint women to those graded classes of clerkships. So whereas before women were stuck in that flat salary thing, in 1870, Senator Trumbull proposed an amendment that would equalize clerical pay, but what they actually passed was, okay, we're not going to pass that, but supervisors, you can appoint women to those first, second, third class, fourth class clerkships if you want. Trumbull said, well, they're just not going to do anything now, and he was right. It's clear from the Federal Register there was a small flurry of promotions, which indicated that some supervisors had been waiting to put women in that graded class of clerkships because they believed that they had earned it and they deserved it, but there wasn't an appreciable flurry of promotions. It wasn't an appreciable number. So much so that Quartermaster Montgomery Meigs felt compelled to write a letter of thanks to Secretary of War Edwin Stanton when he agreed to put Emma Sedgwick on that graded class of clerkships. And Meigs wrote, It is an acknowledgement of an incentive to faithful service and is executing a law of Congress which has not, I fear, been as generally useful as was intended by Congress itself, because it has not yet been sufficiently acted on. And it wouldn't be sufficiently acted on for many, many years. With tight budgets, no congressional mandate, and an endless supply of female applicants, department heads were agonizingly slow in promoting women. In 1881, 79% of female clerks still earned $900 per year or less. In 1901, more than 30 years after Republican Florida Senator Welch declared that it was a, quote, ignoble prejudice to make any distinction in the payment of labor simply because the laborer is a female, 43% of women in the Treasury Department still only earned $900 per year or less. So this legislative failure, despite strong support for equal pay, makes the absence of the suffrage movement even more significant, because these women in the suffrage movement had a lot of political acumen. Alternative history is tricky. You never know what could have happened. But perhaps, had the suffrage movement better supported the women seeking equal pay, they could have gotten it through Congress. They could have shepherded it through that committee meeting. But women of the suffrage movement were really focused on achieving the vote. And you can't blame them. It seemed very possible at this time period. And while they, in theory, supported equal pay, they were never opposed to equal pay. They just didn't devote significant resources to it because they had very limited resources, and they said, we need these to obtain the vote. And when we get the vote, you'll get your equal pay. So that's where they really focused themselves. But perhaps, had they supported the equal pay movement, it would have gone through. And conversely, perhaps, had female federal employees felt comfortable enough to support the suffrage movement, maybe that would have had a better chance of succeeding. So one of the lessons, people ask me, what did you learn in writing your books? And one of the lessons that I've learned is this need for solidarity, that solidarity is so important. So I'm going to end with a picture of Annie Rowe. She began to work in the Treasury in June of 1865. She was approximately 19 years old. And in 1917, over 50 years after she began to work there, the Miami Herald Record ran a story of her and other longtime female federal employees, and she was supervising the work of 229 men and women by then. So I wanted to end with Annie because I wanted to say that the experiment of employing women during this period was a success, in that women earned a place on the federal payrolls and never left. But in the late 1860s, the U.S. government missed this crucial early opportunity to elevate female labor. Women's introductions into the federal civil service encouraged private employers to hire women as clerks. So after this period, you start to see more private employers employing women. And they also paid women a lot less. So perhaps had the government set the example of equally valuing male and female labor, that, again, alternative history is hard, but it would have been a really hard thing to retreat from equal pay. And it would have set the standard that male and female labor should be equally respected. Instead, Congress sent a clear message to the nation's employers that women were somehow an exploitable and marginal employee base, and to women that their labor was somehow inferior and not as valuable as male labor. The 59 female Treasury employees who asked in 1866 what makes us to differ from them never got an answer. But the answer was just that they were women. That's it. So thanks for listening to me, and I would love to take your questions. Oh, and there are microphones on either side if you have questions. If you could ask them into the microphone, please.
Hello, Rod Ross,
Hi.
now retired from the National Archives.
Oh.
So this was the same period where African Americans entered the federal workforce. Can you give any comparisons between the ability to get jobs, salary levels, the kind of jobs that were available for African Americans, say, from the end of the Civil War through the 1870s?
So I didn't dig in as granularly to men as I did to women, but there definitely were African-American male laborers. I saw men as, I didn't see in going through any of the records any African-American men employed as clerks by the federal government in this period. That doesn't mean they weren't there. I didn't find them. And I will say in the Federal Register, it didn't always note the race of the individual working. So for example, I found 3 women who were working as messengers in the Treasury that I only know from cross-referencing census records were African-American women. So sometimes they were a little hidden and it was tough to find. But yes, federal employment became an incredibly important job for African Americans, both men and women. in terms of comparison, just because I didn't dig into the data of men as much, but I will, like I said, I know African American women were clerks. I didn't find as many African American men as clerks.
Hi. So you didn't mention Clara Barton.
Yes.
And she always sort of stands out. How was she able to be such a standout, and why did you mention her?
Well, I mentioned her in my book.
Okay.
But she didn't make her way in here. And actually, I mentioned her in the context that she worked for the Patent Office.
Right.
Prior to the Patent Office really opening itself up to female employees. So she was brought in the 1850s. And the supervisor that brought her in actually did this radical thing of paying men and women equally at the time. And then he left. He went up to New York, and while he was gone, his boss came and fired all the women and said, this is totally inappropriate to have men and women working in the same office. And her supervisor was really upset about this because he really thought she and her female colleagues were great. And so he was upset, and he came back. And women didn't actually go back on the Federal Register in the Patent Office until 1869, I think. Women did do copy work for the Patent Office, but they didn't physically do it in the Patent Office because the head of the Department of Interior thought it was inappropriate for men and women to be working. And when women did come into the Patent Office, again, they were in a physically separated space. So they were not to be working with men, but in a separate room, segregated. And then Clara Barton also wound up getting into a fight with her female coworkers because for a time before she left the Patent Office, she had made this arrangement with a male coworker who would do her job but give her some of the money for it, and she would use that money to help the soldiers. And her female coworkers said they didn't really know what she was doing with the money, but she's like, why is she getting paid? She's not even here. And Clara Barton came back and said, oh, if they don't want to help the soldiers, that's fine. I'm not going to. So they had a little tiff among themselves. But so yes, she's in the book. I just had to cut things for time.
And other successful women at that time are in the book as well?
So Julia Wilbur is one. I have Jane Swisshelm, who's a newspaper editor. Yes, I mean, varying degrees of success. But again, women were getting hired because they were needy and they were in need of paternalistic help. And so some of those luminaries didn't have that narrative to have a sympathetic story to be hired.
Wasn't there a woman that was the head of the sanitary? Of course, that was during the Civil War. So
you had some women that worked for the sanitary department, like Mary Sloan. She was in Chicago in the sanitary department, and she got hired. You have, her name is escaping me, Josephine Griffin, who worked with Friedman. She worked, and her daughters worked for the federal government. And actually, her daughters' salaries supported her later benevolence work. So, yes.
Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. Okay, I'm getting the time's up nod. Oh.
For the Freedmen's Bureau, there were a lot more women who joined the Freedmen's Bureau. How were their salaries, and were they given a lot more independence because they were starting schools and such? And also for our southern neighbors, what was the condition of women's work in the South?
So
For
those
the-
are two
for the
great
Southern
questions,
government.
and I look forward to writing those two next books. But I didn't actually focus that much on this in this book. So I know of some women that worked, like for example, Josephine Griffin, and Julia Wilbur all did Friedman's work. But my work was really focused on the federal departments that were in D.C., because a lot of those women were working outside of D.C. Griffin and Wilbur worked in D.C. for a time. And then in terms of the South, I haven't looked at that as much, but I do know that after the Civil War, those women who had been working in the South came up to the federal government here to try to get jobs, which their female coworkers, union ladies, were not happy about. So there was some tension there as well. But thank you all for coming. I appreciate you spending your Tuesday with me, and I hope you all have a great rest of your day in D.C. here. Thank you.
Theater here at the National Archives. I'm David Ferriero, Archivist of the United States, and it's a pleasure to welcome you here to our C-SPAN audience. Before we get to today's discussion, I'd like to let you know about two other programs coming up soon. On Friday, February 16th at noon, Professors Chris Myers, Ash, and George Derek Musgrove will be here to talk about their book, Chocolate History, A History of Race and Democracy in the Nation's Capital. It's a tumultuous 4th-century story of race and democracy in Washington, D.C., a city that has often served as a national battleground for contentious issues, including slavery, segregation, civil rights, and the drug war. And after a 2-year absence from public view, Abraham Lincoln's original Emancipation Proclamation will be on display in the East Rotunda Gallery during President's Day weekend. Don't miss this rare opportunity to see the original Emancipation Proclamation. The document will be made available for viewing on February 17th, 18th, and 19th between the hours of 10 and 5:30 each day. To learn more about these and all of our public programs and exhibits, consult our calendar of events online at archives.gov. There's a table outside where you can sign up to receive email updates. And another way to get more involved in the National Archives is to become a member of the National Archives Foundation. The foundation supports all of our education and outreach activities, and there are applications for membership in the lobby also. Today's program takes a close look at Thomas Jefferson's 3 daughters, Martha and Mariah Jefferson and Harriet Hemings, while depicting the life of Thomas Jefferson through their eyes. Author Catherine Carrison painstakingly researched their lives using primary sources, including court cases and records of the district courts of the United States, and deed books in the records of the government of the District of Columbia here at the National Archives. In previous accounts about the Hemings family, authors such as Annette Gordon-Reed made the case that Jefferson fathered children with Sally Hemings. For the first time in Jefferson's 3 daughters, Mary Beth Norton with New York Times Book Review writes, Carrison's beautifully written book takes the relationship's existence as a given. In a Christian Science Monitor review, Barbara Spindell wrote, like all great histories do, Jefferson's Daughters brings its period vividly to life, a credit to Carrison's exhaustive research, her passion for her subject, and her elegant writing. Catherine Carrison is an associate professor of history at Villanova University, where she teaches courses in colonial and revolutionary American and women's and gender history. She holds a PhD in American history from the College of William and Mary. She's the author of several scholarly articles and 2 books, and has presented her work in conferences in the United States and abroad. In the course of her research, she has won grants and fellowships from organizations such as the National Endowment for the Humanities, the Colonial Williamsburg Foundation, and the Virginia Historical Society. Her first book, Claiming the Pen, Women and Intellectual Life in the Early American South, won the Outstanding Book Award from the History of Education Society in 2007. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Catherine Carrison.
Well, good afternoon, and thank you so much for being here. I can't tell you what a pleasure it is for me and how exciting it is for me to be back in Washington, where I have done so much of my research, to be back in this building where I have spent weeks working on this project. So it's wonderful to be here, and thank you for coming. So I thought what I would do today is to present first a very brief overview of the book, and then what I'll do is kind of zero in on 2 of the stories that I think really bring out the themes of the book and why I think these stories matter for today. So, Thomas Jefferson had 3 daughters, Martha and Mariah by his wife, Martha Wales Jefferson, and Harriet by his slave, Sally Hemings. So in Jefferson's Daughters, I recount the journeys of these 3 very different women and how their struggle to define themselves reflect both the possibilities and the limitations of the American Revolution. So although all 3 women shared the same father, The commonalities end there. Martha and Maria received a fine convent school education where they lived in Paris during their father's diplomatic posting there. At that time, Paris was a hothouse of intellectual ferment whose celebrated salonières the young Martha Jefferson met and even socialized with. Once they returned home, however, the sisters found their options limited by the laws and customs in the newly independent republic that their father himself had helped to establish. 12 years after their return from France, their half-sister Harriet Hemings was born, and her life would follow a very different path. She would grow up in slavery, but leave Monticello at age 21 with the assistance of Jefferson himself, and begin a new life free from bondage. She boarded a coach bound for Philadelphia with $50 in her pocket, money that Jefferson himself had provided, and for decidedly uncertain prospects. So their lives provide, I think, a unique vantage point from which to examine the complicated legacy of the American Revolution itself. And I wrote this book to show how their richly interwoven stories and their own individual struggles to shape their own destinies shed new light on the challenges we still face in this nation today for the ongoing movement towards human rights, as well as, of course, the light it sheds on the personal and political legacy of one of our most controversial founding fathers. So today I thought I'll open up the stories of Martha, the eldest, and Harriet, the youngest. So Martha, born in 1772, was 10 years old when her mother died. She was a witness to Jefferson's agonized grief and his companion when he traveled to France in 1784. So the young Martha learned early her vocation in life, complete devotion to her father. She was barely 12 years old when her father placed her in this elite convent school. This is one view from the courtyard, and just a partial view. This entire building is the length of 2 football fields. So it gives you an idea of the size. So this is, again, sort of from the inner courtyard. And Martha, the day that her father dropped her off at this school, they would have entered through doors that are concealed behind this bush, but the Mother Superior's offices were up here, and there's a gorgeous staircase that takes you from up here to the Mother Superior's office. This is from the street view, not quite as impressive, but this is the chapel, the Roman Catholic chapel, right, that in which Martha would attend services as well. So Pantamon was one of the most fashionable schools in Paris, and certainly by a mile the most expensive. There, in an all-female community headed by an aristocratic abbess and devoted to the girls' intellectual life, Martha would have the experience of a lifetime. After a bit of a rocky start, she quickly learned French, dove into her studies, into gossip with friends, the chaperoned pleasures of life in Paris at the height of the women's influence in the Ancien Regime. So remember, they arrive in Paris in August of 1784. They leave in September of 1789, so 2 months after the crowd besieges and storms the gates of the Bastille. So she gossiped about politics, French ideas about love and marriage, and a wayward classmate whose, quote, story you told me today of her and the Eden boys, one of her confidants confessed, really shocked me. Deep thoughts and small preoccupied her. She desperately wished that slavery would cease. She implored her father for an advance on her allowance. Her lively intelligence, warmth, and vivacity won her many friends. The portrait of the young girl that they painted with their vivid memories, bounding down the stairs 4 steps at a time in her coffee-stained apron, shopping for Parisian fashions, reporting on the shifting alliances of the girls' cliques as students move in and out of the convent school, receiving a salute from the Marquis de Lafayette as he entered Paris to quell revolutionary unrest. All of these really are a contrast with sort of the stately portrait of the matron. This portrait was done in Philadelphia, actually about 1.5 years before she died. Years later, she would regale her children with stories of these days and remark repeatedly that they were the happiest years of her life. It was an experience, I'm convinced, that shaped her vision of female education for her own daughters, a vision that deviated markedly from that which her father had visited upon her. So before her departure for France, Martha Jefferson had followed the traditional curriculum for elite girls in 18th century America. Music, dancing, a smattering of French, a bit of reading and writing. This, Jefferson once contended to a correspondent, would be sufficient preparation for protecting her family fortunes if she was so unhappy as, in his words, to marry a blockhead. Things were different at Panthéon. There, Martha was introduced to geography, history, arithmetic, and modern languages. She read deeply in French literature, attended the opera and the theater, socialized at the Palais Royal. This is a print of the Palais Royal, so named because one of the king's relatives had built this palace, finding that he couldn't afford to live in it, then enclosed it around a gorgeous park, still one of the most beautiful places in Paris. And then within all these arcades were shops and restaurants. This was the place to go in Paris to see and be seen, particularly on a Sunday. She made friends with the daughters of the French aristocracy and of English diplomats. After a time, in her own bearing and posture, she was indistinguishable from the nobility. When her sponsor, because of course you need a reference to get into Panthéon, not recognizing Martha on the playground one day, was informed who she was, she replied, "Oh, but truly, she has a very distinguished air." One of her English friends even called her "your ladyship." So clearly this young girl from Albemarle County, Virginia, had come a long way after 5 years of French convent schooling. And that's probably why Jefferson whisked her home before she could be swept off her feet by a young French aristocrat. Martha was 17 when they returned to Monticello in December of 1789. 2 months later, she was married to a third cousin, Thomas Randolph. After her glory years in Paris, Martha tried to make the most of the isolation of life as a Virginia planter's wife. Over the course of 28 years, she bore 11 surviving children. At Jefferson's retirement in 1809, she moved back to Monticello to live with him, and devoting herself to his comfort, she identified with his intellectual life, with the pursuit of the life of the mind, and she devoted herself to educating her children, and particularly her daughters, to do the same. So, How might female education be re-envisioned in the early republic, particularly when one has enjoyed the advantages of the best all-female academy in Paris, indeed in all of France, and when one is the daughter of one of the chief architects of the American Republic? It was going to be a challenge, as the very architecture of Monticello suggests. So this photo, I'm sure many of you have been to Monticello. This is taken from Jefferson's library, looking through another room and then into his cabinet, into his study. Jefferson became very enamored of the idea of apartments when he was in Europe. So compare this three-room apartment devoted to the mind of the sage of Monticello with this room that's not quite 15 feet square, where Martha managed the household, gave directions to slaves, and taught her own 11 children. But it's the letters of Martha's daughters that give us the best sense of the complex ways that Martha and her daughters tried to answer that question about female education and refused to be bound by the gendered limitations. In their letters, we can see both Martha's lofty dreams to give her daughters the finest education in America, that is, to teach them that women too were rational beings and who could strive for the life of the mind. But against those lofty dreams, of course, were the earthly realities of their lives as women. And this is really clear in their laments about the waste of time spent carrying the keys, in their words. That is, when it was their turn to manage the monthly housekeeping chores. So Martha's daughter, Virginia, could finally find time to write to her sister Ellen because she had, quote, at length given up the keys after one of the most troublesome months of housekeeping I ever had. Mary complained of all she couldn't do because she carried the keys. Cornelia, the most artistic of Martha's daughters, bemoaned her, quote, books lying covered with unmolested dust, my drawing boxes locked and never opened, while it was her turn to carry the keys. We see both dreams and reality in Virginia's search for a quiet place to read at Monticello, which, of course, during Jefferson's retirement became a magnet for all manner of visitors, invited and otherwise. So Virginia is seeking out a place where those visitors won't find her. So she climbs up to the dome room. When you open that door, there's a 3-foot drop into this attic space. So she crows about converting this attic space that she shared with wasps to a room of her own, furnished with a sofa, minus any cushions, a couple of cast-off chairs, and 2 small tables. It was for her a fairy palace. This is her fairy palace, which Monticello has since furnished with some furnishings according to Virginia's description to try to imagine what she might have done with it. But it was her fairy palace that she didn't intend to yield to anything except perhaps the formidable rats that she occasionally cited in other attic spaces in the house. Martha's influence over her daughter's curriculum is particularly apparent in their study of Latin. Although Jefferson had once remarked that the greatest gift his father had given him was a classical education, he had never considered that for his own children. Martha had learned French, Spanish, and Italian instead, but she wouldn't deprive her girls of Latin just because they were not male. And again, it's through her daughter's letters that we can see this. When she was 23, Ellen recalled her visits to her grandfather's retreat of Poplar Forest. And here she ambled from room to room in the house, savoring memories of when she'd been able to spend 7 to 8 uninterrupted hours on her Latin. Having mastered it well enough to read Virgil in the original, Ellen swore, "I will never again tolerate a translation." The difference between the original and John Dryden's translation she likened to that, quote, "between a glass of rich, old, high-flavored wine and the same wine thrown into a quart of duck water." Indeed, trips to Poplar Forest, and I have to sort of contrast, again, Jefferson does the same thing at Poplar Forest that he does at Monticello, which is to say, so there's this room here is south-facing and gets gorgeous sunlight. The girls shared a bedroom on the east-facing side. Oops. There we go. So here's Jefferson's sunny reading room. But trips to Poplar Forest were the closest that Martha's daughters would come to realizing what author Virginia Woolf would dream of in 1929, a room of one's own. A place into which the world, particularly with its demands on women, could not intrude, a place devoted only to the intellectual life. So certainly Martha had attempted to widen considerably the boundaries of female education with her gift of Latin, and Jefferson's perfect confidence in her ability to educate her girls in the privacy of his own home was certainly justified by the admiration and praise of all of the visitors to Monticello. But lacking any public expression of her many gifts, what mark could Martha Jefferson Randolph hope to leave on the world? Very little, her daughter Ellen feared tearfully just 3 years after Martha had died in 1836. "She has passed away and the world has not known her," she lamented. "She has left no memorial but in the recollection of her friends and the hearts of her children. A few short years and perhaps all record, all remembrance of her name, her qualities will be gone." For all that Martha Jefferson Randolph was, for all her learning, all that she cultivated within herself and her daughters, she was invisible to the world, her brilliance confined to that 15-foot square sitting room that her father had designed. With Jefferson's death, Martha was left destitute. Her education, brilliant mind and manners, and her famous connection, all insufficient defenses against the vagaries of life. Her story serves as a cautionary tale today, I think, of the benefits and perils for women of relying on men, even wealthy, well-intentioned men of reputation, for their life's meaning and livelihood. Ultimately, Martha could not and did not reject her father or the role into which she was born. Harriet Hemings, who was born in 1801, did. And she reinvented herself on the best terms that she could as a freeborn white woman. And her story opened up an entirely different avenue of investigation and narrative. And I just want to show you, this is a much simplified family tree. Here's John Wales at the top of it. So he marries, wife number 1 is Martha Epps. They have a daughter, Martha. Martha dies. As an adult, Martha marries Thomas Jefferson and has Martha and Mary, later called Maria. After John Wales's third wife died, he begins a relationship with his slave, Elizabeth Hemings, who in fact had been brought to his household by wife number 1, Martha Epps. They have 6 children together, the youngest of whom was Sally Hemings, born in 1773, the year actually that John Wales died. So 2 things I think sort of worth noticing here. First of all, that Jefferson's wife and Sally Hemings had the same father, John Wales. Right? The other thing to note is that Jefferson's daughter Martha and Sally Hemings, born within roughly a year of each other, and so they will be going through their childbearing years together at Monticello. Okay, so we don't know exactly when Harriet Hemings left Monticello, certainly by the end of May 1822, when she turned 21 years old. But we do know it caused quite a stir in the little town of Charlottesville. There was a great deal of talk about it, Jefferson's overseer later remembered. People said he freed her because she was his own daughter. From Courthouse Square, where Harriet had boarded the stage for Washington, you can easily see Jefferson's home atop his little mountain. There on the square, over their whiskeys or peach brandies, the townspeople had freely discussed among themselves and with snooping strangers Jefferson's relations with Sally Hemings and the children who looked so much like him. Now, jaws agape, they animatedly sought to explain why Jefferson would free Harriet Hemings. Everyone knew, as Jefferson himself had once said, that, quote, a slave woman who brings a child every 2 years is more profitable than the best man on the farm. That would certainly explain why Jefferson had never done such a thing before, or why he never did again. Harriet's story might well have ended there had it not been for her younger brother, Madison, who told his family story to an Ohio newspaper in 1873, so just over 50 years after Harriet left Monticello. Somewhere along that road north to Washington, Harriet discarded her enslaved identity for that of a freeborn white woman. She was, and if you sort of do the rough math, I'm an historian, I don't do math, but she was 7/8 white. It was a declaration of independence from her origins of such breathtaking scope as to rival that of her father's, and like hers too was successful. This was her likely arrival point. Jesse Brown's famous hotel on Pennsylvania Avenue. It boasted the largest assembly room in the city, a fine restaurant, and it was a bustling depot stop. Madison reported that Harriet, quote, married a white man in good standing in Washington City and raised a family of children. She likely lived until at least 1863, for in 1873, when Madison was telling the family story, he said that he had not heard from her in about 10 years. But during all those years, he said, he was not aware that her identity as Harriet Hemings of Monticello has ever been discovered. Nor, to my knowledge, had anyone really gone looking, so I decided to take the plunge. It became clear to me immediately that she dropped the Hemings name, but knowing that, as Annette Gordon-Reed once said, the Hemings had a positive mania for naming children after family members, I decided to look first at birth records to see if I could find a mother of sons who bore the names Beverly, Madison, or Eston, which is to say the distinctive names of Harriet's brothers. They would stand out in the masses of William and John and Thomas. So it turns out, and many of you might know this, the District of Columbia didn't begin to keep birth records until 1874. Nor, of course, again, as I'm sure many of you know, the federal census doesn't begin to list names of every person in the household until 1850. But the district did keep marriage records beginning in 1811. Because there were no Hemmingses in the marriage register, I went through them and listed all the Harriets who married between late 1821 and 1830. By that point, Harriet would have been 29 and I think married. That gave me a list of 59 Harriets and, better still, 59 husbands. Better because, of course, men leave much more of an historical imprint in the records than women do. So having a discrete list of 118 names, I thought, okay, I've got something to work with. Still in search, of course, of the children's names, no district birth records, so I'm thinking, well, I go to church records. But of course, then I have to identify which churches were around in DC in the 1820s and 30s, and then, of course, construct a genealogy of those churches because many either merged with other congregations or moved, changed locations, or faded away altogether. So any of you who have done your own family histories, I'm sure, have encountered these kinds of challenges. So I read the 1850 and 1860 censuses, again looking for those distinctive names. I looked through city directories. Here's a sample page from the first city directory published, happily enough, in 1822, the year that Harriet would have arrived. Notice here James Monroe, President of the United States, residing at the President's house. Not to be confused with James Monroe, who was an engineer at Dyer's Steam Mill. But the city directories helped me place these men on the landscape, where in the city they lived and worked, identifying their trade, getting some kind of an idea of their economic standing. Remember, Madison said his sister married a man of good standing in Washington City. In doing that, I eliminated with confidence perhaps a third of the Harriets on my list, and there were a few who had me going for a while. For a time, I was chasing after Harriet Walker, who married a man named John Newton in 1825. Her last name would be perfect, considering that she had walked from Monticello, according to Ellen. I should also say I've been keeping an eye out for Beverly, whose first name was William, and who did exactly what Harriet did, which is to say, leave Monticello, go to Washington as a freeborn white person. He married a white woman from Maryland, and they had a daughter, and both Harriet and Beverly have disappeared from that historical record. But with the case of Harriet Walker, I managed through church records to establish that Harriet Walker and a William B. Walker were in fact brother and sister. So I really thought I was on to something, until the census record revealed that John Newton was a free man of color, and of course Madison had been quite emphatic that his sister married a white man. I wondered if she was Harriet Free, another suggestive last name, but I found her baptismal records in the Rock Creek church records. She certainly wasn't the Harriet whose husband posted a notice in the local papers that he would not be responsible for any debts incurred by his runaway wife. The one who had me going the longest, and I'm still going to keep up this search, was the Harriet who married a Scottish immigrant carpenter who had 10 children, of whom she buried 4, and whose husband was so successful that when he died, she could afford to hire 30 carriages for his funeral procession. Clearly a man of good standing. If I cannot say definitively that I found her, I've certainly learned a good deal about her times, her city, and the varieties of people who lived there that help me understand better the woman she must have been and her choice to pass. I've seen slaves chained together and paraded down Pennsylvania Avenue. The race riot that destroyed prosperous black businesses in 1835. The long wait for the abolition of slavery in the nation's capital that does not come until April of 1862. And the long, hard slog of free blacks throughout the 19th century to prove themselves as fully deserving of the rights of citizenship as whites. In other words, seeing the city through Harriet's eyes, I watched with her the fate she escaped by passing. This shows the Capitol building as it would have appeared in 1822 before the first dome when Harriet arrived. And you can see these poplars lining Pennsylvania Avenue were planted by her father. The people who built this city staffed a growing bureaucracy and served an expanding population of government officials, clerks, and many transients. I saw the daily labor of women to sustain their families with their gardening, marketing, cooking, and sewing. Women who died in childbirth, and women who rose from childbed only to bury children who died before they really had had a chance to live. And in spite of everything, with her intelligence and her grit and determination, Harriet Hemings blended right in. But of course, this isn't a story of unadulterated triumph. We need to think long and hard about what it means to live one's life this way. Unlike the family of her half-sister Martha, whose voluminous letters map out lives devoted to one another and, of course, to Jefferson's legacy, Harriet lived out her life in the oblivion of exile. Geographically severed from her mother, the weight of institutionalized slavery, vanished into white society, Harriet suffered the appalling rupture of her birth family. We don't know when her correspondence with Madison began. We don't know what she knew about her family's lives after Jefferson died. We don't know when or how she even learned of her mother's death 9 years after her father had died. Slaves did not possess lineage, historian Saidiya Hartman has pointed out. The rope of captivity tethered you to an owner rather than a father, and made you an offspring rather than an heir. Well, Jefferson may have thought of Harriet as his offspring, but as the daughter of Sally Hemings and the granddaughter of the family matriarch Elizabeth Hemings, Harriet was heir of the proud Hemings line. But passing forced her to bury that lineage. It was the price she had to pay to claim the rights accorded only to whites in America. Legal scholar Cheryl Harris has told the story of her grandmother, who passed as white to obtain a job at a Chicago department store during the Great Depression of the 1930s. Harris watched the pain flit across her grandmother's face when she told the stories of those days, remembering the monumental effort of self-effacement that they required. Quote, "She was transgressing boundaries, crossing borders," Harris now understands. No longer immediately identifiable because her grandmother had moved from Mississippi. Her grandmother, quote, "could thus enter the white world, albeit on a false passport, not merely passing, but trespassing," unquote. Surely echoing the lesson that Harriet Hemings had learned a century earlier as she hid her family's story behind the impassive facade of her white face, Harris's grandmother knew that, quote, accepting the risk of self-annihilation, that is, of her black identity, was the only way to survive, unquote. Passing is still about survival. Despite their numerical minority, Black Americans, both male and female, are incarcerated in epic proportions compared to whites. Black parents have to teach their children lessons about how to survive beyond their front door, particularly in dealing with police, that white parents do not. The long devaluation of Black lives since the 17th century has created what one commentator called a white way of seeing that persists even in spite of video evidence to the contrary. Quote, "The fleeing figure is coming this way. The nearly strangled person is about to unleash force. The man on the ground will suddenly spring to life and threaten the life of the one who therefore takes his life." Unquote. The lesson we can take away from all of this is that Americans are not colorblind. Quite the contrary, the meaning of color remains so deeply significant that whites insist on the right to know who carries the drop of African blood that renders a person Black. And they protest when it's not visible, as though Blacks have trespassed onto the grounds of white privilege from which Blacks are supposed to understand they are barred. And this was exactly the problem with Harriet Hemings. In her birth into slavery and its long history of oppression, she was Black. But anyone who looked at her, would have judged her white. She was neither legally free until 1865 because Jefferson never gave her formal freedom papers. But she wasn't enslaved because she lived as a free person. She doesn't fit neatly into any of these categories that seem to have had such clarity of meaning to demarcate people's lives in the American experience. And as far as her Randolph cousins were concerned, Harriet Hemings was a trespasser too, properly barred from the privilege of their common descent from Thomas Jefferson, of which, of course, the Randolphs were so very proud. Trespass remains a sore point between recognized Jefferson descendants who claim the right of burial in the Monticello graveyard and any Hemings descendants who seek access to that graveyard. In 2002, the Monticello Association roundly voted down a proposal to admit Hemings descendants to the graveyard. A dozen years later, when Jefferson descendant Tess Taylor, a white woman, arranged to meet slave descendant Gail Jessup White at Monticello, they walked to the graveyard together. "I unlocked the gate," Taylor recounted simply, apparently unconscious of the fullness of that moment, sitting atop 2 centuries of family history, the white person in possession of the key, while the other remains locked out. But what we need to see, and that I hope my book shows, is that the legal and social barriers that have separated us by race and gender are as much the work of human hands as the fence that surrounds that Monticello graveyard. That I didn't find Harriet Hemings, spoiler alert, only proves the point that we are all connected. We need to acknowledge the utter artificiality of these systems that separate us so that we can begin the collective effort to dismantle them and embrace our common humanity. And as we confront a revived movement to redefine citizenship as white and Christian only, this from Charlottesville last year, and as Black Americans today still strive to convince white Americans that Black lives matter, I think this is as opportune a time as any to think about Harriet Hemings' story. Thank you for your attention. Thank you. So I understand many of you are veterans of this wonderful lunch series, so you know questions. There are microphones on the stairs, and I'm happy to take questions, comments. Yes?
Thank you for your talk. I have two questions. First, I know you didn't find Harriet Hemings,
Right.
but can you speculate as to whether her husband would have known of her slavery origins and of her parentage?
Right.
And also, can you talk a little bit about Martha's years as First Lady?
Okay. All right. So with respect to would Harriet's immediate family have known? And you're right to use the word speculation, because that's what I would have to do. And that was constantly a question I was asking myself as I'm trying to conjure up myself various scenarios which will then give me ideas of ways to look for her. No one has claimed descent from either Beverly or Harriet. And that leads me to believe that at the very least, if her husband knew, and if her children knew, that information stopped with them. The reason that the Scottish immigrant interested me so much was because, A, as a Scottish immigrant, he had no investment in slavery, the slave system. The census records show that he never owned slaves. He was a carpenter. Harriet's brother, Beverly, all her brothers were trained as carpenters by the eminent carpenter John Hemings at Monticello. The Scottish immigrant was a carpenter, so I thought, oh, that's how they met. So I really have no way of knowing. What is interesting is that a Hemings descendant, not from Sally, but another, a Hemings descendant as late as World War II here in Washington said that the family of the daughter of Thomas Jefferson and Sally Hemings still live in Washington and are doing very well. So clearly, in free black Washington, there was knowledge of who she married. Madison made a point in telling his story to say, I could name her husband, but I will not. 1873, as we all know, the Civil War didn't change ideas about race. So he wasn't going to reveal her secret. But that's a really important question, because again, it gets to this point of the pain of passing. And did she keep the secret to herself? Did she confide it to her husband, who, if he was the Scottish immigrant, didn't care? So I really don't know. But the utter silence that accompanies this suggests that the secret was held early on rather than later on the white side of the family. With respect to Martha Jefferson Randolph as First Lady, I know I'm not particularly comfortable with that designation, because Martha visited her father twice when he was president, and was certainly a very congenial, intelligent conversationalist, and certainly an adornment to her father's dinner table when he had visitors. But neither she nor Mariah, who accompanied her on one of those trips, were really interested in sort of the hostessing duties. They were there because Jefferson wanted them there. I mean, it was a pretty grueling 3-day trip. And Martha was pregnant for one of those. Her own son, James Madison, was born at the White House. So I would say it's less the hostessing duties of a first lady and more the filial love of a daughter who wanted to please her father. Thank you. Yes, hello.
Hello, Catherine. How are you?
Well, thank you.
Wonderful presentation. I really appreciate it. I don't have so much a question as I do a comment. You mentioned Tess Taylor.
Yes.
And the woman who was with Tess Taylor.
Yes.
Gail Jessup White. I'm the woman who was with Tess Taylor. And I work at Monticello now. I wasn't so much longing to get into that grave site as I was longing to find my family's history.
Right.
And I'd like to say, on behalf of myself and on behalf of Monticello, that we are fully committed to telling the complete story of all the people who lived there. Not just Martha's children, who was my ancestor as well, 4 times great-grandmother, not just of Thomas Jefferson, but of the 607 people, men, women, and children, that Thomas Jefferson owned throughout his life. We would love to find Harriet.
Would we all?
So please don't give up your search. But she wasn't the only one.
Right.
And it's important that we all acknowledge that and recognize that. Every individual at Monticello mattered, everyone. So please always remember that. Yes. And thank you for mentioning me.
You're a star.
Thank you very much. As a genealogy researcher myself, I'm here.
I'm sorry.
I'm right here.
Oh, thank you. Thank you. Sorry.
As a researcher myself, I think your presentation is absolutely outstanding. Your book is interesting. However, I have 2 comments. Pardon my voice. One is I prefer, personally, the use of the word enslaved as opposed to slaves.
Yes.
Because slaves aren't born.
Right.
The second comment I'd like to make is the mixture of race and passing is also an insult, because passing means that you did something because you wanted to show yourself as something else. I think the idea, coming from a family of a lot of mixture, I think the idea is survival as well as freedom.
Mm-hmm.
So people who wants to be an enslaved person when we were treated so very poorly. So I think the choice was, the guilt was that you had to do it. The choice was that you did it for survival. Right. So, but I think your book is bringing out a lot of very, very interesting facts about the Jeffersons. And that's all I have to say.
Well, thank you. So I agree entirely, and I with your point about talking about enslaved persons and using enslaved as an adjective, and on passing, as you know, is a very fraught topic, and I would absolutely recommend a terrific book by Alison Hobbs, who also did a presentation here called A Chosen Exile, in which she historicized passing. And I think during the history of slavery, for people who passed, that there was, it was not pain-free, as I was sort of trying to get us to think about, but it was a way of dealing with an atrocious, oppressive system that, and I guess what I was trying to do in my book, and even a little bit in my talk today, was just to kind of problematize the very words that we're using, white and black. I mean, they have no biological meaning. There is no basis for this for race in science, right? But they carry enormous political, social, economic, legal weight, right? So there's a way in my book, and I'm glad you brought this out, in which I'm trying to let people see me stumble over these terms because none of them really work, right? To see and to see the artificiality of the meanings that they do can continue to bear. So that's what I'm trying to do, and even if it gets people to think about this, and if they wind up as befuddled, well, that to me that's progress, right? If people start questioning these categories, and then okay, well, then maybe if these terms don't have any basis in biology or truth or reality, then maybe we need to start undoing these different ways in which we've institutionalized them. So thank you. Yes, do we have time for one more? Okay, good, thank you.
Hi, I'm not going to ask a question. I'm just going to make a comment.
Mm-hmm.
As a South African-born American, hearing about passing and hearing about your book and the experience that it appears that Harriet went through, as well as the other slaves in this country.
Right.
It brought to mind what I experienced growing up in Johannesburg.
Mm-hmm.
And I actually hadn't thought about passing for a very long time because a dear friend of mine who has since passed away passed.
Mm-hmm.
And so I know a little bit about what it meant to pass as white in such a kind of difficult experience.
Right, and I think in the American experience in the 20th century was when passing becomes more problematic than it was during the period of slavery, which is to say the ways in which, and you had mentioned guilt, right? So the ways in which it might have been perceived as sort of a betrayal of working for the cause of equality for people of color in the United States, but as our last commenter mentioned, I think what we need, especially white people, really need to be conscious of the ways in which these oppressions, these things that we don't even think about, are institutionalized, right? And so whether that was in South Africa or here. I'm from Australia originally. We have, as you well know, our own problems with the ways in which English settlers treated and their descendants continue to treat the indigenous populations. So thank you very much for that. Thank you. Thank you for being here today. Thank you, Beth.
I've just had my say in the government of our country. And if you, or the policeman over there, or the President of the United States asks me how I voted, I can say that's none of your business. As an American, I have that right. Every one of these people has that right. You have it. It's something special. Americans have a heritage of the vote no other nation on earth can match, because in the modern world, we were the first to build a working system of government on the foundation of the vote. Webster's dictionary says, vote, the right to exercise a wish, choice, or expression of will. Here in Berlin, one of these men is about to vote in the only effective way he can, with his feet. Thousands and tens of thousands have made the dash to freedom from behind the Iron Curtain, and a graphic phrase came into being. They were voting with their feet. Then in Berlin came the wall. As elsewhere, the communists had to do something. Too many people wanted out. And despite the wall, men and women would still risk prison or death. It is well not to underestimate how deeply runs the need of human beings for freedom of choice. Freedom of choice is the essence of voting. The polling place in which only one answer is acceptable is no polling place. Of course, when you give each man a free choice, you run the risk of wide disagreement. Fine. Harry Emerson Fosdick said it well. Liberty is always dangerous, but it's the safest thing we have. The vote itself is nothing recent in man's history. The first ballots known were used in the popular courts of ancient Athens. The juries used balls like these to register their votes. White for innocence, black for guilt. From these came our word ballot, which means literally little ball. No, voting is nothing new, but not until the 18th century in the American colonies did the vote become the actual foundation of a governmental system. This was something new in the world, and it was not easily done. With us, the secret ballot became the rule. This way, the voter couldn't be intimidated before the voting or punished afterward. Power groups, of course, looked for ways to get around it. For example, a man might be ordered to write his name or put an identifying mark on his ballot so his vote could be checked. So a law was passed. Any ballot so marked would not be counted. Or a voter might be told to take a friend with him to the polls, to help him with the paperwork, and again, to make sure of his vote. So another law was passed. No one is allowed in the polling place but election officials and individual voters. Private voting booths naturally followed, and so it went. Over the years, we made the system work, but there were a lot of kinks to be ironed out along the way. For example, what about citizens in uniform? Before the Civil War, most states wouldn't let soldiers vote at all. They were afraid of military control of elections in communities near large army installations. The few who could vote had to do it in person or not at all. There was no absentee balloting. During the Civil War, some Union states set up ways for men away from home to vote. Some arranged for voting in the field. Others allowed men to mail votes home for a friend or relative to take to the polls for them. All this, however, was strictly temporary. By the time World War I came, many states had set up absentee voting systems, and in 1917, with most troops still in the states, the military vote was substantial, if not truly impressive. But in 1918, with 2 million men overseas and no provision for voting outside the United States, the military vote was virtually non-existent. Clearly, these men had the right to vote, but there was just no provision for it. When World War II came, the problem had to be tackled all over again. Congress passed the federal voting law to allow service people away from home in time of war to vote. Now, those overseas could vote for Senate, House, and presidential candidates. In 1944, some 2.5 million voted overseas. It was somewhat complicated to get the ballots through the mail and send them back to the states again. Still, if you really wanted to, there was a way. During the Korean War, it was made easier for a serviceman overseas to cast his vote, and he was encouraged to do so. But this was still a special combat zone provision, and like all the others before it, a temporary one. So in 1955, it was a major step forward when the Federal Voting Assistance Act became law, providing the mechanism for absentee voting anytime, anywhere, war or peace, on a permanent basis. This law provided for getting election information to the serviceman and helping him to obtain an absentee ballot. It also recommended to every state that it adopt a simple and uniform voting procedure to make the whole process less complicated. The FPCA, Federal Postal Card Application, became the key to the program. And today, every state accepts it as a valid application for an absentee ballot from service personnel. Today, casting your vote from any spot on earth is an easy matter. No matter how you look at it, from your viewpoint as a soldier, sailor, airman, or Marine, the steps you take are simple. Your voting officer will see to it that you get an application card together with the voting information you need for your voting district. You fill out the FPCA and drop it in the mail. No need for a stamp. It goes by free air mail right to your voting district back home. They will send you an absentee ballot back, again by airmail. You have it with a minimum of delay. The rest is up to you, and rightly so. Your vote, for whatever candidate, for whatever reasons, is your business and no one else's. Finally, your ballot goes back home by air and into the voting total, along with the votes of your neighbors. And wherever you are, you have the means of making sure that your vote is an informed vote, of following the issues, the candidates, the platforms, as the campaign gets underway. If you're ever tempted to wonder if your single vote means anything, just remember that every vote is counted and everyone counts. A single vote can swing an election. Don't underestimate it. This is something no amount of money can buy for you if you don't have it. It's just a piece of paper, but it represents your basic right as a citizen. More than 130 years ago, a man named William Corbett hit it right on the head when he said, "The great right of all, without which there is in fact no right, is the right of taking part in the making of the laws by which we are governed." Important aspects of your life in uniform are directly regulated by the Congress. Pay rates, allowances, benefits, term of service, and so on. But the Congress is also directly regulated by you as citizens. This is the means by which you can have your say. Wherever the needs of the nation demand it around the world, you are on duty. Dramatic duty sometimes, not so dramatic most times, but always important, necessary to the overall purpose, the same purpose it has always been, to secure the blessings of liberty to ourselves and our posterity. Who more than you, who in this moment of history are providing the defense of the nation, who more than you should use the free voice which you are helping to ensure? That free voice is the vote.
drown. I know all my life for the people to say that we don't wanna fight no more. There'll be no more war, and our children will pay. One day, one day, one day, one day, one day. It's not about win or lose, 'cause we all lose when they bleed on the souls of the innocent. Blood-drenched pavement, keep on moving though the water stay raging. In this maze, you can lose your way, your way. It might drive you crazy, but don't let it phase you, no way, no way. Sometimes in my tears I drown, but I never let it get me down. So when negativity surrounds, I know someday it'll all turn around, because all my life I've been waiting for, I've been praying for the people to say one day, one day, one day, one day,
All right. Thank you so much for having us on Crew TV. Very excited to be here. So the first question, why skydiving and women's advocacy? What's the connection? Well, women are underrepresented in so many areas. And so women are definitely underrepresented in skydiving. Out of the 35,000 members in the United States, per the United States Parachute Association, women are only 13% of that number. And we care to represent women in the sport, but also in other areas of life, doing bold, brave things. And that's basically the core mission of our team. Highlight Pro Skydiving Team is our team. And the core mission of that is to inspire women and girls to live bold, brave lives of their own design. And so we hope that when people see us doing what we do, that yeah, they could be inspired to join us in skydiving, or they could be inspired to be bold and brave, whether it's in media, in government, in, you know, all different kinds of areas where we see women underrepresented. So the next question is to share about how long we've been skydiving and what inspires us to do the jumps that we do. Amy, go ahead.
So I'm Amy Shimalecki. Hello, everybody. I've been skydiving so I'm in my 26th year, which when I say that, I'm like, what? It's been so long. I started when I was 18. Originally, my inspiration to skydive had to do with this desire to feel free in the air. It was a vision I had and something I always wanted to do. And that was my main goal as a young 18-year-old person. And as I've grown, it's changed. For a while it was competition, and then it was just pure fun. And now skydiving and the specific type of things that I'm doing within skydiving, my main drive has a purpose behind it. This purpose has always been there, but now it's a little bit more defined, and that is, like Mel said, our team goal is to inspire women and girls to live bold, brave lives of their own design. So we're very fortunate, you know, to have this opportunity and do these skydives to showcase what we're doing, us living our version of bold, brave lives. And with that, hopes to get other people inspired to do the same things.
Yeah. Yeah, I echo what Amy said. I mean, originally skydiving was in my family and I was exposed to it at a young age. And when I did my very first jump, it just blew my mind. I really didn't think it was possible. I 100% didn't think I could do it. And so when I did, and I landed and I had done this thing that I really thought I couldn't do, my whole life, my whole brain for the rest of my life was really altered in a positive way, where if I'm thinking something's not possible, where I'm thinking something is out of my just realm of access, that I had to question that. Like anytime I felt afraid, I had to really look at that fear. Not that I want to dismiss those thoughts, but that I wanted to really look at those and question what actually I was capable of. And so as my involvement in skydiving has grown and changed, I say this a lot, this mission with Highlight, being advocates for women, for equality at large, for social justice and racial justice, and all of these things that we care about being champions for and allies for, that really deeply matters to me. And it excites me so much that we can use this medium, this thing that we love so much, skydiving, to carry a message that hopefully will impact the greater world in a bigger way. Yeah. Okay, so how did we meet Colleen Jenkins? So Colleen Jenkins is one of our greatest champions and greatest supporters. She is the great-great-granddaughter of Elizabeth Cady Stanton, who is one of the original suffragists of the women's suffrage movement, securing the right to vote for women in the United States. And we got connected to Colleen initially because our whole first year as a team, as a demonstration jump team, has been centered around mobilizing the vote and inspiring people to learn about the history of the women's suffrage movement and how much it took for the women of those days to make that possible for all of us, to secure that right and that privilege for all of us. And so, yeah, Colleen has been an amazing conduit to connection. She's come up with so many incredible ideas for our team about where we can jump and who we can partner with, including Woodlawn Cemetery in the Bronx, where we jumped earlier this summer on the actual centennial anniversary of the 19th Amendment. But yeah, we also, in talking about the 19th Amendment and championing that, we always like to say that the 19th Amendment in language secured the right to vote for all women, but really it only secured it for white women. And yes, it secured it for all women, but with those other laws and ways that the vote was oppressed for people of color, that didn't come through in a bigger way for others until the Voting Rights Act of 1965 and beyond. So we just like to always acknowledge that, the complexity of the history, and people like Colleen have helped us really learn so much more about the history, and we're grateful for that. All right, next question. How has COVID affected your skydiving schedule?
It hasn't affected it at all. Everything's been totally normal.
Totally normal.
We're just, you know, skydiving's got this magical thing, nothing affects it. Okay, so some things have been canceled, some things have been postponed. There have been some things we kind of modify, and this is the part we're most excited about. We have modified some of our opportunities to adapt and make the best of this situation, and in some cases it's a little bit better what has turned out. So what I mean is, normally when we do skydiving demonstration jumps, we skydive into crowds of people, from anywhere from hundreds to thousands, 10,000s of people. And that's how we kind of show our message and show what we do into crowds of people. And obviously we couldn't do that with COVID. So we kind of all put our heads together and thought, what can we do? So instead of doing large crowds, and in fact, we have been keeping the location of our demonstration jump secret. And instead we do a live feed production. So like everyone else, we've turned to the internet to show people what we're doing. So we're able to have a live entertainment for people from the safety of their own homes. You know, they're at home and able to tune into where we are. And we keep that location private and then kind of have it a reveal at the start of the live feed. And that's been really neat because not only can we still show it to crowds of people, we can also show it to people that we couldn't have in any other way. And then it'll exist, our show still exists on the internet for people to view for any time after that, years later. So it kind of, in a way, gives us more reach. Of course, we've had to adapt, and you know, we're so used to the live crowds and there's so much fun in that. But there's also a lot of fun in discovering this new platform and this new element to show what we do. And we know, our whole team knows that it's something that won't end when COVID ends. We will continue to do the live feed because it brings it to so many more people now, and we're pretty stoked about that.
Yeah, absolutely. And there's this anticipation energy when you're really watching something live. And just to make clear, we didn't necessarily say this very clearly, but a demonstration jump, a demonstration skydive is when we're flying our parachutes into public locations with streamers and banners and smoke. And with our team, again, we are so lucky to be supported philanthropically by the Women's Skydiving Network. And so we don't have to jump for brands. We are jumping for messages that make a difference in the world. And so, yeah, our next jump, and I know Amy was going to share a little bit more about our next jump. When and where is our next jump, and how do we plan for our jumps?
So our next jump, I don't know, should we disclose it?
I think we can, because I don't think this will be I think it'll be okay to say it, yeah.
Okay, well, I actually want to talk about two next jumps that are very important to me. Our demonstration jump, our next highlight pro skydiving team demonstration jump, and then also Project 19 I'd like to mention as well. So our next demonstration jump is going to be at the Alice Paul Institute in Mount Laurel, New Jersey. And that's next week on October 10th. And our team is going to travel there and do a skydive there. What's exciting about that date is it's the day before Day of the Girl. So we're kind of going to tie it into that, and that has obvious connections to what we're doing. So we're really excited about that. And I'm going to assume everyone knows saying that, Mel, it is where she working for it. Grateful for that and really excited to jump into her home.
Yeah, definitely. International Day of the Girl, that's pretty cool too. I love that. I love that connection of the story of that particular demo. But at Project 19 also is a phenomenal project, and it's not the same thing as Highlight Pro Skydiving Team, but it's another initiative under the Women's Skydiving Network that, yeah, Amy, share a bit more about that.
So Project 19 is a women's vertical world record. Originally, we were going to do 100 women joining hands together while in free fall. So from when we exit the aircraft to when we open our parachutes, 100 women would come out of 5 different aircraft and fly together, join hands in celebration of the 100-year anniversary of the 19th Amendment. But COVID, we've postponed it. The plan now is to do 101 way on the 101-year anniversary. which is exciting because we get to involve one more woman. These are going to be some of the best female skydivers from all around the world. And we're open to having to postpone it. If we have to postpone it, we will, but it'll get done. If we have to do 102A, we will. But we're excited to, you know, we should have done it already, and we're kind of, you know, bummed. We always look forward to that, but we still have it to look forward to. And what I like about doing it at a later date now is that it's a great opportunity for us to bring up the subject again and to really kind of continue to celebrate the history of the 19th Amendment.
Yeah, and another thing that I love about it too is that it really gives women in skydiving something to work toward. And this sort of leads into the next and last question of what advice would we give to young girls who may want to become a skydiver. I just love that specialness about Project 19, how it's giving so many women in the sport something to really set their sights on and say, gosh, I don't know if I can do that, but I'm going to try. I'm going to start to join training camps and start to work on my skills and see what I can do. And so my advice to young girls who may want to become a skydiver kind of goes back to my first jump experience, where we are so much more capable than we ever currently think we are. Like, you know what I mean? So anytime we're thinking, oh, I don't know if I could do that, you know, maybe you can. And so it's not necessarily that everybody needs to come skydiving or anything like that, but I would say to start learning more about it, you know, start asking questions, start doing some of your own research, start checking out some videos and some people online. Certainly follow us online if you want, at Highlight Skydiving is our channel, but, you know, reach out to us directly. We'd be happy to answer questions. But that's what I would say to start, is to start learning more, to get that lack of knowledge or that uncertainty to be that much less. And then hopefully you decide to go, and we'll see out there. Amy, what would you say?
Definitely agree with everything you said, Mel. And, you know, growing up, there are so many times where people tell you what you should do, or they kind of make it, oh, this is what you should do, this is what you have to do. And maybe it's your peers, maybe it's your friends, your family. And as you grow, you know, these things are going to be your choice. And if you have this feeling, you know, just explore it. Like Mel said, look into it and see if it's something you want to do. You can also always go to a skydiving facility for a day and check it out. You could also reach out to us. We can point you in the right direction. Reach out to us on our website. But it's a wonderful sport. And if it's not skydiving, but it's something else that you're thinking you want to do, but you're not sure if it's cool or if it's okay or whatever it is, go for it.
Absolutely. On that note, thank you so much for having us. And anything else we can do, let us know.
I thank God I pray, don't take me soon, 'cause I am here for a reason. Sometimes in my tears I drown, but I never let it get me down. So when negativity surrounds, I know someday it'll all turn around, because all my life I've been waiting for, I've been praying for the people to say that we don't wanna fight no more. Our children will pay one day, one day, one day, one day, one day, one day.
going to celebrate and all of Susan B. Anthony, Elizabeth Cady Stanton, Sojourner Truth, Harriet Tubman, who showed the nation that women and girls' voices truly matter. Please accept my best wishes for a wonderful event.
The 19th Amendment, giving women the right to vote, became enshrined in our Constitution. My mother stands before you today as a candidate for the Democratic nomination for the presidency of the United States of America.
The Equal Rights Amendment, when ratified, will help knock down those restrictions that have locked women in to the old stereotypes of behavior and opportunity. It will help open up more options for women.
What about the youth vote? We heard so much after Parkland and the March for Our Lives movement. They were really motivated. Are they really?
So there's two ways to look at that. The glass half full version says that yes, they are turning out in larger numbers than they have in previous elections. The glass half empty side, though, says that they're still underperforming. Let me give you an idea. 18 to 24-year-olds represent 8.9% of all registered voters, yet only 4.2% of them have voted so far. 18 to 34-year-olds represent about 26% of all registered voters, but only 12% have turned out.
A July analysis from the polling firm TargetSmart looked at the change in millennial voter registration before and after the shooting at Marjorie Stoneman Douglas High School in Parkland, Florida. They found that since then, youth voter registration has increased nationwide by 2.1%.
We saw the response to the tragedy in Parkland was this sort of unprecedented surge in activism where you saw these Parkland students who really began the movement and brought in students from around the country where they had the March for Our Lives. And a lot of that movement was talking about turning that into political power.
Some of the biggest jumps in youth voter registration happened in key battleground states, like Pennsylvania with a 16-point increase, Virginia with a 10-point jump, and Florida with 8%.
A feeling of humility and a feeling of honor and a feeling of being blessed.
Are all emotions Michelle Jones Galvin feels when she thinks about her family's history. Jones Galvin is a fifth-generation descendant of Harriet Tubman, and along with her mother, they co-authored the book Beyond the Underground, which chronicles Tubman's life and her most precious beliefs.
Freedom for every single human being in this country and the world. She believed that no other person should own another person. And I think we can all agree to that. And that's what her work was all about.
Women are coming together to really celebrate our empowerment, the right to vote, and map out a plan for the future.
This conference, more than any other conference I've been involved in, brings together an incredibly diverse group of people that are eager to talk to each other and eager to listen to each other.
Begins, and I was in the first graduating class.
All right!
Yeah.
So this is a photo of my great-great-grandmother. This is Elizabeth Cady Stanton. Young women feel empowered today because if they look backwards, they'll find out that they're standing on the shoulders of the women's movement and that men and women have worked very hard to create opportunities for them.
History isn't what happened, it's who tells the story. We're moving away from the great white men, great wars, great dates history. And that requires that we repopulate history with all of the voices. Then we begin to know what we're celebrating, what we're commemorating.
It was really about thinking about your own calling, your own conscience. Women's freedom of conscience was connected to women's liberty, and women's liberty was also connected to the anti-slavery movement.
He said, when I ran away from slavery, I did it for myself,
When I fought for abolition, I did it for my people. But when I was at Seneca Falls and fought for women's rights, there was some nobility in that act. Frederick Douglass was definitely for universal suffrage, and so he understood the importance of the vote to elevate his people, but also to protect his people from being brutalized, dehumanized, and lynched.
Fit those descriptions. I started on this quest about women in history really as a result of growing up with my mother. And many of you knew her, Lindy Boggs. I watched when I was growing up here in post-World War II Washington, the women, my mother and her cohorts, running everything.
Cokie Roberts has been a fabulous author, journalist, historian, and has spent countless hours devoted tonight.
First, let us very to take a life of and be understood.
Journalism is the first draft of history. And certainly she wrote the first draft of history in many places and in many stories that she covered. But unlike most of us, she also wrote the second, third, fifth, and 10th draft of history when she began writing books about important, mainly women figures who had been uncovered for centuries.
You can't leave half of the human race out of history. It's basically inaccurate history. I thought it was terribly important to write about and educate people about the contributions of these women, but also just what they were thinking and doing in everyday life. You get a much, much fuller picture of American life through the letters of women. Women's letters are just so much better than men's letters. Abigail's lively letters serve as snapshots of the times, as well as frank renditions of her own fears and fortunes. She once told John, "My pen is always freer than my tongue. I have written many things to you that I suppose I never could have talked."
She is constantly reminding us of language in the letter from Abigail Adams to John Adams in 1776. Reminding her husband, who is in the process of establishing this new government, to remember the ladies. And forever, Cokie, if I had to describe her catchphrase, it would be remember the ladies. She has been instrumental in reminding all of us at all levels of our society about the role of women in our history in a way that no one else has.
Cokie has influenced me and a whole generation of American historians, not only by saying, make sure that you get the dimension of American politics and history that was women and women's contributions and women at the center of things, but at the same time, she has gone and she's done the really tough work of going into the archives and going into old newspapers and turning up all sorts of original primary sources that we never had before, and thanks to Cokie, we now do.
One of the things that comes out in the books sometimes is what not very good husbands these men were, who were the founders, the founding fathers. Well, they were the founding fathers of the country, but their wives were the founding fathers of everything they left undone at home.
Not only did John turn to Abigail was off in Philadelphia thinking great thoughts. She kept his farm and law business going. John's advice when Abigail wrote describing the British preparations for war: if it got really dangerous, fly to the woods with our children. She must have wanted to throttle him. I'm reading their mail, and
right, and literally reading their mail, right?
So their letters are fabulous. They are
frank and funny,
feisty, and some of them are just fabulous. I mean, there's one in here where Verena Davis, who's the wife of Jefferson Davis, says about Stephen Douglas that he stinks, and she's glad a new water system's coming to town, so he might wash more often.
Right. She means he actually stinks.
Right.
Something that Cokie often says is history is gossip. What it really does is tell you that there are human beings who are operating and that history isn't just a set of dry facts.
One of the wonderful things about reading those books is the detail. What the day was like, what the weather was like, what the crowd was like, what people were wearing.
If Martha Washington hadn't realized that she would be playing a very public role before that enthusiastic greeting, she certainly knew it after. But she didn't need lessons in political savvy. Very good.
His books, it's almost like The Moment and the Wizard of Get It. It seems a little bit more true to life. And thanks to Cokie, we now have a three-dimensional perspective on how this country really worked in its earlier days.
Modern women, and men too, but modern women are a bunch of sissies. I mean, compared to what these women went through, it's just remarkable. When somebody says to me, I can't do it all, I feel like saying, meet your great-grandmother, and talk to her about it, because really, they did do it all, and they didn't complain about it. They complained a little bit, but
One of the most extraordinary things about life with Cokie is her family and her friends, and how
has been my for the first time. Note from Cokie welcoming me to Washington.
Of course, the point about the archives is these papers and these films and these recordings and these posters and these treaties, they're ours. They belong to us. This houses America. And it really is a wonderful thing that we understand this, that we
She was a smart cookie who did a lot of good for other people and who was kind to people.
When you put together all the pieces of her life as a child of Congress, as a journalist, as an analyst, as an anchor, as an historian, it's all connected by this idea of really reverence for our history and our institutions, and by the idea that she wants to do everything she can to make sure that those institutions live on in the strongest way possible for decades, centuries more. And I think that her love for our country and our institutions infuses everything she's done.
Thank you all for joining us here in the theater, and for those of you who are joining us through C-SPAN or on YouTube. We're happy to have all of you join in this evening's program. I'm Jim Gardner, the Executive for Legislative Archives, Presidential Libraries, and Museum Services here at the Archives, and I'm pleased to be able to welcome you tonight on behalf of David Ferriero, the Archivist of the United States. Today has been Magna Carta Day here at the Archives. We've been celebrating the 800th anniversary of the day in 1215, when King John of England agreed to a charter aimed at making peace between him and a group of barons who were in rebellion. Magna Carta established that no one, not even the monarch, is above the law, and everyone has a right to the law. These principles inspired our nation's founding fathers when they crafted our founding documents, the Charters of Freedom, the Declaration of Independence, the Constitution, and the Bill of Rights that are in the rotunda above us. Also on display here at the Archives is a very rare copy of the 1297 Magna Carta. It greets you when you visit our Records of Rights exhibit. As you came in tonight into the Archives, it was right ahead of you, not lit up because the gallery's closed tonight, but I hope you'll come back and see our copy of Magna Carta. The Magna Carta is part of an exhibit called Records of Rights in the David M. Rubenstein Gallery. Mr. Rubenstein provided support for the gallery and even put his copy of Magna Carta on permanent display there. Tonight, we have a panel of Magna Carta scholars who will explore the ties between this historic document and how we live today. However, before we go any further, I'd like to tell you about a couple of evening programs coming up soon here in the McGowan Theater. This Friday, June 19, at 7 p.m., the AFI Docs Guggenheim Symposium pays tribute to documentary filmmaker Stanley Nelson, whose films on the African American experience have received wide acclaim. The program is being presented by the AFI Docs Documentary Film Festival in partnership with the Charles Guggenheim Center for Documentary Film here at the National Archives. Then on Thursday, June 25th at 7 p.m., we'll have a panel discussing D.C. statehood and the current state of our representative democracy. The panel will include former Washington, D.C. Mayor Anthony Williams, D.C. Delegate Eleanor Holmes Norton, and former New York Congressman Jim Walsh. The program is being presented in partnership with the U.S. Association of Former Members of Congress. If you want to know more about upcoming events here and all our public programs, please refer to our monthly calendar of events. Copies of the calendar are in the lobby, along with the sign-up sheet to be included if you want to be included on our mailing list for the calendar, either by regular mail or email. Another way to get more involved in the National Archives is to become a member of the Foundation for the National Archives. The Foundation supports the work of the Archives, especially our education and outreach programs, such as tonight's. You can pick up an application for membership in the lobby or become a member online at archivesfoundation.org. Tonight's program, getting back to tonight's program, will be a discussion of the influence of Magna Carta on American constitutionalism, including its place in the charters of the American colonies, its impact on our founding era, and its continued influence today. This program is presented in partnership with the Constitutional Sources Project, also known as ConSource, and we thank them for their support. The project is a nonprofit devoted to educating lawyers, judges, teachers, students, and the general public about American constitutional history. And with us tonight to open the program is the Executive Director of Consource, Julie Silverbrook. Julie holds a law degree from the College of William and Mary and a bachelor's degree in political science from the George Washington University. Now, to introduce tonight's panel, please welcome Julie Silverbrook.
Thank you for that generous introduction, Jim. As Jim mentioned, I'm Julie Silverbrook, Executive Director of the Constitutional Sources Project, or Consource. All right, we're good? Okay.
Sorry.
That's all right? Okay, everybody can hear me now? All right, let's try that again. I'm still Julie Silverbrook, and I'm still the Executive Director of the Constitutional Sources Project, or Consource. For short, we're an organization devoted to facilitating greater access to and understanding of U.S. constitutional history. And it is an absolute pleasure to join the National Archives this evening to celebrate the 800th anniversary of the sealing of Magna Carta. Magna Carta has left a profound legacy for law and culture around the world. To commemorate Magna Carta and its powerful ideas, like trial by jury and due process of law embodied in its text, we have assembled an impressive group of scholars to discuss Magna Carta's influence on American constitutionalism. Tonight we will be joined by Jennifer Paxton, a medieval specialist from Catholic University of America, Robert Polito, author of In the Shadow of the Great Charter, who I heard gave a wonderful lecture this afternoon, and Bruce O'Brien, a Magna Carta expert from the University of Mary Washington. Tonight's program will be live tweeted on the Consource Twitter page, live streamed on the National Archives YouTube page, and I'm told that C-SPAN is also here with us this evening. I hope folks joining us at home and around the world will tune in online and on social media. And with that, I now have the great privilege of welcoming to the stage our expert panelists, as well as our distinguished moderator, Judge Royce Lamberth, Senior United States District Judge for the District of Columbia. Please join me in welcoming them. And with that, I'm going to hand the reins over to our very capable, distinguished moderator, Judge Lamberth. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Julie. It's a pleasure to be here at the Archives. As you know, it was 800 years ago today that a group of English barons forced King John to sign a charter known as Magna Carta with the idea that the king's capacity to kill or imprison should not be exercised at his whim, but that he should have explicit constraints, that is, that he would be subject to law, and that neither force nor detention would be used against a free man except in accordance with the lawful judgment of his equals or by the law of the land. Those are the words from that 1215 version of the Magna Carta. You'll hear a lot tonight about the impact Magna Carta has had in this country, in both state constitutions and, of course, in the United States Constitution. Since England never adopted a constitution, in some ways the influence of Magna Carta is even greater in this country. Certainly the notions of due process of law and the right to jury trials have developed directly from Magna Carta, as well as separation of powers principles and judicial decision-making on what law is. Some of this is really fascinating historically, I hope you find tonight. For example, when the barons demanded a jury of their peers in Magna Carta, they certainly were not envisioning a jury of commoners. Their peers were clearly other barons. So some of their notions would be a surprise to them if they were here 800 years later and know how we interpret a jury of your peers to include mere commoners. But Magna Carta has become a rallying cry for centuries now regarding what the law of the land requires. And as we debate today current topics like whether the president can legally authorize drone strikes to kill American citizens, we hear citations to Magna Carta even today in legal debates about the power of our president. As many of you know, there was a great ceremony today at Runnymede to celebrate this 800th anniversary. Queen Elizabeth was there, along with the archivist, David Ferriero, who is there instead of here, I'm sorry to say, but not sorry for him. I'm sure he had a great time. And many of my colleagues, the president of the American Bar Association, many of my other colleagues from the American Bar Association were there as well. I have to tell you one story about Runnymede, because when I was a student in law school, my last summer before I graduated from law school, I spent in Europe, traveling through Europe, and I decided when I was in England that I would go to Runnymede to see where the Magna Carta had been signed, the original version in 1215. The American Bar Association actually put up the memorial that is there. It was only put up in 1957, so the actual memorial with the plaque was erected in 1957. I hate to admit, but I was there in 1966 while I was still in law school. There was no pathway just in the middle of this field out at Runnymede, so I had hitchhiked up there. I had a Euro pass for traveling in Europe, but it wasn't good in England, so I had to hitchhike during the time I was in England, and I hitchhiked out to Runnymede, and I rode various rides to get up there, and I had my suitcase with me because I was going to Stratford-on-Avon to see Shakespeare's production and to go to the Globe Theater after I left Runnymede. So I traipsed out there in the middle of this field and saw Runnymede and was somewhat dumbfounded there wasn't more of a production to this whole scene, and it was just in the middle of a field, this small memorial, and I trekked back, and as I'm getting back to go back to the highway, I start sliding down this hill. It was pouring down buckets of rain, sort of like when you came in tonight, only buckets of rain, and I slid down this hill. My suitcase came loose and slid down behind me and then on top of me. So I was really one muddy mess by the time I got to the highway. No one would stop and pick up this muddy mess. Eventually a lorry stopped, and I was able to get in this lorry and get my way back to Stratford-on-Avon. So I have a very vivid memory of Runnymede. So I'm really delighted to be able to participate in this program tonight. The New York Times headline yesterday read, "Magna Carta still posing a challenge at 800. In typical New York Times fashion, there's also an opinion piece yesterday entitled "Stop Revering Magna Carta" by a law professor from the University of Chicago, naturally. He decries some of the myths that have developed about Magna Carta. We will deal with some of those myths during our program tonight, but the National Archives is a very special place to have a discussion about Magna Carta because, as you just heard, the 1297 version of Magna Carta is on display here. I was in this very room the night that David Rubenstein was honored by the National Archives for obtaining, through an auction in New York, the only copy we have in America of the Magna Carta, and for presenting it to the archives so it could be on display. And the archivist, David Ferriero, introduced me to Mr. Rubenstein that night, and it was one of my great thrills in life to meet one of our real American heroes who's really doing something with the $1 billion he made to improve our life of all of us in this country, and certainly preserving the Magna Carta as one of our charters of freedom is something great he's done for this country, I think. So I think I want to stop talking myself and get to our illustrious panel, and I will start as we do chronologically with asking Bruce and Jenny if they will give us, we'll start with Bruce, sort of a historical overview of the run-up to what happened in 1215, and then Jenny will talk more about the actual sealing of the Magna Carta itself in 1215. But Bruce, you want to start?
Thank you very much. As I was listening to your anecdote, Judge Lamberth, it struck me that your experience and King John's were not so dissimilar. So you could take some pleasure in that, that you have some empathy for that side. I am, as Julie said, a professor down at Mary Washington, but I'm also the academic lead and chair of the Literary Board of Early English Laws, which is a British state-funded project to publish, re-edit, and translate all early English law up to Magna Carta, including Magna Carta. And the reason I say that is because I think oftentimes people think here And I don't blame them for it, that Magna Carta just springs from nowhere. Suddenly there's this medieval document that appears, and it's very important, and there's not a lot of attention given to what came before, and also not a lot of attention given to what came after until it gets to the colonies, and then it does take on a very vibrant and different kind of life. But the texts that we do in the project, there are 150 of them, are in fact all legal texts that predate Magna Carta. So there's a very vibrant legal culture going on in England up to Magna Carta, and Magna Carta, from that perspective, is just part of it. It's not something out of the blue. It's not something so surprising as a legal text, a text where people try to hash out what they think the law should be. And instead of taking you through all of the weeds of those texts, which are a lot of fun, they're all online, they're all free, instead I'll just talk about, I think, something that leads up to Magna Carta that's quite important, and that is the relationship of monarchs to the law. And because Magna Carta itself is, I think, probably at its core, a rejection of tyranny. It's a statement that kings do not have absolute power, that there are checks on royal authority when royal behavior is bad, that these should be invoked. That is an old tradition, not spelled out with quite the same detail as in Magna Carta, but an old tradition in English law. And I think if you wanted to trace when monarchs really started to be, felt compelled to put promises in writing to their subjects that they will administer the law correctly, they will administer the law fairly, they want their judges to administer the law fairly. You're looking at the 10th century, Edgar, who's king at the end of the 10th century, who is a powerful king, and he is nevertheless someone who makes concessions. And one of them is he begins this practice of promising in his law codes to honor them, honor the very laws, and to not be abusive, not be a bad king. And that practice is followed by subsequent kings. The Scandinavian king, the Viking king who conquered England in the 11th century, Canute, actually creates probably a coronation oath, an oath the kings would take, promising to respect the laws of the land. And in his case, what he was made to promise as part of the deal by which he got England was to honor the laws of Edgar. So again, it's this backward-looking precedent. These are the good old laws, I will honor them. And you can follow that, hopping and skipping all the way up to Magna Carta, even over the Norman conquest in 1066. A dynasty, to call it foreign is wrong because they're cousins. But William the Conqueror fights a battle, kills the king, Harold, and takes over the kingdom. It's always a mistake to have a very centralized government. When they fall very fast. And for hundreds of years, scholars have tried to sort out, what happened. And one of the things I think that is interesting in terms of Magna Carta that happens is you see people taking a lot of pains to try to ensure that people feel comfortable that there's been a continuity of law and political power over the conquest, whether rightly or wrongly, whether that reflects reality. They create a concept of the laws of Edward the Confessor. And each king after, from William on, promises to honor those laws. And those are the laws of the last English king. Now, they don't exist. There was no code issued by Edward. But this notion that the Golden Age had produced laws that all English kings should honor is there. And so there again, kings putting themselves under the law, hearing the law from the people, and then putting themselves under it. And so one aspect of Magna Carta is that. It's just that you have a king, in this case John, who is put, though the document is from him, so he's sort of saying, I'm happy to do this, but put under the law, and with a lot of safeguards in place in that first Magna Carta. The only other thing I'll add, and this I'll revisit later when we talk, I think, about some of the common misunderstandings of Magna Carta, is that you should keep in mind, with all these legal texts, it's still very hard to know whether any of them is actually official as we would think of a law as official, something that people would go to as a source or reference. There's just a lot of law floating around. And when you look at what happens to Magna Carta afterwards, people start to adjust it, edit it, merge versions of it. It's really very strange. And so I think we tend to see it as this document that appears, it has these rights, and it comes out of nowhere and it has an influence. Well, there's a long lead up to it, and there is a different context for understanding it that should always sort of be there when we're trying to interpret what it actually meant to people of the time.
That's great. Jenny, you want to talk about how we actually did it?
Well, it's one thing for kings to promise when they're crowned to follow the law, and it's quite another thing for them to do it throughout their reign. And that's where effectively the rubber met the road with Magna Carta, because we come to a particular king, King John, and John is one of only 2 kings in English history never to have a successor named after him. So there's never been a John II, and I can confidently predict there never will be a John II. That name is definitely off the list. You think about when they name a new prince, what are the names in contention? Not John. Now, there really are 2 proximate causes for Magna Carta. One is a foreign policy disaster, and the other is the character of the king. And I would argue that without those 2 factors, we would not have had Magna Carta. So the foreign policy disaster. Bruce mentioned the Norman Conquest. What the Norman Conquest did was to make England a cross-channel empire. So they've got England, and then they've got lands on the continent that they still control. And that's Normandy, where William the Conqueror came from. But over the course of the 12th century, they acquired basically the whole western seaboard of France. So they own basically half of France, which is great for the English, not so good for the French. So there is a standing conflict between the French kingdom and the kings of England. And it is exacerbated by the weird sort of feudal situation that obtains between them, because those lands in France that the English control, they are held of the French king as fiefs. So the French king is actually the overlord of the English king in his capacity as Duke of Normandy, Count of Anjou, etc., etc. Now, this is really a false position for 2 kings to be in regard to each other, because the sovereignties conflict. But they haven't sorted that out in the 12th and 13th centuries. And so it leads to a standing conflict of interest between them. There is fairly constant war between France and England in the French territories that the English control. They're always going back and forth across the border. And so now we come to the reign of John. John takes the throne in 1199 when Richard the Lionheart is killed in really a rather unimportant skirmish in the south of France in a territory that he controlled. You have John on the throne, and the King of France is immediately going to try to take advantage of the relative instability of the succession to seize some land. But they come to an agreement. Okay? Everything is going to be fine, and then John gets married, and that screws everything up. It's one of the most disastrous marriages in English history for a number of reasons, but one reason is because of who the bride is, and particularly because of where she comes from. This is Isabel of Angoulême. Angoulême is a small territory in southwestern France. The problem with Angoulême is that it adjoins the county of La Marche. And La Marche was ruled by a family that were constantly rebelling against King John. Now, John did not want the Count of La Marche to marry Isabel of Angoulême. They were engaged. So he wanted to block that marriage because he feared that if these 2 territories were united, then there would be this big indigestible block of rebel territory in the heart of his French dominions. So he doesn't want this marriage to go forward. So what is his solution? He marries the bride himself. He scoops in, takes the bride, marries her himself, And oh, by the way, they had been postponing this relationship, the Count of La Marche and Isabel, because the bride was 12 years old. But the king marries her anyway. Now, this might have been okay if the king had compensated the Count of La Marche for stealing his fiancée. But John was just the sort of guy not to do that. It would have been much better if he'd say, well, I'm sorry, I took your fiancée, but here is some extra land, here is a payment, it's all good. He didn't do that. He basically thumbed his nose at his own vassal, and that caused the Count of La Marche to appeal to the King of France. Because, of course, the King of France is the overlord of both the Count of La Marche and the King of England. So he appeals to the King of France, and the King of France has just been waiting for an opportunity to do something against King John. And here this is delivered to him on a silver platter. Because, of course, John has violated the rights of his vassal in taking the fiancée without compensation. And so the King of France confiscates the lands that the King of England owns in France. And then he actually makes good on the confiscation by force of arms. And he invades Normandy and he conquers it. Now, the King of England has lost all the land in France, or lots of it, okay? And particularly the land that people actually care about, Normandy. And this is a complete disaster. Kings of France, or kings of any kingdom, are not supposed to lose land. If anything, you're supposed to increase it, not lose land. And now John is in a bind because he has to try to get the land back. He needs to pay for the reconquest. He can't pay for it because now all of a sudden he's not getting any revenue from that land anymore. So he has to tax England unmercifully in order to pay for the effort to get the land in France back. So he is now in a vicious circle because the more he taxes England, the more they hate him. Okay? But he has to get the land back or he will lose face as king. And it goes on like this for about 10 years. In 1214, he basically makes one last effort to recover the land in France. He gathers together a coalition of continental allies, in particular his nephew, who is a German nobleman. And he's going to do a pincer movement. So his allies are going to come into France from the northeast. And John is going to land in Poitou in the south on the coast. And then they're going to meet up, head towards Paris, and get the King of France sort of in a vice. But it doesn't work, okay, because John is bottled up on the coast. He can never meet his ally, so his ally has to go up against the King of France alone. And there is a battle between the King of France and this German ally, and the French win the battle. And the battle is called the Battle of Bouvines, and all commentators on Magna Carta will agree that there is pretty much a straight line from Bouvines to Runnymede, because the barons in England are basically waiting on the sidelines to see if John is successful. If he is, maybe they'll forgive him all the other stuff he's done. But if he's not, they're done with him. And this battle takes place in July of 1214. In the fall of 1214, the barons are already gathering together to talk about what to do about King John. And by the spring of that year, they are actively discussing some of the issues that end up in the draft of Magna Carta. So that's the foreign policy cause for Magna Carta, but there is also a character cause for Magna Carta, which is the fact that John was detested widely by his barons. He was regarded as untrustworthy, vicious, cruel. He was just the sort of person who you would have to extract promises from because he didn't keep his word. He was basically well known for that. He was somebody who acted arbitrarily. One of the things that he did to raise money for this continual effort to recover land in France was to fine people arbitrarily for offenses that sometimes were real and sometimes invented. He would lend money to people in unrealistic amounts and then have the debt hover over them. So people were always scared of what John would do. He was very unpredictable, and really just the best example, I think, of the kind of cruelty that John engaged in. He got into a dispute with one of his vassals named William de Brieux, and he actually had the wife and son of this vassal starved to death. Okay? And this was widely known. All the chroniclers of the time report it. Okay? It was widely known. So that was the kind of thing he did. And he also would go around to the castles of his barons and demand to sleep with their wives and daughters. This is the kind of man he was. So this is the kind of person who you would definitely want to promise on parchment that he was going to be a good boy.
Now, Bruce, you mentioned before, it's sort of anomalous that this became such an iconic document in the United States, and I guess part of it, maybe you can also talk about the reinterpretation by Edward Coke and the impact of the English Bill of Rights in this country then. But
sure, it's actually an interesting tale, and it's pretty straightforward. When at one point, strangely, I ended up teaching the American Revolution in graduate school at Yale. Ed Morgan was there, and they were desperate. The Americanists were all off doing work, so he said he'd take anyone who could stand and read, and I could do both. But I had to bone up on American history because it had been a few years. And what I realized in doing that was there was this interesting connection between Magna Carta through the Petition of Right to the Bill of Rights, to the colonial petitions, to the Constitution. And that's actually, I started my students that semester with Magna Carta. They were a little puzzled that that was their first reading. And the reason we see the link is textual. Each of those sources is citing the earlier source. But what happens to it in the 17th century is pretty remarkable. This is England coming out of the Tudor period, which is exactly like the TV show, The Tudors. Oppressive, violent, driven by personal motive. And the Tudors were monarchs who believed in their own power. They thought that they were, in fact, quite the best thing around. And they weren't going to be troubled by the niceties of parliamentary precedents that had been built up over many decades. And they're powerful kings, so they did what they wanted. And Elizabeth is not that much different from her father, Henry. So England in the 1500s is a period where you have a lot of smoldering resentment amongst people who operate in the law, people who operate in the state, not just religious dissenters or Catholics, but these folks. And they began to consider, what they could do. And a lot of them gathered in London. They were associated with the Society of Antiquaries. Sounds very tame, kind of a thing to go, a sleepy place to retire to after your active life. But it actually was a hotbed of revolutionary zeal. And the members there would read old documents. They would read old laws coming back from the Anglo-Saxon period and all the way on through Magna Carta and then laws that have been passed since to try and figure out what their strategy should be. One of them, Edward Coke, ends up as Chief Justice. And he rules in a number of cases in such a way in the 1606 to 1616, somewhere around that's when he serves, in such a way as to reinterpret Magna Carta. Magna Carta is a very narrow partisan document. The people who draw it up benefit from it. The same kind of argument was made about the American Constitution by Charles Beard many years ago. It's partly true and partly not. The barons were very interested in themselves, and so when they talked about people, they were really thinking of well-to-do people. They were thinking of free people, not the unfree. They were thinking of men, not women. That's kind of where they were. And Coke, in changed circumstances and a changed notion of what justice was, rethought it and said, we're going to extend this as a precedent to all men, to all people, not just to, in fact, this very narrow clique. And so in a number of rulings during that period, he did so. That led to, part of that was the Petition of Right, which followed, which was asking the king of the time to, in fact, honor a number of the basic items in Magna Carta that show up there. Those later get expanded on in 1688, 89 during the Glorious Revolution into the Bill of Rights, the English Bill of Rights. You know, you can't quarter troops, you know, due process rules. It's all kind of there, all of the legal principles burnt out. And that's what the Americans get, because that's when they're settling. That's when they're coming over and colonizing. They have libraries, they have books, they have Cook's commentaries, they read them, they apprentice at law in the same way, it's a similar kind of way that they do in England. And so they're keenly aware of that tradition. That is their heritage, and it's in their charters. And so, I mean, there's this, it's all one culture at that point. And Cook is huge for giving them a new way of thinking about Magna Carta.
That's exactly what I was looking for. Rob, why don't you talk a little about, let's start with Magna Carta's influence on the colonial charters, because that's where it really started here. And go from there to the pre-revolutionary period, I guess. But
okay, so the language of the Magna Carta was reproduced in a number of the colonial charters. In at least one colony, the colonial governor reviewed legislation to make sure that it comported with Magna Carta. In the sort of the discourse, as far as we know of the time, people talked about claiming the same rights that Englishmen had. After the Revolution, they wouldn't speak in those terms, but before the Revolution, they did. So all of that was happening before we had the series of documents that we talk about as our founding documents, the Declaration of Independence, the Articles of Confederation, the Constitution, and including the Bill of Rights portion. So in the Declaration of Independence, I mean, there's an obvious similarity because they're listing a series, or they're creating a series of complaints about the king, and in this case, justifying why they're separating from the king. So the war is just starting. In the Declaration of Independence, there are some statements that refer to not only the Magna Carta, but the lineage of the Magna Carta. For example, when it says that the king has created a jurisdiction far into our Constitution, the writers are talking about how the principle of the authority being subject to law was not being followed. And of course, our Constitution didn't mean a specific document. It meant all of the principles and customs that English law followed. So that's the Declaration of Independence. In the Constitution itself, there are several references that also connect to the Magna Carta. The first one is in Article 1, listing out the powers of the national legislature, where it says that the privilege of habeas corpus will not be suspended except by Congress and except in very limited circumstances. I should explain just really briefly that habeas corpus is a form of pleading in which you request to be brought before a court so that you can show that you're unjustly confined by the state. So that's why a lot of people talk about habeas corpus as sort of the most basic right as against the government, because it allows you, no matter what the circumstances of your confinement, to come in and say this fact of confinement is unlawful and I must be released. So you go back to Article 39 that Judge Lamberth mentioned earlier, that says that no one will be taken, the king will not go against anyone except by law of the land. And so the law of the land meant that if the confinement was unjust, then you ought to be able to appeal it. You ought to be able to seek relief from it. And this was true whether you were simply captured by the government, whether you had been tried and convicted and had exhausted all of your appeals so that appeals were no longer possible, whether you were captured and not charged with anything. And I'm jumping ahead a little bit, but that's the situation of the Guantanamo detainees today. And when we talk about the legacy of the Magna Carta in our time, I'll say more about that. But so habeas corpus is a form of pleading, and it is the procedure that allows many state detainees to go free, both in England in earlier times and right through to today. So in Article 1 of the U.S. Constitution, there is this provision that states the importance of habeas corpus, which connects to Magna Carta, as I've said, and says that it can't be suspended except in very limited circumstances. Then there are the provisions granting a speedy trial, trial by jury, and due process. All of those are reproduced in the Bill of Rights part of the Constitution. So there are two due process clauses in the U.S. Constitution, both the 5th and the 14th Amendment. So the 5th was adopted as part of the original Bill of Rights, the 14th Amendment after the Civil War. both refer to due process, and again, we'll say more about this later, but due process is another way of saying law of the land. Incidentally, if you want to talk about how the Magna Carta continues to influence law today, and I literally mean today, Julie told me earlier that the Supreme Court ruled this morning on a case called Kerry v. Dinn, and that they cite the Magna Carta for this very principle, that due process means law of the land. So the Due Process Clause has a direct textual connection to the Magna Carta. And then, of course, there's the right to jury trial, because Article 39 and 40 say that you can't be imprisoned or punished except by lawful judgment of your peers or by law of the land, and that to no one will be delay or deny justice. So each of these refers to trial by jury, respectively, and the right to a speedy trial as well. So these are provisions in the Bill of Rights. So you see that in the Constitution itself, we've enacted language that operationalizes these guarantees that are set forth in the Magna Carta, and they become directly part of our law. And of course, since we do have a written Constitution, unlike Britain, right, so lawyers will cite to these provisions and even use these rights as a source of an action many times in court.
And Bruce, I take it that a number of state constitutions enacted at that time did the same, relied on language from the Magna Carta and the English Bill of Rights.
It's certainly in a lot of the colonial statutes and charters. It's in a lot of the charters, and is something that through the 1600s is well known to all throughout the colonies, Georgia all the way up to New Hampshire. So yeah, this is something that is, again, I don't think it's all that different initially than what someone in England might have felt. But it's the increasing alienation of the colonies that gives it more freight, because they start going back to these, because those are the things that are challenged by the English monarchs. And they say, well, hold on, what is our charter? And it starts to actually take on a new life for them.
Good. You also, Bruce, were talking about the myth of the Magna Carta. Let's talk a little more about what the myth is.
Well, a couple things to say here. One, myth is not a bad word, right? Myth is, I was reading the op-eds today, partly out of vanity. I got to do an op-ed for the first time. You know, no one asks medievalists to do op-eds. So this is it. This was it, you know. I was seeing there's a lot of very similar kinds of things, but people were talking about the myth, and I don't think I used myth, and as if it were a bad thing, that I'm going to expose this document as something like a fairy tale. Well, myth actually isn't that. It's a powerful story in some way. It's something that maybe takes on power outside of its mere words. You know, you could say the Bible has mythic qualities to it. You know, this is fine. So when I use myth, I'm meaning it in that sense. I think we tend to, as Americans, miss some things about Magna Carta that are kind of, they're in the footnotes, so to speak. But they're the kind of interesting things that I think make it come to life. And these, instead of demythologizing it, I think you just keep these things in mind and say, well, this is a human product. Human society is complex, and what it produces is a reflection of that. Well, Magna Carta is a statement of principles, about due process. Robert was talking about due process, the key one, chapter 39. But it also includes several chapters. The chapter is just, might be 20 words that describe something, that draw their text from a early 12th century forgery by Geoffrey of Monmouth, which is about the kings of Britain and Arthur. And this is what people are reading, and they're reading it in Latin, they're reading it in translation. It's available in French at the time, and somehow words make it into the final document. So that's kind of interesting. And then the second is that a number of the key principles about the king being just are first found not in the various drafts and documents, the barons. We can actually track their process of writing Magna Carta. It's really fantastic. You can't do that with many documents. But the earliest document where we see that stuff taking form is something called the Laws of the English, the Leges Anglorum. It is a forgery. It claims to be the laws of Eber the Confessor, which it is not. And someone has put in Arthur, who is a great legislator and conqueror, has put in all these maxims about how kings ought to be just and ought to rule by right, and a king who does not rule by right is no king at all. And so on. But it's a forgery that they're including it into. I don't know if they know it isn't a law code per se. So that's kind of interesting. The most radical parts of the Magna Carta get cut out. So we get the stuff that, through the tests of time, which means politics, the things that survive through politics, like due process and jury trial, we get those now. But at the time, Magna Carta had a clause for enforcement that was quite revolutionary. The barons would form a council, and when the king misbehaved, they would basically appoint a posse to go after him and rustle his cattle. Or that's the process called distraint. We're going to take a lot of your property until you behave, John. And so they have that all worked out. And John agrees to that. Now, that gets cut out immediately. War starts. But, I mean, that's a remarkable thing. I mean, it's pretty remarkable what survives, but that's even more remarkable. And then the last thing I alluded to earlier, we tend to think, because we're a very text-oriented constitutional culture, as Robert has mentioned, the British don't have a constitution, and it works out okay over there. They've done all right over the centuries. But we think it's very important to have everything in writing. And so we think of writing as here are the words. Here is what the king and the barons agreed. These are what was said. Well, if you look at what happened to Magna Carta after it was issued, so 1215, they agree to it, gets sealed. Copies are ordered to be sent out. Then they're immediately annulled by the Pope, who basically considers John a vassal. 1216, it gets reissued as a way to end the Civil War. 1217, and then 1225 is the big one, and then there's the one in the 30s, and there's one in the 50s maybe. It gets reissued a bunch of times with different chapters. And that's confusing enough, because there is no point where someone says, well, hold on, that's the old edition. You can't cite that in court. Creative scribes began to combine them, taking the parts they liked and dumping the parts they didn't. So anyone walking into a library and say 1230 and saying, well, I've heard about Magna Carta in Rome. I came all the way to see what a fantastic, well, they say which version? We have like 30 or 40 different versions of it. And they did sort out which king had signed it for 500 years. They thought it was Henry III, not John. And so again, it's in Cook's day, or actually after Cook. It's in the 1700s that they sort that out. So it's a document, but not kind of like our Constitution in that sense.
You had some skepticism, Jenny, about whether it's worked better in England or here.
Oh, I don't know if this is the occasion for that when we're all talking about Anglo-American friendship today. So.
Rob, you want to talk about the myth?
Sure. I mean, as Bruce was saying, there are a lot of different dimensions to myth and a lot of different ways of understanding what a myth is. But in one specific sense, people have written. Edward Jenks in 1904 wrote an article basically saying that this was not a document that spoke for the common people. This was not an origin of cherished rights. It was simply an agreement between one wealthy person and a group of other wealthy people. And I mean, it's pretty clear that you can't disagree with that on those specific terms. But like the U.S. Constitution, we have a constitutional culture that incorporates a number of myths, including the myth that we were born a free nation, right? There were some people who were very much unfree when the nation was born. So I guess my take on the question of the myth is that it's undoubtedly correct to say that there are a number of mythic things about the Constitution, but that
sort of like the myth that all men are created equal.
Right.
Did not include
exactly right, Judge Lambert. So yeah, but at the same time, we can utilize that myth, and it can still shape our law, and we can move toward a position in law that's actually closer to what the myth was stating.
I had another question I wanted to ask all the panelists, and that is, What do you think is the continuing influence of Magna Carta today? And we'll talk about some specific things, for example, executive action. Rob, you want to talk about that one first?
Yes. So first of all, I mean, there are some real concrete, specific questions today about executive action that force us to ask really what is the executive subject to law, which is the basic thrust of Article 39, right, that the authority is subject to law. You can take the example of drone strikes, for example. This is a due process question in the sense that something's being taken away from people, namely their lives, without a hearing, without any kind of judicial ruling, but simply as a result of internal deliberations within the executive branch. So the Obama administration has explained that to them, due process doesn't always mean judicial process. In other words, due process is a flexible concept. Any lawyer will tell you that, but that in fact it's so flexible that it can be stretched to say that you can deprive someone of their life without going to a court. The deliberations that suffice to be due process can take place completely outside of a court and without any judicial official being involved. And this is something I think we need to talk very seriously about, because what does due process mean if the executive can take life without a trial? I mean, that sort of directly contradicts what Article 39 says.
The barons certainly didn't think that's what they were doing with King John, did they?
I think they would have had a problem with that, yes. And then there's something that some legal theorists talk about, which is a state of emergency or state of exception. So back in the earlier 20th century, Carl Schmitt came up with this theory of a state of exception and basically said that there was always a space beyond law in which the executive had to operate at certain times. And so the executive was normally bound by the restrictions of the Constitution in a constitutional republic, but that sometimes that state of things had to be suspended, and we moved into this other space beyond rules, beyond constraint for the executive. Obviously, this is a fundamental problem of legal theory, because once you say the executive is not bound by law, not only are you going against this core principle of the Magna Carta, but you're also in a sort of, there are no limits, essentially. Some legal scholars have struggled with this idea, trying to come up with a model of what would an emergency constitution look like. Bruce Ackerman has said that we could have an emergency constitution that kicks in at a certain point, and then it would suspend certain kinds of limits on executive power, and then for it to continue, it would have this is quite a mouthful, but a supermajoritarian escalator, which is classic academic jargon, but it's not a thing in a shopping mall. It's actually a principle that says the longer the state of exception goes on, the larger the supermajority that has to approve it. So scholars have grappled with this idea, and particularly after September 11th, if there's going to be a state of exception, an emergency constitution, what triggers it, how long does it last, what rules apply? And it's one of these tantalizing problems, because once you admit that there are no limits, how do you put limits back in? So that's the sort of one of the conundra of executive authority in our time, looking back to this basic principle of authority is subject to law.
That's an excellent answer. I appreciate that. Jenny, talk about jury trial and how Magna Carta is, obviously, from my opening comments, I think it's had a great influence in this country.
It actually belongs sort of in the category of the myths of Magna Carta, because the word jury does not appear anywhere in Magna Carta. So the idea that Clause 39 of Magna Carta guarantees the right to a trial by jury is actually a much later interpretation of Magna Carta. That's not what anybody thought in 1215. It's a really interesting example of how two phenomena can coincide in time and then over a period of time actually coalesce. So what you have is Magna Carta being agreed to in 1215, and that very year you have a huge event in the Catholic Church called the Fourth Lateran Council, where Pope Innocent III, who annulled Magna Carta, gathered together a huge assembly of bishops and other church leaders and hashed out a number of very important issues before the church at the time. And one of the things that they did was to ban clerical participation in the judicial ordeal. Now, Now, probably a lot of you have heard of the ordeal. This is where people are forced to walk across hot coals or hold hot irons or be thrown in the water, and if the water accepts them, if they sink, then they're innocent. If the water rejects them and they float, then they're guilty. Now, of course, you have to fish them out in time if they're innocent before they drown. This is something that people make fun of now. I mean, there's a wonderful scene in Monty Python and the Holy Grail about the judicial ordeal. But this was very serious business in 1215. A lot of decisions about guilt or innocence across Europe were made on this basis. And the church had grown uncomfortable with it and withdrew its approval. And this almost immediately caused the ordeal to wither on the vine. And they needed something else to put in place in order to decide guilt or innocence in criminal cases. Now, interestingly, on the continent, what they came up with was the inquisitorial process. Okay. In England, they went in a different direction. And by the way, that involves torture. Right? In England, they never embraced torture. Instead, what they came up with as a fix was the jury trial. So juries had been around for other purposes for many years. They were fact-finding bodies. They had been used by William the Conqueror, for example, after the conquest, to try to figure out what did he have in the Doomsday Inquest, where he went around and found out what all the land was and how much it was worth. That was run on the system of local juries. So juries get co-opted to take the place of the judicial ordeal. And over time, people start to assume that the clause about judgment by your peers refers to trial by jury. Okay. But that's not, in fact, how it was interpreted in 1215, because there was no right to a jury trial. There were no jury trials in 1215. So that's one of the signal myths of Magna Carta. By the 14th century, people are making that connection, and by the 17th century, with Cook and other commentators, people are flat out saying that Magna Carta guarantees the right to a trial by jury.
And from the beginning of our country, then, we really did believe
Absolutely.
in trial by jury.
Absolutely believed that that was a guaranteed right as of Magna Carta. It's not in there.
And what about speedy trial?
Well, Clause 40 of Magna Carta says that to no one will we deny or delay justice. So this is the idea that you have to get your judgment in a reasonably speedy fashion. And it is an outgrowth of the sort of things that John would do, which is to imprison people sometimes for years without judgment. And he would do this basically to extort more and more money out of the person concerned and out of their family. So one of the really interesting things that you can do in reading Magna Carta is to see what King John was actually doing by what he was being told not to do. Okay? And this, the speedy trial is definitely
That was certainly one
of those.
Right. Rob, talk a little more about habeas corpus, because that's really, in this country, has turned out to be extremely important, certainly from Guantanamo point of view, but other points of view in this country. Habeas is the key to the judiciary deciding a lot of things in this country.
Yes, we can go through U.S. history and find conflicts where habeas corpus figured very prominently. During the years preceding the Civil War, habeas corpus was used both to return slaves to their captors and sometimes for slaves to be freed and sometimes for slave catchers to be freed. In Prigg, Pennsylvania, actually the slave catcher was prosecuted under a law prohibiting kidnapping, and then he sought relief through habeas corpus, saying my prosecution, my confinement are fundamentally unjust because Pennsylvania did not have the authority to pass this law. It interferes with fugitive slave enforcement in the Constitution. So habeas corpus is this very powerful tool, but like any other tool, it can be used for different ends. And then when we jump ahead to the Warren Court in the 1950s, the Warren Court broadens access to habeas corpus as part of a more general project of increasing access to the judicial system, political process, striking down, as everyone knows, state-enforced racial segregation. In one particular case, Justice Brennan refers directly to the Magna Carta and how it has been functioning differently in our system with a written constitution than it did in the British system, that in both systems habeas corpus would be a sort of a key component of protecting liberty that came from the Magna Carta. Some historians say Justice Brennan got the history wrong, maybe he did, but the point is that frequently when habeas corpus is being interpreted, applied, discussed, there is this connection to the Magna Carta being made. Then in the Rehnquist years, the court restricted access to habeas corpus in some ways. There's a very well-known case, Herrera v. Collins, where a prisoner was scheduled to be executed and claimed that he could prove that he was innocent. So he sought to make a showing in court via habeas corpus that he was innocent. He was denied that opportunity. He was executed. The dissent was very angry in the case. Justice Scalia actually said that actual innocence in our law is not a reason that entitles you to habeas corpus. In other words, Scalia was saying if the trial was fair and you're not complaining about the trial, you're not entitled to a habeas corpus hearing because you've discovered evidence later on. I mean, that's a very controversial statement, but it shows how habeas corpus has been contested, how there's been somewhat of a pendular movement between broadening and then constricting. And then finally, scholars have noted a similarity between the way habeas corpus was manipulated by English kings and the way the Bush administration manipulated it in this specific way by moving a prisoner out of the realm, so to speak, right? The writ of habeas corpus wouldn't reach to them. And so we're talking about taking someone, at least until the Supreme Court said that the Constitution reached Guantanamo Bay, that was a strategy that could be effective. So habeas corpus is not available if you're not in the realm, just as it was not when the English kings moved prisoners out of the realm. And then this brings us up to the 2008 case of Boumediene v. Bush, which is kind of what got me interested in looking at these Magna Carta U.S. Constitution connections in the first place. So Boumediene was a case where Guantanamo Bay detainees were requesting the right to make a habeas corpus petition and had been denied. And in that case, Justice Kennedy cited the Magna Carta directly, said the Magna Carta via habeas corpus was this very important mechanism by which people could protest their unlawful confinement by the government. So there is a real practical legal effect to the continued citation of the Magna Carta, because it's a way of putting a check on the executive, and it happens in 2008. One of the other things, if you read the oral arguments in not only Boumediene but the other detainee cases that were decided a couple of years earlier, is that you see there's a question about habeas corpus and exactly how it's used. So when you make a petition, right, so the return is a hearing at a later date when the government comes in and shows their reasons why they've detained the prisoner. Well, what happens if the government says, we've detained the prisoner pursuant to our executive authority, we've detained the prisoner for treason, we've detained the prisoner because the prisoner is a threat to the security of the country? Is that enough? Is that showing enough? Or is there something more that has to be done? Or can then the prisoner respond? So as important a tool as habeas corpus is to protect and secure and sometimes gain liberty, it is also very important to know exactly how it functions. And that was something that was contested by some of the administration lawyers as they talked about how the habeas corpus petition should proceed. And then, of course, after Boumediene was decided in 2008, there were a large number of hearings where, because just getting the right to make a showing that you should be freed doesn't mean that you're going to be freed. And in fact, most of the petitioners weren't. But the years following 2008, up until recently, there was litigation where petitions were made, petitions were denied, the denial was appealed, and so forth. So that's not a particularly happy story in terms of liberty because most of the petitions were unsuccessful. But again, it does show that we're still talking about and trying to come to terms with this tool of protecting individual rights now.
All right, that's a good segue to our final segment of the panel. We do want to take questions from the audience, and we'll be happy to answer questions. The panelists will. I may not. I will if you ask. But first, I would like to say thank you for a terrific discussion for the panelists. Please join me in thanking all of the panelists. For the questions, if you would come down to one of the microphones, or someone will hand you a microphone, well, I would appreciate it, so we can make sure that our audience who's not here in the auditorium also hears the question. And you can direct it to a panelist or to the panel in general, whatever you prefer. You can start.
Was the position of the Church of England affected in any way by Magna Carta?
Yes. The first clause of Magna Carta guarantees the liberty of the church. And it actually grew out of a huge controversy earlier in John's reign. John had refused to accept a candidate for the Archbishopric of Canterbury, and this had ended up before the Pope to resolve, and the Pope had imposed his own candidate, Stephen Langton, as Archbishop, and John would not allow this Archbishop into the kingdom. This was probably, on the whole, a bad move on John's part, because the Archbishop of Canterbury was ultimately accepted after an interdict, 7 years when the church went on strike in England and no masses could be said, and finally John had to cave, and he actually surrendered the kingdom to the hands of the Pope as a fief. But Stephen Langton, that Archbishop, he eventually had to accept him, and Stephen Langton was right there at Runnymede, and he was probably the author of the first clause of Magna Carta that insisted on the liberty of the church, and what that meant was hands off of elections to bishoprics. So it was, in a sense, it was a very self-interested clause from the Archbishop of Canterbury's point of view, but that clause is still in force in England today. There are only 3.5 clauses of Magna Carta that are still on the books in England. All the others have been repealed, but the liberty of the church is still part of English law to this day.
And an important part of our Bill of Rights as well.
Can I just add as an appendix?
Sure.
You know, that the issue, that confrontation of church and state was something that there had been a lot of practice with. Going back many centuries, the earliest English law code we have from around the year 600 has protection of the clergy in there and trying to sort out what their relationship is to the state. But in the 12th century alone, leading up to Magna Carta, there were archbishops who went into exile, most famously Becket, who was then murdered by enthusiastic knights. And that was also a moment that prompted a lot of soul searching about English law, because that's when we have the bulk of our 12th century manuscripts of law produced. And I think it's just in response to Henry saying, I know what the laws are, and Becket saying, I know what the laws are. People start to look. And so they're trying to figure out what the liberty of the church is, how much freedom should it have, and how do you get a king who is otherwise out hunting, you know, to actually honor these promises.
My question over here.
The title of this panel is Magna Carta and the Constitution, but most countries have constitutions. Can you talk a little bit about the effect of Magna Carta on the constitutions of other countries?
I couldn't. Maybe the panelists can.
Well, one thing that's actually quite interesting is the impact of Magna Carta via the English Bill of Rights on the European Constitution. And there's a tremendous irony at the heart of this, because a lot of these English rights inspired the creators of the European Union. And of course, what's happening in Britain right now, they're actively talking about withdrawing from the European Union. And one of the things that they're concerned about right now is the Human Rights Act in Britain, which is a provision that regulates appeals to the European Human Rights Court. And they're trying to repeal it and institute a new provision that puts everything on a basis that stays in Britain, so that they have no connection to what's going on the continent. So there's a tension here where you've got the British who inspired the Europeans trying to get out of the European construct altogether. So Magna Carta has had some interesting effects around the world.
Your question does raise one other thing in my mind, and that is the controversy in our own Supreme Court about whether they should ever cite foreign law.